too loud, you can check it.
Turn the volume down.
No, I can't. You have it here.
Thank you, Rafael. Let us know when we're ready. Thank you, Rafael. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of Paterson Municipal Council, we welcome you to our meeting on January 21st, 2025, at 7 p.m. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Your mic is not working?
It's too loud. I think I have it.
Can you?
Roll call for the regular meeting of January 21st, 2024. Councilman Abdelaziz, Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila, Councilman Jackson, Councilman Khalid,
Present.
Councilwoman Mims,
I'm here and ready to serve, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez,
Following her, I'm present.
Councilwoman Mims.
No, she say I'm here to serve, so I follow her. I say present.
I said I'm here and ready
She
to
said
serve,
here.
Madam Clerk.
Yeah, and I say I follow her.
All right, thank you very much. Council President.
Madam President, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 6 in favor. There are 3 absent. The meeting is now open.
Madam Clerk, can you please read statement of compliance?
Yes. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law, 2024-2025, meeting date January 21st, 2025, 7 o'clock p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1, the annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2024 to 2025 on or about July 1st, 2024. 2, a schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was duly transmitted on or about July 1st, 2024 to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, The Arabic Voice, The Italian Voice, the Passaic County Post, the Dominicano News, La Quisqueya International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap Into Paterson, the Weekly Bangla Patrika, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. 5, a copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, is now the prayer this evening will be rendered by the Honorable Councilwoman at Large, Dr. Lilisa Mins, followed by Councilman of the Second Ward, Shaheen Khalid, that will do the flag salute. Councilwoman at Large Mins.
Can we all stand, please?
Of course. Oh, yeah.
Praise the Lord, everybody. I'll be reading from Ecclesiastes chapter number 3, verse number 1. And it says, to everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under heaven. But verse 11, which is my favorite verse, it says, and he have made everything beautiful in its time. Let us pray. God our Father, we thank you because from the rising of the sun to the going down of the same, your name is worthy to be praised. God, we lift up our city before you, the city of righteousness. God, we pray for our mayor, this council, our employees, our residents, and this community. We pray for our schools, our children, and our parents and the guardians. We pray for unity in the community. We pray for peace in this community. We pray for strength in this community. We pray for cleanliness in this community. We pray for like-mindedness in this community. We pray by the power of God, that God, you will come and reign supreme in this community. We pray for healing in this community. We pray for those that are sick and shut in, God, that you will go to their houses, their hospital beds, psychiatric wards, and wherever they may be. And we pray that you will heal them from the top of their head to the sole of their feet. God, we lift up every person that is grieving in this time, oh God. We pray that you will comfort them and give them peace. You will give them answers where there are questions. And God, we pray for this meeting on tonight. The scripture says in 1 Corinthians 14:10, let everything that be done decently and in order. So God, we pray for compassion in this meeting. We pray for joy in this meeting. We pray, oh God, for unity in this meeting. And God, we pray for peace in this meeting. God, you go before us, you go with us, and you go after us. And when we leave this place, but never from your presence, be with us, travel with us, strengthen us, and give us joy unspeakable and full of glory. And even though there's weeping that endures for a night, we know that joy is coming in the morning. We thank you and we bless you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Wow. Councilman Khalid.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims, for this powerful prayer. Everyone, please remain standing for our flag salute.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing. Now let's do a moment of silence for those that lost a loved one in our community, and for our troop, and for the great city of Paterson. A moment of silence, please. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Councilman Khalid.
Yeah, thank you. Madam Clerk, please read the addendum on this item to be voted on the agenda, Madam Clerk. Just 2 items.
I'm sorry. Which item, Council President?
There's 2 items that need to be added
Oh,
on the
yes.
agenda, item 46 and 47.
Yes, Council President.
Let's read the addendum and add it onto the agenda.
Okay. Here's my addendum. The following resolutions are also scheduled for your consideration at the regular meeting of the Municipal Council to be held on Tuesday, January 21st, 2025, at 7 p.m. at 77 Ellison Street, Paterson, New Jersey. Items to be voted on the agenda, non-consent agenda. Resolution honoring LaVon Jones McErshin in observance of Black History Month 2025, sponsored by Councilman Michael Jackson. City Council Resolution number 25:048. And item number 47 is a resolution honoring Dale Keith Watson in observance of Black History Month 2025, sponsored by Council President Alex Mendez. City Council Resolution number 25:049.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mims, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to add items number 46 and number 47 on the agenda. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Items number 46 and 47 are to be included on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now let's do payment of bills. Councilman Kalik. I do apologize. As Vice Chair of Finance, Councilman Mims will do payment of bills, or,
The chair is here.
and Councilman Davila. Let the record reflect that Councilman Davila is joining us. Councilman Davila, payment of bill, please.
Yes, my apologies to everyone. Duty called. I was in a trustee meeting, but I'm here now saying present. So to the council members, you have a summary of disbursements in front of you for $10,427,117.67. If you look, this was a payroll week. That total was $5,435,650.34. Computer checks. There's also a $4,285,823.81 for the sewer utility, making the total of computer checks for $4,991,459.33.
Second.
Making that a total of $10,427,117.67. My motion is for payment of bills.
Second.
Discussion.
It was moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Mims. Discussion, Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. Through the chair, Madam BA, CFO is not present, but probably you could get me an answer on this. About 2 months ago, we brought up to the chambers here in a discussion of payment of bills, the payment of the professionals from both boards, the Board of Adjustment and the Planning Board. It was my understanding that the last payment of bill after that conversation that we had here, they just pay peanuts. They didn't pay the whole bill. They've been not getting paid since June last year. And it's my understanding that the Board of Adjustment is not having no meetings because they refuse to come until they don't get paid. You know, I think if they are rendering the service, I think if they are taking their volunteer time or whatever to fulfill those boards, those payments had to be adjusted and get the payments for them. Those boards are vitals for the city of Paterson. Revenue come through there. Can you tell me when this is going to be finalized? Because there's a lot of money out there. It's my understanding one of them is still disputing bills from 2022 that he haven't got paid. So can I get an answer of that? What's the status before, if another BA comes soon, we could get that response?
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Madam BA.
Yes, thank you, Council President. And yes, Councilman Velez, we have noted this in the past. Unfortunately, the challenge with this is that a lot of the payments have to be, the payments to the professionals are related to specific projects. And at that department level, it has to be done in real time so that the payments are connected to the projects and processed appropriately. Now, we do have a backlog. There is work being done every single day on this to catch up the professionals. But it's not just like we get one bill that gets sent to us and that bill gets processed. That bill gets split up amongst all the numerous development projects that come before the board.
I understand that, yeah.
So that's the part that it's the escrow payments, not special meeting payments. All of those special meeting payments are processed. It's the payments that are related via escrow to particular projects. So I do know there actually have been payments for the numerous professionals. I had a meeting with one of the board professionals just last week, along with our department director, the division director, and some staff regarding how they're catching up and how they're doing. It's going to take another few weeks to be caught up fully for all the different boards, all the professionals, because it wasn't being done in real time. I do know that a second board secretary is being hired and is being trained. This is something that now we're doing 2 parallel paths. We're keeping up with the meetings for this year, as well as trying to catch up on the meetings from last year, and assigning the appropriate fees to each of the projects.
All right, thank you,
Council President.
Sure. Councilman Jackson.
I requested it first.
So, through the chair, Madam BA, is the same provision for the Board of Adjustments the same for the Planning Board?
Correct. Both projects require escrow.
So why isn't this problem consistent with the Planning Board?
It is consistent with the
Professionals
Planning
not
Board
being
as
paid
well.
for the same period of time?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, that's very doubtful because these professionals, in fact, board members have been complaining for well over 6 months. And the fact that it's reached a point to where they're refusing to actually come to work, I don't see the board professionals doing that for the planning board. And they're the same people, the stenographer and the people who are the professionals are the same people for the planning board. It is the Board of Adjustments. So
Well-
why aren't they threatening not to work for the planning board?
I mean, the choices, the conversations that we're having with the professionals are varied, yes. Somebody might be saying one thing and another one might be okay with getting payments, and they just keep bringing it to our attention and they continue to work. I can't speak for how the actions of each of the professionals, but it is something that, it is a problem across the board with both boards.
So, to the members of the public, I just want to point this out because many of you may not be aware. What we're talking about is we have two boards in the city, the Board of Adjustments, which is appointed by the members of this council, and the Planning Board, which is appointed by the mayor. The majority of these large-scale projects that you see being approved with little parking is being done through the Planning Board. In fact, I was at the Planning Board meeting the other night where some residents was in contesting of an application, and the treatment from the board chair is very relative to the treatment that you witness here at the council, where they now want to muffle you for 3 minutes. They give professionals an unlimited amount of time, the professionals presenting their case. So there's a provision in the law that states if you have an application before the city for a certain period of time and the city fails to hear your application, you can just build your project without it being heard. And what we're seeing here is a derelict position on not paying the people on the Board of Adjustments, because the Board of Adjustments has actually been the tougher board. Developers who've been coming before the city would prefer not to go before the Board of Adjustments, and they would rather go before the Planning Board. Because again, all of these large-scale projects you see being approved without parking or let me say shy of the number of parking spaces needed has been done through the Planning Board. So it is in my opinion, let me make that clear, is my opinion, which is I think is very accurate, that the administration has intentionally done this so that those projects that's being held up within the Board of Adjustments, who, whether or not they're favorable for these developers or not, will continue to just move forward without being heard by the Board of Adjustments. So that's just a point of clarity to the members of the public on this issue. And sad as it is, if those of you who do live in the city who are in agreement with there's a problem with overdevelopment and a lack of parking, this is why it's happening, and it is a direct result of the negligence on the part of the administration. Now, and Council President, just a brief moment more. Madam BA, I have made a request time and time again in your absence yesterday, which I'm hopeful that your colleagues had passed on the information requested. Is there a bill on this bills list? And if not, even if there's not, I requested a copy of the bill payments for robocalls that's been taking place, habitually over the last several years. Many other council members raised the question last week. I thought maybe that would, drum up your interest in providing the information. How much are we spending on robocalls monthly, and where is that line item being reduced from?
Council President, if I can.
Madam BA, please.
Council President.
I do know that I don't know if anybody has access to their email. I do know that the CFO actually compiled that information and was sending it around to the council. I don't know, and that was just earlier on today. I don't know if he was able to do that, if anybody sees that in their email, but I can ask him to do so. He does have that line item. It is through OEM. And it is something that is an annual payment every year because it is used for multiple purposes, including for, outreach and instructions during weather-related events and so on.
So when the mayor is sending robocalls with regard to his crackdown and enforcement on dumping, how does that equate to OEM?
It's an annual payment for this technology. It's not charging per call. So it's something that we have the technology there for use in weather-related and disaster-related, and it is also utilized by the mayor to provide information to the community.
Council
It
President.
should be to provide pertinent information. In fact, this council should have an opportunity to weigh in, which we are responsible for how much is being spent. So do you have an idea of how much that line item is?
I can as I just said, I'm gonna have, the CFO send that to the to the council. Oh, the CFO is saying that he did email that to you.
Council President.
44,
Sure.
I'm sorry, one second.
There are multiple year payments,
Just
I
a minute,
believe.
council members. After Councilman Jackson, I have Councilwoman Mims on, waiting for.
I'm almost done.
After that, Councilwoman Rubicano and Councilman Velez.
$44,000 a month? Wow, okay.
No, it's an
So-
annual total,
44,000.
a year,
Okay.
correct.
And I'm gonna see a copy of the bill. I mean, that right there is not sufficient. That's what the council has voted on, but I wanna see a copy of the actual bill that we're paying
We can
to the
get
vendor.
a copy of the invoice.
Correct.
That's what you're requesting, the invoice.
Lastly, Madam BA, what's going on with the payment for health insurance? The state health insurance plan that we went into several years ago, from what I understand, is $1.8 million a month, and we're neglected to pay the last several months. Is that accurate? I don't see it on this bills list.
No, I think we are, I can follow up. I do not know about us being in arrears for health insurance. It's just something that we pay in cycles throughout the course of the year. So if there was a question, I know there were other issues related to rate increases, but that's something that gets divided out by pay periods related to employee contributions as well as the city payments.
Very good. I'll send you a list of the requests that I would like to see, because I know we're paying a substantially amount more, but I don't see it here in the bills list. It hasn't been here, and from what I understand, we're several months behind on a little under $2 million per month.
No, I don't believe that's the case. It is in the bills list regularly. You see it kind of quarterly.
Is the payment close to 1.8 a month?
I would have to look. I don't know exactly what the total payment is.
Very good. Thank you, Council
All
President.
right, so we have Councilwoman Mims.
So just to follow up, thank you, Councilman Velez and Councilman Jackson, for driving that point forward. I've been in constant communication with Mr. CFO, Madam BA, in regards to the professionals not being paid for a long period of time. I was told this week, well, 2 days ago, that they have not been meeting the Board of Adjustments in almost 3 months because the professionals are not getting paid. They refuse to come in. But
Exactly.
CFO told me that they were getting payments and that payments were being made. So my request on the floor at this point is that I would like to see, because this council approved that escrow fees will be put in place so that the money could be drawn out of there. So I would like to see what is the dollar amount of escrow fees in the planning board and as well as the Board of Adjustment. I want to see what those numbers look like, how much has been drawn out thus far, and all professional services, what they have been paid year to date. So I'll repeat it. Escrow fees, what is in each of those accounts from over the last 4 years or when we started it, how much has been drawn out of each of those accounts based on the planning board, professionals and the Board of Adjustment members, as well as how much they have been paid.
If I can just clarify one thing, Councilwoman.
Sure, Madam BA.
It doesn't, all the money doesn't go into one pot. It actually is divided for every single project is how it's reported.
Okay, so if you can break it
So
down
I just
based
wanted to make
on-
sure that you knew that it's really based on projects. So
That's
we could share
fine.
that.
Just outline the project, let me know this is the project, and next to it, Board of Adjustment, this project, Planning Board. That way I can differentiate what this council, not just for me, but everyone needs to see it. Because I would like to see if 50 projects have been approved and they've been waiting for all this time, what is going on? So I just want to see that, Council President. That should be something we should see
Absolutely.
as soon as possible.
I will pass this along to Director Delaney. She has been working with her team to catch up on all these professional payments. She has been working to get more escrow from some of the projects where the escrow has been used for all the professional payments, and we need more in order to pay our professionals. So I will have her provide an update.
And just a follow-up, that may take a little
you.
time, but by this week, possibly by Friday, I want to see up to date how much has been paid to the professionals. That should not
We
be
can do
hard
that.
to tell us, because some people are saying 2 years, 3 years. I want to see, because the CFO told me that there were some payments that were made recently,
There
but
were.
I would like to know what they are owed and how much they've been paid, and how much is
Well,
outstanding.
we won't necessarily know what's owed right now, because again, that gets allocated at the department level. We can easily prepare a report of what's been paid.
Okay, well, that should be in the other report.
Correct.
The other, okay, thank
Absolutely.
you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilwoman Cotton.
Councilwoman Velez.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Council President. When I'm listening to the Madam BA, and you're saying that the board members, whether it's planning board, board of adjustment, that they get paid based on projects. I have never heard of that before. You didn't say projects?
Yeah, I could clarify.
Wait a minute, let me finish.
Okay.
That they're based on projects, but now what if I come in with a project and my project fails? So how do they get paid if my project do not pass with the board? So I just thought that if you work 2 times a month or 3 times a month, you get paid. The fee is $75, but I think that's what it is,
It's
but I
different.
never heard of based on projects that
Council President, if I
that
can-
you're paying them on.
If I could address, the board members get paid based on meetings that they attend.
You're right.
So that gets done through our regular payroll process. What we're talking about are the professionals, the attorneys, the planners, the engineers.
Okay, that's what
who
you're talking about.
Who provide reviews at various levels of the projects. And so every project has to come forward at the beginning. They submit an escrow check saying, this is, according to the city's ordinance, this is the check, I'm doing a project of this size. I have to provide you with an escrow check that will pay for all those reviews that are done by the professionals related to the board, not the board members.
Well, my understanding though, Madam BA, is that, and that's why they came up with the escrow, because when they submitted their plans, then we, meaning the city, the engineers you gotta have a planner on each board. You gotta have an attorney on each board.
Correct.
So now you're saying that they get paid looking at the projects.
Correct.
Which they get paid. So you're saying the project are not getting paid, and that's why they're not getting paid?
No, the projects are proceeding, but we're not filing the kind of the documentation around the board attorney worked for an hour on this application, and that cost this much money, and to draw that down from the escrow, and then the city would be able to pay for that.
So you're saying then the planner, I thought the planner and the lawyer were a set fee.
No,
No matter what kind of project they're working on. The planner, every meeting, he might get $400.
No,
The
that-
attorney,
that's-
every meeting, he might get, how much do they get then?
that's how it used to be, but
When it-
when the escrow process was implemented upon direction of DCA in particular, because this is something that's done in most
No,
municipalities.
I understand, I hear what you're saying.
So the
When-
city in our operating budget, we don't cover that.
No, but when
It's-
did it change?
It changed 4 or 5 years ago, back in
I
like
didn't,
20.
I didn't, I thought
Yes.
if they got $400 a meeting, that's what they
Nope.
got. They got $300 a meeting, that's what they got. So now it's based on how many hours the planner put in and looking at
Yes.
these plans.
Yeah, because
And
sometimes
then-
there's multiple reviews that happen, and that something gets submitted, and they make comments, and then it has to come back to
So
the
now what
planners.
happens when the project, be quiet, what hap, wait a second. If the project is not passed, how do they still get paid?
From that escrow money,
Oh,
that
you-
gets paid up front.
And if the project failed, then they get the balance left?
Right, at the end of the project, the developer gets the remainder of whatever's left in
Okay.
the escrow.
I see what you're saying.
Yep.
Okay, I see what you're saying. They
Council
paid-
President.
You said about 4 or 5 years ago. Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Right after roll call, Councilman Velez.
Yes, I got to be quick. I know Jerry needs to leave. But Madam BA, yeah, every time you say something, you raise more questions. And I want to, and it's true, and I'm going to put it in practical. You just stated that when the project comes in, there's an amount that goes to a escrow account, and then they proceed with the project. After it's approved, the project move forward, right? At the end of the project, everybody should get paid, right? So, in other words, I'm going to put it this simple. Since last year, I drive around my ward, from small to big, I could count like 15 or 20 new projects. Those individuals already put their money in the escrow account. The professional submitted their bill to get paid. And this is not only one board, this is in both boards, ladies and gentlemen. Both boards are happening the same thing. Now, if the professionals submitted their bills, to get paid, why we not cashing out, and why we not getting the money from the escrow to pay those bills, and remaining money goes to the developer, whoever get the money. Now, let's admit that somebody's dropping the ball. Let's admit that somebody dropping the ball, and the CFO should be man up and say, is my division doing the wrong thing? I'm not calculating, I'm going more to this place, to this other place, and not paying attention of the professional. Because I imagine how many overtime they owe to our city employees if they're not gonna manage the same rules or whatever in payments. And I imagine how many people submit payments, invoice for get paid after we approve contracts, after we approve professional service, after we approve everything, and they don't get the payment on time. And that's why a lot of people, they don't like to do business with Paterson. They don't like to do business with Paterson because they are the way to get paid. So, Madam BA, we already put the question on the floor, so almost a couple months already. We still got the same answer since the last time. Hopefully, before your departure, the city of Paterson, they get paid, and you could come back with a true and real report that we could say we doing responsible and accountable finance in the city of Paterson. Because the last thing we're going to see is the FBI coming in here to check those finance.
So, Councilman, if I can just
Madam BA, I don't need to respond back.
Council President.
It's my
I-
statement. I got the right to do, and it's how what I'm trying to put on the floor is that if we we vote for payment of bills, and the last thing is we don't see those people getting paid, we look wrong, because we go based on the payment of bills, and we go over the payment of bills, and some of them go and ask us, and we go to them and say, I saw your bill in this past bill, and still month, and the check is sitting in treasure or whatever it is, and they're not getting paid. They come back to us thinking that we are lying, and we don't want to fall into that procurement between them.
Thank you.
And thank you, Council President.
All right, so, excuse
Council
me,
President.
members of the public that wish to speak on the public portion, make sure you add your name on the list, because we're gonna start public portion early. I have Councilman Jackson. Right after that, we're going for a vote, and we have to take care of Director Jerry Specialist item, because he has an emergency in the family, he have to leave. I wanna make sure he take care of his item and answer any question that we might have. But,
Council President, thank you.
just Madam BA.
Just to make note of that, while there are definitely issues, that not everything always makes it to the bill list once it's submitted from the department level. The majority of our issues really do stem from bills not being paid at the department level and not making it, for whatever reason. That could be people are out, they haven't passed it along. The same thing is happening with escrow. It is something that, the division director in particular has, that there isn't the same level of responsibility for this process that we feel that we have tried to implement, that a couple different department directors have really worked to implement, that the legal department has worked with us to update ordinances to implement. But at the end of the day, if the people working there every day, receiving the invoices, are not making that part of their daily chores and their daily work, it gets put to the side and it doesn't get done. So, you're talking about there's a whole bunch of buildings that are out there that have been built. Some of them might have been built and again paid through a special meeting. That's a separate process. Those payments are processed regularly. It's the ones that have to get allocated this way that takes extra work that seem to always get put to the side.
All right,
We're working to catch up.
thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Director Spezial, not to put you on the spot, how many canines do we currently have in the city? A roundabout. I know you may not know right offhand.
I'm going to be honest with you. Because we have health and wellness dogs now, we have, certain dogs that are in the cars. We don't have a lot of canine that are patrol dogs that used to be out
Director,
there for
yeah,
patrol.
close, can you close to the mic? Yeah, close to the mic.
Yeah, we have more dogs. We have 2 dogs that are health and wellness for emotional support for people, for you, for me, for police officers. We have 2 of those, and I think we have, what, about 4 to 6?
Members of the public,
Yeah, about
please.
4 to 6 left with the regular canines.
How many you said?
About 4 to 6.
So 4 to 6 total?
Yeah, yeah.
That's including canine police dogs and then these health and wellness dogs.
Health and wellness, no. For the health and wellness, you have 2.
2.
For the canine, you have about 6.
6, so about 8 dogs.
About 8 dogs.
This bill for Mike's
Feed farm?
feed farm,
Yeah.
for about $3,000. What is this for? How long is this for?
That could be for the whole year. I haven't seen it.
Madam BA, I'm gonna need some clarity. I mean, obviously, all of these bills say for the month of January. So I'm gonna need some clarity on this. And Director, we got about 2.5 pages of police vehicle parts,
Vehicle parts?
correct?
Yeah,
P&A
Absolutely.
Auto,
yeah.
which looks to be
P&A.
about several $1,000s. Do we have a report on which vehicles?
Yeah, the motor pool will have what vehicle, what parts go into, if they ordered a fender, if they ordered, because don't forget, we have a motor pool and we do our own work in-house.
No, I understand
We do-
that. I
We
understand
do put
that.
stuff out.
I understand that, but what
Yeah.
I'm saying is there's a substantial amount of parts. They all say the month of January. There's no, like, if there's a voucher that would be attached to this that would delineate
Sure.
of maybe this was over the last 6 months or.
Yeah, I'm sure we can get you a explanation of the breakdown of that
Please.
part. It's
Please.
probably
Thank-
more, I would think it's more than 1 month. Same thing with the feed, but I will ask,
Yeah.
and I will get you what you need.
Very good.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call for payment of bills in the amount of $10,427,117.67. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just, I want you to put it on record, I need to excuse myself from this payment of bills. Thank you.
Councilwoman? Yes. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, just forgive me for a brief moment, members of the public, and this is only for your edification. I mean, they already know I'm a consistent no vote on all of these items. The clerk just read off in excess of $10 million. And what we are witnessing in the city of Paterson is where you can easily spend $10 million like it's nothing. And we don't even have a measure of questioning, when they could just continue to bring things through here and we just approve it over and over again, and there is no oversight, there is no questioning. This is why you have the conditions looking how they look when you walk outside. Now, the BA gave a very nice, eloquent explanation of why the professionals, and mind you, as she stated, when you put forward an application, you pay in advance. But one board is being paid while the other board isn't. One board is very favorable to all of the mayor's friends who wants to do development projects in here in the city. The other board isn't. One board consistently is having meetings, the other board's not. And all of those applications that go before the other board that is not holding meetings, once there's an excess of a period of time, I believe it's a matter of 2 months or so, and these applications are not heard, they automatically get approved. So if you ask me, it's a matter of strategy. If we want our people to continue to get approvals, and we're having a difficult time dealing with Councilman Jackson's appointee and Councilwoman Mims's appointee and whoever else's appointee, well, let's just not pay them. Let's not pay the professionals. They won't hold the meetings. The applications will get held up, and then the developers will just be able to continue forward. Now, there is no other explanation from my perspective. How is it possible that all the applicants are handled the same way, but one board is being paid, one board continues to meet, and the other board doesn't? Lastly, council members, please be mindful. When this administration came on, They forced us or coerced us into switching to the state health benefit plan, in which we've been spending in excess of a great deal of money. And, you know, there's no accountability for that. Those payments, from what I understand, have been delinquent. And lastly, I'll just say this to the members of the public. This mayor has spent more money than any other mayor in the history of the city of Paterson. The $140 million in tax credits that has brought back no residual income. The $68 million in COVID money that was just spent, where now we don't know where it is. There's no explanation. We're trying to rush and spend it. The money's being spent on parks. We got to go beg and plead or bully the schools in order to spend the money there before the money gets returned. You know, and then let's not forget the additional transitional aid that he's been blessed with to receive. I have a very simple question, and if the overwhelming majority of the people in the crowd feel that I'm wrong, I'll change my vote to a no. To a yes. But considering all of that I just said, all the money he spent, is it reflective in our community? Do any of you see it outside in the streets? Maybe you see it with more policing. Maybe you see it with better management of the city. Maybe his garbage collection is better. Maybe the bulk isn't all over the place. Maybe the rats, there is simply a figment of my imagination. And this is why, because there's such a poor oversight on the spending, and I just can't do it. I'm going to continue to be firm. Council members can continue to go on and say, oh, well, you know, there's insurance payments. Yeah, there was insurance payments that's not being made. Oh, there's salaries. Well, let's separate the bills. Pay the salaries and not pay the rest of the money that's being squandered. But anyway, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The service has been rendered. We must pay. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims? Councilwoman Mims?
Okay.
Councilman Jackson, may I speak or no?
No, you good.
We're roll call director, right?
The first time I told the director sit down.
So we're approving the payment of bills. $5.4 million of this payment is to pay our employees who work hard every single day. We always complain that we have a lot of underpaid employees of the city, and I'm always a believer that if our employees work, they deserve to get paid. That's what we're voting on. We're also voting on the sewer utility payments, which is about $4.3 million, which you're paying, and it has to be paid to the entity. And the other things are stuff like public safety, parts, equipment, to make sure that people like our DPW workers, our police department, as they're riding their trucks and their vehicles, are done. To the community, these items that we vote on, please take a look at them. They are always on the table. If you would like to see mine, I'll hand it to you. This is what we're voting on, is the payment of bills. Once I vote, I'll put it there. This is what we're voting for. Does this community have a lot of issues? Yes. We live here and we can say that. But we're not voting on the issues of the community. Tonight we're voting to pay our employees and to everybody that has worked to get their paycheck. We have some of our vendors sitting in the audience waiting for their items too. So I'm not gonna say no, because when your paycheck comes, you won't get it either. So I'm voting for our employees to get paid and for all the parts that we have gotten for our trucks and our equipment that are so desperately needed, that we will pay those vendors back. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, paying the bill also fiscal responsibility. We are, as you have seen heard the conversation regarding the paying the bills or paying the payments of the professionals from the two of the boards, and we definitely need to talk to the administration, as many of the council members shared the concern with the Madam BA. But again, when Madam BA has to cover up what she needs to cover up, we cannot stop the individuals that need to get paid. So we have to do our duty, and also we have to make the administration accountable. So I believe that we have to provide the services that city requires. We need to continue our continuity of the services, and people who are working hard day out and day night, they should get paid. At the same time, the administration has to be up to date with their payments. So I believe that we all need to work hand in hand to make sure that we move the city forward. It's not administration versus council members. Administration and council should work together and fight for the city of people. And with that being said, I believe that I am doing my responsibility, which is people need to get paid on time, and I definitely support this bill. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez.
So every Tuesday, we do payment of bills. As my colleague stated, the service have been rendered. They need to get paid. There's payment for every item from employees and et cetera, et cetera. One thing we have proved today is that we approved the payment of bills. The board are not getting paid. The service are not getting paid. And we continue lobbying for a fiscal responsible administration to do the right thing when they go to give service to the city of Paterson. One thing I gotta say is that probably you're not happy what the administration is doing because you don't see nothing given back. But one thing I gotta say is that a lot of those developers, you like it or not, they give back to the community, to nonprofit. They clean their properties because the city cannot pick up their garbage, okay? And they give back to the community. And I could take this to the bank. Nonprofits from this city get benefit from developers because they contribute to those nonprofits. And I could get you the list the next time. So, once again, payment had to get paid. Developer does more than administration giving back to the community because they do. And the professional need to get paid. Saying that, I got proof what I'm saying. Saying that, my vote is yes to payment of bills is my responsibility on
Thank
this.
you, Councilman. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before my vote, I always advise and recommend respectfully my council colleague to stick with the agenda. If we stay focused into the item that we have in front of us, we'll be more effective. We'll be serving the community in a better capacity. Insurance is not on this payment of bill. Insurance was on the last week payment of bill, and the amount was $4.5 million. Total of $54 million. That's still cheaper than private insurance. It's not in here. And I understand that it sounds great politically, but if we concentrate on the agenda, we will be more effective. It will be serving the public better. This payment of bill, we're spending $5,435,658.84 on payment of bill. We need to pay our employees, our public work, police. They deserve to get paid. And we're spending $4,285,853 on the sewer utility. Those are the two largest chunk of money in this payment of bill. So I will humbly ask my council colleague, let's stick within the agenda. That's all I'm gonna say. And with this, with this situation with the board, that board is self-sustainable. I mean, at the level, my level of frustration is so high when I talk about the Board of Adjustment because a lot of people talk negative about developer. What about if I'm one of the developers that come into the city and I have a good project, right? Like a lot of developers, and I'm waiting for the Board of Adjustment to hear me out, but they're not meeting regularly. It's out of control. And that money, it's allocated within the budget. That's the biggest concern that I have. That money is within the budget. Now, another thing, that board is self-sustainable. When there's projects that are not on the agenda, they need to ask for a special meeting. They pay a few thousands of dollars for those special meetings. And we still haven't been able to fix the problem with that board. It's definitely my recommendation to the administration to fix it. And before my vote, I just want to say that I really have to mention this, Madam BA. This is the last meeting for Madam BA. I understand that you're not going to be with us anymore. This is your last regular meeting. I definitely wish you the best of luck on your future endeavor. So this is the last time that we're going to have Madam BA. Let's definitely work together and move this meeting forward. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 7 in favor, 1 recusal, 1 against. The payment of bills is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Before we're moving into the consent agenda, members of the public, ordinance number 1, the ordinance amending Chapter 185 of the Paterson, New Jersey Code, camping on public property. Legislation number 1 is being removed out of the
Council
agenda.
President, point of order,
Just a minute.
point of order,
Let me finish.
point of order.
There's no need for discussion. It's going to be removed out of the
No,
agenda.
no, Council President.
We have,
Council President,
we
point of
have
order.
Councilman Velez. I'm speaking, please. Allow me to finish. And we're moving into the director with public safety. We hear the concern of the public in a lot of the term of this legislation, in terms of the fine, the criminalization of people that are camping on the street. So we hear your concern. Those topics, the fine will be removed out of the legislation. Also, so we're not gonna have. But now that legislation was gonna be back into the workshop. You're gonna be able to see the new legislation, how it's gonna be put together. It's gonna be back into the committee, and it's gonna be back into the workshop, back into the first reading, and into the second reading as well. But a lot of you signed on the public portion. We still wanna hear you out. So, but that legislation is out of the agenda for tonight. We wanna hear the concern of the community, and we're coming back to the workshop. to the
Council
reading.
President, point of order.
Just a
Council
minute.
President, Council President, your point of order, please.
Just a minute. So I'm gonna ask the director, our director has an emergency on his family. There's 5 items. No. So add your name on the public portion. Listen up. After we take care of the director, we're gonna open the public portion. Please
Council
add your
President.
name on the list. Please
Council
add your name on the
President.
list.
Council
there's only
President,
2
Council
items on the
President,
list.
I
The
just want a
others
point of
are
order. I got a point of order.
Okay?
President, I have a point of order.
Councilman Velez, just one
Council
second.
President.
I hear you,
The
Councilman
right
Velez.
way to do it,
I hear you.
the right way to do it is to read the item in the agenda because it was published. There's a lot of people here that came down to express themselves regarding that line number 1. If you're going to amend it, you had to amend it on the floor
No, Council.
and then goes back to first reading to discuss in the workshop. You're not gonna go and table, and you use the word table. When you table something, you table and you disappear it and come back with a new one. But this public needs to deserve respect. You was bragging all month, talking about homeless, talking about they are this, they are that. Now you wanna what? Put a Band-Aid on it, okay? Say that they only gonna get a fine. They not criminals, they are homeless.
All right, thank you.
So this public that's here, and other nonprofit that work day and night with the homeless, hold on, sir, I got your back, with those individuals working day and night. Whoa, so let's do this. Let's do this, hold on, let's do this, Council President. You want to amend, no fines, and you're gonna put community service, so let's do with this. Let's assign $500,000 from the capital budget for a nonprofit could get benefit and work with those homeless out there. It works better.
All right,
It works better. That is a plan.
all right. So
That is a plan.
For Mayor.
That is a plan. Let's
Thank
put
you.
the money where the people deserve it. Let's put the money where the people deserve it. If you're gonna
All
put
right.
something to table, you're gonna kill it. If you're gonna table, you're gonna
Thank-
kill it. And come back
So-
with a real idea to
Council
help those
President.
homeless out there.
Council President.
Councilwoman Davila.
Council President, the item is being removed.
No, it's not
The
removed.
item is
It's
being
not
removed.
It
The
had to-
item is being
It's not removed.
Yeah.
It's in the second reading.
The item
And you're not
is
gonna
being
remove it
removed.
at.
Yes, Councilman.
No.
Councilman Velez, the item can be removed.
Yes.
All right?
If
And
the
yes,
item
if
is
it
gonna
does
get
go to
amended,
committee,
Council
if there are
President,
any changes,
if
if your
the
new
item-
ordinance.
if the
so at
item is
this
gonna get
time,
amended-
This item, as per Council President,
He says he's gonna
is
remove
being
it.
removed.
Yes,
That
right
is
now.
it.
Council
End of
President said-
discussion.
Councilman Velez,
There
you
is
don't have
no
to-
need
I allow
for
you
no
the floor.
discussion. The
Now-
item is removed.
Davila has the
It's a
floor.
procedure.
Can you be
It's a
respectful?
proce-
Can you be
I
respectful?
am respectful.
Can you
I am respectful. If you're gonna say I'm
Can you
gonna
allow
table it,
Councilwoman Davila to speak?
if you say I'm gonna
Can you
table
allow
it,
Councilman
if
Davila-
you say you're gonna table it, all right, you have to come back with a new ordinance.
I hear you.
Now,
I hear
if
you loud
you're
and
gonna
clear.
say you're gonna table to amend, it has to be amended in the floor
There is no
and then go
amendments. The
back to
item
Yes.
is not
You
being
cannot-
amended.
No.
The item.
You know what he's gonna do?
back to
He wanna
committee.
mandate closed
Because,
doors.
no, second reading.
That's what he wanna do.
It's going
He wanna
back
mandate closed
to
door,
committee.
hide the rules
That's what
on
that
it.
is.
Now he's taking
You
Marisa
understand
Davila
that you
as a
understand
backup.
there are no
Because they are the
amendments. The
ones,
item
they
is
are the
being
ones that
removed.
wanna
End of
penalize the
conversation.
needs of the community in this city.
Council-
They are the one,
Council
they are the
members.
one that wanna penalize the need of the community.
Council members, point of order, council members,
They are the
please.
one that wanna penalize it.
Council
But they're
members.
not out there trying to help those homeless
Council
at all.
members.
They're not out there trying to
All
help the
right.
homeless at all.
So, thank you. So now,
Council President.
Sure, you next, Councilman Jackson. So now, yes. Yes,
Council President.
absolutely. So, council members, so before Director Speciale, you next. Members of the public, when I'm saying that this legislation is going back, and I gotta tell you, I definitely take full ownership. I do. But I'm the type of legislator, I'm the type of person that I'm here to listen to the community and to listen to the people. I've been having meetings throughout this for the last 2 weeks about this legislation. I care about the city of Paterson.
With whom?
The situation is not a show. Councilman Bless, I have the floor. Can you be
Council
respectful?
President, with whom? When you say you had discussion with
Councilman-
people,
Councilman
with whom?
Velez, point
Did
of
they have a
order.
discussion with you?
With different members of the community.
No.
Councilman Velez, can you be respectful to the meeting?
I'm not disrespectful. I'm challenging you, your decision.
No, you're not. No, you're
I'm
not.
challenging you, your decision.
No,
I'm telling you, your decision
could challenge
is
my
wrong.
decision.
Is wrong.
Please
Is wrong.
allow me to finish. Allow me to finish and be respectful.
Is wrong.
So members of the public, so I'm listening to the community, I'm listening to the concern of the people. And we're gonna have major changes on this. That's the reason why we sent this back. We're gonna have more discussion. And I mentioned the biggest concern of the resident out there was the penalty, the criminalization of homeless by putting jail time on. We understand that's something that's not needed on the legislation. We're going back. And yes, I've been speaking about this because this is a problem that affecting the city of Paterson, and it's affecting a lot of people. And there's a lot of institutions out there that they should be helping the resident and people in need in this community. And everybody has to be at the table in order for us to fix this problem. But I will ask you, respectfully, your name on the list, don't leave, because after the director, I'm gonna open the public portion, and I would like to hear from you as
So
well.
they're gonna get community
All right?
service without
Director.
going to court.
Council President.
Without going to
Council
court.
President.
Council
When do you see
Council
that?
President, no. No.
Council members,
Council
council
President.
members,
No.
I have Councilman Jackson, then Director, we come
Council
with your item,
President.
Director.
I've been asking.
Council President,
You
so,
have the floor.
for the record, for the record, Councilman Velez is absolutely correct. This item has been advertised. It cannot be arbitrarily removed by one or two people. It has to be a consensus of the full council to move on any item. In fact, if there was a motion to table, there should be a motion, a second, and it should go through roll call the same way like that it does any other item. You just can't come and decide. First of all, you were the sponsor. You was here talking like a tough guy last week. Now the community shows up. Now the community shows up and you over here punking out.
Okay.
So
Okay.
pause
Right.
the item, handle the director, and then allow the public to speak, and then this item could be discussed in its entirety.
Okay.
You brought this item forward. You was here talking about all of the things. It was a whole spiel you went through. And I take my hat off to you, the community. See, when the community comes out, you make the decisions on what happens here. You see how people turn into cowards. One day they're a tough guy, the next day they're a coward on the things that they actually spoken about. Nobody else was in approval of this item. He brought this thing forward, and all of a sudden now, he saw you guys, he's heard, I'm sure you guys have put forward the phone calls, and now he's backpedaling. So please stay, and please go through the public portion, Director. I know you have an emergency situation, so I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Council
Yes, Director.
President.
So let's start with fire, item number 40, Fire Department. Madam
Council
Clerk.
President, if I may, it
I
is
asked to
item
speak.
43 and 44 for police, and we have our fire chief here that can present on fire. Okay?
Madam Clerk, let's start with item 43 from police. Our fire chief will take care of the rest.
I want to thank all of you for your thoughts and prayers for my mom who's going for heart surgery. Thank you kindly. I really appreciate all of you for the kind words. Thank you, everybody. Number 42.
No, let them read it into the 42.
Yes.
Oh,
42,
okay.
43.
If we have question, if.
Okay, got you.
Thank you, thank you.
Yep.
Council President, item
Madam
number
Clerk,
42.
item 43?
43?
Correct.
Thank you. Item number 43, resolution authorizing the award of contract to Northeastern Interior Services LLC under Hunterdon County Educational Services Commission, HCESC-SER-20F, for demolition and construction of the Operations Center at the municipal complex for the police department. This is a police item, resolution number 25:045.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Abdelaziz. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on
And
item
Councilwoman
Excuse me,
Mims.
and Councilman
And
Velez.
Councilwoman
Now
Mims.
you listen to the
Councilwoman
right
Mims.
only.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
And
on item
Councilman
43.
Velez.
Roll call for item number 43 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Once again, I already had an extensive conversation with the director. This has no bearing on him or his actions within this item. But for me, the number is way too much for a demolition. There is no way I could support something of this magnitude. And Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez.
At the workshop, the director explained is not only demolitions, construction, and putting all the items that it need in that room, so I'm satisfying my work. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 against.
Thank you.
Resolution is hereby adopted.
44.
Resolution number 43.
Thank you. Item 44, Madam Clerk.
Sure. Item number 44, resolution authorizing the second option year renewal contract with Research Foundation CUNY OBO John Jay College for consultant services to assist the Coalition for Opioid Response and Assessment with Problem Analysis and Program Evaluation for the Police Department, RFP number 2022-05, Police Resolution number 25:046.
Second.
Moved by
Second.
Councilwoman
Roll
Davila,
call.
second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 44.
Roll call for item number 44 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 9 in favor. Item number 44 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, everyone.
Director.
Thank you so much. I'm going to bring the fire chief.
Thank you, Director. So
We
we
will
have
pray for
item
your family.
number 40, 41, and 42 from the Fire Department. We have our Chief Alejandro Alicea with us. Madam Clerk, let's do item number 40.
40?
Yes.
You said 40?
Yes, 40, 41, 42.
Item number 40 is a resolution authorizing an award of contract to Shaw Training Solutions LLC, DBA, Len Shaw Group for consultant services to provide mental health, resilience, and wellness training for the Paterson Fire Department, RFP number 2025-12, Fire, Resolution number 25:042.
So moved.
Second.
Was moved by Councilman Velez, second
question.
by Councilman Mims, and Councilman.
No, I didn't say none. I have a
Abdelaziz.
question.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number
I
40.
have a question.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilman
I'm sorry.
Cotton.
Director, Fire Chief, on this here, it said wellness training for passive and health resilience, mental health. Now, they're gonna have classes, or they come in individually, or how they do it?
They're
Do
gonna
it in
have
a
classes,
class?
and they're gonna have classes for our firefighters, for our dispatchers, and our fire marshals, as well as our maintenance, maintenance, the pool, the vehicles, mechanics. They're gonna come in classes, and they're also gonna do individuals.
So you come in where?
They're gonna have classes, and they're also gonna do individuals.
Oh, individual, okay. For those that may need it? Is that what
Correct.
that is? Okay. Thank you, Fire Chief.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 40.
Roll call for item number 40 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes?
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Just a point of recommendation, Council President, a lot of these items should have just stayed on consent. I don't know if it's just for extra talk, to talk extra, but everyone's voting yes, it could have just stayed on consent. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
That's what I recommend a workshop. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Council President?
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Just an answer to your comment is, out of the request of any council member could choose if the item go on regular or on consent. They said that they have question, and I grant it, and I put it on regular, and at the end, they don't have no question. It will make the meeting small, easy, but like I say, that's the right of any council member to have the item on regular or on a consent. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 40 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 41.
Okay. Item number 41 is resolution, the first renewal contract to Millennium Strategies, LLC, for consultant services to provide disaster recovery administrative services, RFP number 2022-32 for the Fire Department, Fire, resolution number 25:043.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Council Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk,
Discussion.
on item 42.
Discussion, yes, correct.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. So this is the reason why items don't belong on consent. There's a consent vote means you take all the items, just vote. I'm sure there's many council members that love that. Just vote on the whole daggone agenda all in one stroke. But I'm sorry, Chief. Relative to this, is this specific item only designated for your department, or is this for citywide?
This one here is only for the fire.
Only for fire?
Correct.
And what is the what has been the outcome of the relationship between this company and what is the current?
We only pay them if there's a disaster, and they then proceed to get disaster relief for the city. Last time they were used was during COVID, where the city, or we paid them $60,000, and they retrieved millions of dollars for the city.
Millions of dollars. What
Correct.
that fee? Their fee is based on what exactly?
Depending on the disaster.
So is it
Disaster
percentage based? Do they
dependent.
get a percentage of what they write for? Is it a certain?
They quote us depending on the disaster. I really don't have, it's not a percentage.
So, I mean, recently I saw something that was pushed, I think, Madam BA, I don't know if it was sent by you, but apparently this year they wrote close to $50+ million or something like that in grant money.
They
for-
also do grants for the city, that the city pays for that.
So that's separate and apart from?
Correct.
Okay. And it's not that I'm in disapproval of this, because obviously, if there's someone, a company that's capable, and I take my hat off to the fire department for all of the responsible spending, but this just goes back to what I talked about earlier. This is just another, large sums of money that this administration had opportunities to spend through the relationship with this company. And again, this is not reflective on the fire department, but our community is not reflective upon all the money that's coming into this community. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Director, Council President.
Councilman Velez.
So this was one of the items that I don't have no question regarding Millennium Strategy, but the question that was right was the title says first renewal contract, and I pointed on the workshop that it was since 2022, so it should not be the first renewal contract, because it will be the third year. If it's 2022 up to 2025, should be the amount that says the last payment amount, because it's not the first renewal contract. Is it they've been here since 2022? Why say it's the first renewal contract?
I couldn't tell you, to be honest with you, I don't have an answer for that.
I asked legal at that time to correct the title, because it should be renewal, not the first renewal. And the dates here is from 2022 when they started.
Madam BA.
Council President, thank you. This is a contract that for the first part of it was for 3 years, and then the first renewal is us choosing to renew for the first option year, and there is potential to do a second option year after that, so that's why it says first renewal.
Thank you.
And the body says, having the option to renew the contract for 2 additional and then 1 year period.
Correct, so this is
So
the first
if they are from
period.
2022, they are in the last 1 year period.
No, the first, so 2022, 23, 24 were covered under the first 3 years.
Right.
now 25, and the dates are from February 1st through January 31st. That's the first, then that's
So-
the first option year. And then this time next year, you could renew for a second option year.
And this went through RFP.
The original, yes, it was RFP originally.
And then how many people participated?
That was back in 2022. I can get you that information.
So, nothing against this company, that when the contract is over and it's 3 years, don't you go back again to RFP and bring more people in to participate?
No, a lot of times we do the option years. We do this in multiple contracts come before us where we take advantage of the option year, because you're securing it at the lower rate that was bid a couple of years ago.
What about somebody want an RFP? Are you sending?
You can do so, but this is something that we're choosing to do. I think we've been happy with the service when we needed it. We actually haven't needed it much the last couple years, but we wanted it to be in place, and we know the work that they do, especially with the HUD.
There's some question about how many money they have bringing grants to the city of Paterson, and I stated at
Yeah.
the workshop, and I'm gonna say, Council President, can I finish?
Do you hear me speaking?
I stated, yeah, when you go out, it's trying to cut.
I'm
So-
having a conversation with
so-
Councilman Khalid, and you
so-
stay on the floor.
Yeah, but so turn off your microphone.
Just wrap.
So, Council President, I'm speaking. So, Madam BA, is the clarification is there, you're gonna renew again 3 more years to them, and you're gonna honor the first year of this contract in the renewal, correct?
We can renew for 2 more years, this
Okay.
year and next year.
All right, thank you.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call for item number 41 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson. Yes. Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes,
Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 41 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Appreciate you. Madam Clerk, can you do the consent agenda? Oh, that's the last item. You got 42, Director, so one more.
And if you could do 45.
No.
we should go and discuss item number 1.
Director, Madam Clerk, item 42, Madam Clerk.
42? Okay.
42, Madam Clerk. And then
Resolution
we'll
authorizing
take
the
care of it with item
5-year,
45.
resolution authorizing the 5-year interlocal services agreement, excuse me, with the Passaic Valley Water Commission for the provision of emergency and preventive services and consultation relative to confined fire, resolution number 25:0.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
It was moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Cotton.
No,
Davila, roll
no, no,
call.
I moved it.
It was moved by Councilwoman
Davila.
Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims.
Councilwoman Cotton has to recuse herself.
And yes, let the record reflect that Councilman Rui Cotton is recusing herself out of number 42. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on this item.
Roll call on item number 42 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 recused. Item number 42 is adopted.
Council
Thank
President.
you, Madam
Thank you. Have a
Clerk.
good night.
Council President.
Chief.
Council
Thank you,
members,
Chief.
Council President, I got a
just a
question for you.
minute, 1
Got a
minute.
question for you.
Item number 45, Director Billy, you only have one item.
Oh, I got
Everything
one
else
item?
is on the consent agenda. Councilmember, let's take care of the Director Billy Rodriguez on this item. That way we could move on with the consent agenda and then finally listening to the public, okay?
Yeah.
Item number 45, Madam Clerk.
Item
an
number
emergency
45
with
is
his
resolution authorizing the renewal of a contract with J&J Electrical Construction and Designing for general and emergency electrical work and installation services for bid number 24.03 for the Division of Facilities of the Department of Public Works items, resolution number 25:047.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Blas, second by Councilwoman Cotton,
Mims.
Councilman Mims, Councilman Udine, and Councilman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 45.
Councilwoman Mims and
For
Davila, and who else?
Was Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Udine, Councilman Velez, and Councilwoman
I
Davila.
move it, they second it.
Thank you. Roll call for item number 45 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, this is 45.
Tito.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Good night, Director, yes.
She said yes.
I said yes.
Thank you, Councilman Newton?
Before I vote, Director, I'd like to thank you for the last winter storm. You guys covered very well. I used to say the snow was cleaned timely manner, so I really salute you and your department. With that being said, my vote is yes to this
Thank you,
item.
Councilman. Councilman Velez?
Before I vote, and I know probably Council President not gonna allow me to speak on this part, but I would recommend, as soon as we vote on this item and the director leave, that if we're gonna follow this agenda, we go back to entertain number one. Because number one says public hearing required. So that means if they leave it for the end, you guys are gonna be gone, and they're not gonna listen to you. So they should go back to the agenda and take this item as it was published and do number one, saying that, and I'm gonna take the opportunity to say it now in the vote. That's freedom of speech. My vote is yes for director.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 45 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you do the consent agenda, Madam Clerk?
What respect they have to the
Consent
public.
agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed under the consent agenda are numbers 2 through 26. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So moved.
Moved by
Second.
Councilwoman Davila.
Discussion.
Second by Councilwoman Mims and Velez. Discussion, Councilwoman Mims.
Yes, so just to put it on the record, all items that are sponsored by certain council people, even though it's together as a consent item, can we just make sure that those council members are the persons that move those items, in case they are?
can't do that.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, yes. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, they can do it as long as they.
Roll call for the consent agenda, items number 22 through 26, I'm sorry. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton? Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is exactly what I'm talking about. And, you know, I'm in support because obviously any money that comes to the city should be good money, but once again, I'll put my flag on this. This mayor has had more money than any other mayor in the history of the city of Paterson, and you look outside and look what we have. First item on the list, number 2, Millennium Strategies, the company that's supported his campaign heavily, that's been writing for a great deal for grants, and they've been performing well, but he hasn't. But, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. His credit goes to the mayor for hiring such a prestige company to write grants and get millions of dollars for him, for spend for the community. I think the credit should go to the mayor for hiring a company like that who get millions of dollars. What is that there to knock about it? My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. I'm speaking. Whoever out there says stop, I'm speaking. I have the floor. When you have the microphone in public portion, you could speak. That's all. So I think credit should go to the administration for hiring a good company who could get millions of dollars grant money from the state and federal level. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims?
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Newton?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
But you still wait for So, once again, I don't have no problem with no company. I have the problem when they bring the money and they mismanage it. That's the problem I have. All right, so, saying that, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 9 in favor, none against. The consent agenda is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, let's do the public portion now. Members of the public that wish to
Council
speak in the
President,
public portion.
Council President,
Public portion is not
Oh.
open. Let me call the first speaker,
Council
Madam Clerk.
Council President,
Council President.
are we gonna do,
I'm sorry,
do
Council-
number one?
Council members, Councilman Abdelaziz asked me for the floor a while ago.
Ca-
Sorry, Councilman Abdelaziz, that it's hard to hear from your side. Try to speak a little closer to your mic,
Thank
please.
you.
slash
So,
assemblyman.
Yes, go ahead,
Council President,
Go ahead.
if I may,
Please.
please, before the public goes, and I have a letter and a message I would like to read to the acting clerk and to the residents at home and the residents here. A lot has changed in the last week, so I am writing. I'm going to be dropping this letter off via email, Corporation Council, and to our deputy clerk. I'm writing to formally resign from my position as a 6th Ward Council member effective Wednesday, January 22nd at 12 p.m. It has truly been an honor and privilege to represent the vibrant and diverse community of Paterson during my time in office. I would like to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to all my fellow council members. Your support and collaboration have been invaluable, and I have learned so much from each of you. Together, we have worked tirelessly to improve our city, and I deeply appreciate the dedication and passion you bring to your roles. Also want to extend my sincere thanks to the administration, their guidance and leadership. Your commitment to the betterment of Paterson has inspired all of us to strive for excellence to service our residents. And most importantly, to residents of the 6th Ward and the residents of the city of Paterson. I want to convey my deepest appreciation to the residents of the 6th Ward and the city of Paterson. Serving you has been one of the most rewarding experiences of my life. Your voices, concerns, and aspirations have always been at the forefront of my decisions, and I'm grateful for the trust you place in me. I'll always cherish the relationships I built and the progress we've made together. And to the city of Paterson, thank you once again for the opportunity to serve you in this role as council member. I'm resigning effective Wednesday, and God willing, Thursday I'll be able to represent the entire city of Paterson in the General Assembly in the Legislative District 35, and I hope to continue to build relationships and get things done. God bless you all. Thank you, Councilman.
Council President.
Council President.
Um,
Council President.
Councilman Abdelaziz, right after Councilwoman Davila.
Khalid, you mean?
Yes, Councilman
So,
Khalid.
Thank you.
Councilman Khalid, I'm sorry.
Councilman, you are not going anywhere. You still gonna live in Paterson. You're gonna represent us in higher level. We are proud of you. We are with you. And, you know, from day one, I've been with you. Congratulations.
Thank
and
you.
on your new endeavor, good luck. And like I said, you're not going anywhere. You're gonna stay in Paterson. You're gonna work for Paterson and in a higher level. Thank you, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Councilwoman Davila.
Thank you. On Thursday, I had the privilege last week to vote for Councilman Abdelaziz. I will say this, it was a happy moment, but it's also a sad moment. Anyone that knows the hard work of Councilman Abdelaziz and the 6th Ward loves him very dearly. So I'm happy that he's not moving. He will continue. Even in the best families, even your mom sometimes doesn't like you. It's okay. It's okay. But I do want to just say congratulations to you. I know you'll continue to be in Florida Ave, okay, as your family hopefully gets bigger, all right? I'm going to miss you lots here, but I know that we'll continue to have you, represent us in the Assembly. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council
Councilman
President.
Mims.
Yes, so as Councilwoman Davila said on last week, I also, as a county committee member, had the opportunity to vote in favor of Councilman Abdelaziz to become the Assemblyman for the 35th Legislative District. I just want to say congratulations on moving forward. I know you still have to be sworn in and serve, and then there's another election in June. So you got to hit the ground running, and then make sure you get out here to the entire community so they can vote on June the 10th. So congratulations. I know you'll be doing your work, and I think your first session is this week, right? Friday, I think. So congratulations. And
Next
then I'll,
Thursday.
then I'll just have to text you and bother you while you're in down in Trenton. Congratulations.
Thank you. Councilman Oding.
Thank you, Council President. So, Councilman Assemblyman-elect Allah Abdelaziz, congratulations. One thing I know about Al that I want to state always, And I stated multiple times to the individual that Al is very concentrated on his area. He represented 6th Ward, and he always fought for the 6th Ward resident, and that should be. If every council members like Ala Abdulaziz fight for their sections, then every section of Paterson can move forward together. But we all have to fight for our representation. I understand sometimes people say that 6th Ward is moving forward, what's happening with the other side. But why don't you represent your people strongly? Because you are represented by the certain word. Why don't you be the strong voice of certain word? And we, council at large, be supportive toward your fight. And the city of Paterson can move and strive together. And just know this, city of Paterson, every single city section of Paterson, different kind of needs, different demands. And we all, the council members who represent our areas, if you can, fight for our certain needs, and I believe that we can move forward. So again, Councilman, you set an example. That always I say it, and I'm saying it publicly. You have to, we all have to, fight strongly for the representation that we cover. This is important. When I'm representing certain section of the city of Paterson, I am not, I'm covered the whole city, but if I'm representation for one ward, I have to focus. This is my first priority, that my area, my ward, and of course the city of Paterson, because this is part of the city of Paterson. So Councilman Abdulaziz, you set an example. I really commend that, and because of this, you are here. You are representing us on the assembly position right now. So again, your actions took you there, and I salute you for that. This is a commandment on the Of course, my pleasure. Well, we're not voting for yes to leave you. That.
All right. So Councilman Cotton, there's only council member.
Councilman Velez.
Right? Nobody else?
Okay, Councilman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam
Councilman Velez.
President. I just want to say congratulations to my partner on my right. We've been sitting together for the last 6 years, and I just want to say congratulations. He every time there was election, he tried to make sure he won, because he said he didn't want to sit next to nobody but Rubicon, and that's what he did. And I want to say congratulations. I know that we will maintain our relationship and friendship and just getting things done. I always say that, and I remember always saying to him that when you come sit here in the meeting sometime, and it do get really, really rough, that, you have rough nights, and you want to be able to sit next to someone that you can talk to, and, you can laugh a little bit, you can, and tell different things. So Al, congratulations, and we were talking about Al, he got a new baby, I forgot how long he'd have been married, maybe 4 or 5 years. He got a promotion, so.
We're going on 8 years. Don't get her mad now that
he's been very good to you, Al. Just remember that. The Elam or Imam was very good to you. Don't never forget that. And so with that being said, congratulations, Al. And I know that we will continue our friendship. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
So I gotta say that I'm not a hypocrite. I gotta say how it is. If you want to move a councilman out of the chambers, elect him to the state. Now, it's a joke. Now, Councilman Abdulaziz, I used to call him my son in the council. Every time I directly, my son, I gotta miss my son. But, and this is serious, Councilman Abdulaziz, now you're going to a level that you're not gonna say probably, I'm here to lobby for the 6th Ward residents. I'm here to lobby for the state of New Jersey and Paterson. Over there, I know you have a not easy task, because you're gonna learn a lot, and I hope the way you learn, you bring it back to Paterson. Because from there, you're not only gonna represent the 6th Ward residents, you're gonna represent the 160,000 people that we have in the city of Paterson, and the District 35. So Abdulaziz, as I told you in front of your colleagues, and the day that we as a committee elected you, you bless, because you're going to represent us in the state. At the same time, you're going to have the opportunity, whoever want to go and leave with you to the state could do it now. Just kidding. Al, God bless you, my brother. my son, I saw you grow in the 6th Ward. I was a 6th Ward resident, and do the right thing for Paterson, do the right thing for the 35th District. And God give you health and protect you driving back and forth from Trenton down to Paterson. Now, if you want to see if Aldo see, did they televise those meetings? No? Okay, just in case. Thank you, Clyde. Thank you, Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Councilman.
All right, so Councilman Abdelaziz, I wish you the best of luck on your future endeavor. There's a lot of legislation that will affect not only the state of New Jersey, but the Passaic County in a positive and negative way. We hope and we know that you're going to be one of those fighters. You're going to be fighting alongside with Assemblywoman Shavonda Sumter at the state level, and Senator Benji Wimberly also as well.
That's right.
Because we do need-
Congratulations, Senator Wimberly.
Let's put our hands together for Assemblyman Benji Wimberly, who is our new senator. I feel very pleased and very excited. Assemblyman Wimberly, he's been a fighter for the city of Paterson and for the state of New Jersey. He's been fighting, he's been proving, his leadership has been proven in the state of New Jersey. Now he's our senator. Now we have Councilman Abdelaziz as our assemblyman alongside with Shavonda Sumter. I know we have great people that will fight for our city. We definitely, depending on the state a lot, it's going to be a tough year. Having a new president, we don't know who's going to come, who's coming as a governor. So we need our friends, we need our legislative body at the state of New Jersey fighting for the city of Paterson and for resources for our community. So once again, congratulations, and may God continue blessing you, Councilman.
Thank you.
And so there's 35 speakers, members of the public. Please, you have 3 minutes to address this council. We want to hear from you. Thank you for being in this room. I know this room is at full capacity. So I will call the first speaker. Madam Clerk, let's call the first speaker.
This first speaker is Sharonda Roberts. Please state your name, Ms. Roberts. Your address, please.
My name is Sharonda Roberts. I'm a 3rd Ward resident here in the city of Paterson.
Yeah.
I am disgusted. I sat here and I felt like I was sitting amongst children. The way y'all bicker, the way y'all conduct yourselves. This is televised. I'm embarrassed, to say the least. My sole purpose for coming here tonight was for what Council President put on the agenda. The heinous act that you wanted to do to the unhoused population in this city. I'm appalled. This is something very dear to me. And I made sure that I wrote what I wanted to say because I needed to get my point across. Good evening, members of the council, but most importantly to the people that sit behind me who stands out there daily serving our unhoused population. Our unhoused population has already been traumatized by the very system we designed to support them. Housing is just not a roof. It's a foundation for stability and safety and dignity. Yet before we can offer that, we must first build trust with those we continue to forget. These are human beings, the most vulnerable among us all, and instead of offering solutions, we are further harming them with imprisonment, warrants, fines. We know that they cannot pay. What alternatives have you explored before resorting to criminalizing them? Did Paterson consider the model that the city of Passaic did in 2021, initiative to purchase a building, creating a safe and temporary space for the unhoused to regroup and reclaim their lives? Or what Newark did with Hope Village, where refurbishing shipping containers, providing shelter with dignity, leading them to further phases of support. These models work. Why are we not learning from them? Are we truly looking to address the homeless epidemic in the city of Paterson? Criminalizing homelessness only perpetuates the cycle of poverty. It's a short-sighted, punitive measure that ignores the root cause. If our goal is to address homelessness, we must focus on accessible long-term solutions, not punishment. I'm deeply disappointed at the 5 council members who voted yes to move this resolution forward. Where's the empathy? Where's the human decency? It may not be you today, but it could be you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Della Capers. Please state your name, Ms. Capers, your address.
My name is Della Capers, and I reside in the 4th Ward at 79 Montgomery Street. And I had a statement that I was going to read, but I think Sharonda said it all, and I don't want to just reiterate what she's already said. We all have a passion for the homeless population in our city. But I would like to say to our city council, we look to you as our leaders, and we have a lot of respect for you, but we really need you to start showing respect for each other. It's kind of sad when we sit in the audience and see you go back and forth at one another. And city council people, you might not like your president, but you should respect your president. And when he is asking you, you know, to calm it down, you just should calm it down. It's not a good look, especially if it's televised, that our city council seems out of control. Like Sister Sharonda said, it's embarrassing. And I myself would like to be proud when I go someplace and say, I'm from the city of Paterson. I'd like to one day be able to say that we have the best city council anywhere around. And you might do a good work, but what you show us, you know, it really is kind of embarrassing. So I pray for our city council every single night. So I'm hoping that one day we will come together and be a real city council and, you know, just act like adults. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jeffrey J., I believe that's Wild or Willis.
Wild, W-I-L-D.
W-I-L-D. Is there someone with you, sir? Someone else? Is this
No,
is
I'm
this
the
is the
only
name of
one
your
speaking
organization?
right
Okay,
now.
go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, members of the council and everyone. I'm Jeff Wild, and I'm a lawyer, and I'm a partner at Lowenstein Sandler, which is New Jersey's largest law firm with over 350 lawyers nationwide. I'm proud to be a trustee of the American Civil Liberties Union of New Jersey and of the New Jersey Coalition to End Homelessness. My specialty is courtroom litigation, but I came here not to litigate, but to propose cooperation with this council instead, and to solve the real problem, the lack of emergency shelter beds in Paterson for men, women, and children who have lost their home. And I want to commend the council for removing this item from the agenda, because that's going to give us time to meet with you and your legal counsel and find a much better solution than what the terrible ordinance that had been proposed would have done. It would make innocent, poor people criminals, even though they're just trying to survive and have nowhere else to sleep at night. Now, I listened to the tape of the last meeting, and apparently a lot of you have been told that supposedly there's plenty of emergency beds available for the people living in Paterson. It is not true, and we'll prove it when we meet with you. We've checked the shelters in Paterson. I was speaking at St. Paul's yesterday, the only men's shelter in Paterson that has emergency shelter beds, and they're all full. They have been forced to turn away desperate men and women every single day, including last night, and they're going to be doing again tonight. You've been told that these people, and that was a phrase I heard in the tape I listened to, they don't want help. They like living out in the cold. That is a lie. I went out in the cold yesterday. I found and spoke with these people, and they're desperate. And I could tell you about the people I represent, but they're just like us, your friends, your family, but they had a little bad luck. I can say that I'm the lawyer in New Jersey who has represented more unhoused people for free than I think anyone in this state, and 99.9% of them are desperate to get inside, are desperate to have housing. So if anyone tells you that, it's a stereotype and it's just a lie. I'm going to skip a number of the things I said, or I plan to say, because I'd rather talk privately and I'd rather solve the problem and I'd rather get people into housing, shelter beds, and on a path to housing. But I can tell you, I speak from personal experience. I happen to be the son of a formerly homeless man. I am a professional. May I have another minute? I also know that there are two ways that municipalities decide to deal with it. It's the big cities in particular. And you're at a turning point. Some municipalities, and I can tell you about Lakewood, New Jersey, have said, we're going to criminalize homelessness. We're not going to solve the problem. I spent years in court with Lakewood, and we did it the hard way. They spent over $1 million, I believe, fighting, doing the right thing. They lost, and we ultimately got housing for 120 men and women who had no choice but to live in the woods, because you can't trespass on private property. I don't want to do that again. The right way to do it is what we just did with Tom's River. And Tom's River, they were going to criminalize homelessness. They had 50, 100 people living in the woods in one of their municipal parks here. And instead of going to court, we sat down and we did something that saved the taxpayers money, and it's also the right thing. We were able to find emergency shelter and a path to housing for anyone who wants it. I hope that what happened tonight is the beginning of just being sensible. And yeah, you know, we can disagree about things, but I hope nobody believes that anyone tonight should be sleeping outside. And there are so many people out there. I walk the railroad tracks. There's lots of people out there. So on behalf of the New Jersey Coalition to End Homelessness, on behalf of many other nonprofits, thank you, and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's speak, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Zelle Thomas.
The speaker.
Please state your name, Mr. Thomas.
Good evening. Zelle Thomas, Paterson, New Jersey.
Good evening.
Thank you for allowing me to be here today. It's a cold night tonight. It's a cold weekend. It's a cold time for our country as well. Over the weekend, or specifically on Monday, we observed Martin Luther King Day. And when we observed Martin Luther King Day, I was reminded of his vision. And most people believe his vision was for white people and the black people to live together. But his vision wasn't simply for white people and black people to live together, because if you drive around Paterson, look under the overpasses inside the tents, there's white men and black men living together inside of tents. Is that Dr. Dream's vision, just for white people and black people to live together in tents? And I say no, that's not his vision. His vision was for us to live together, thriving, to have resources. This weekend, I heard the mayor a couple times talk about how MLK came to Paterson as one of his last stops before he was assassinated. And he talks about how MLK came to try to recruit people to the Poor People's Campaign, to try to get people to come to another march on Washington. But he doesn't go into details about what exactly that event was supposed to be. It wasn't just supposed to be a march on Washington. Dr. King wanted a tent city at Washington. He wanted to fill the lawn with tents, not to talk about segregation, but to talk about the economic disparity in this nation. Dr. King was talking about ending homelessness in this city, around the country. And these are the things we're still fighting for today. So if each and one of you want to believe in Dr. King's vision wasn't simply about segregation or desegregating lunch counters or desegregating bathrooms. He wanted people to live together peacefully and to be thriving. It's fine. It's fine. Because the people with me and the people are behind me. The people are outraged about this ordinance, this anti-homelessness ordinance that criminalizes people who are vulnerable and who are suffering. People who just needed support, people who just need resources. Instead of giving that, you're trying to give them jail time, try to give them fines for trying to live and trying to survive. That's not the way forward, and that's not how we build this city. If we want to build the city, we need to really attack the real root of the issue, which is the lack of affordable housing. Don't attack the people without homes. Attack the people who are building these homes that people can't rent. So these are the types of ordinances that we need to focus on, not street namings, not things that criminalize homeless people or try to criminalize organizations that are trying to support homeless people. Because we shut that down last time too. We need to focus on ordinances and procedures and policies that provide benefits to the people of Paterson, because our constituents, our people in Paterson, they're hurting. They're living paycheck to paycheck. And the people that are houseless, the number one reason they're houseless is not because of substance use disorder, it's because of evictions or people losing their homes because of shared living. This is the reason why people are houseless. So please, let's come together and let's think rationally instead of jumping to think that police are going to solve all of our problems, because they can't, they're not able to, and they shouldn't be able to. The way we solve our problems is us as a community coming together. And that's what we're going to do together.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Raisa Ruben Stankiewicz. Did I pronounce that right?
Got it close. Thank you so much. Good evening, council members. My name is Raisa Ruben Stankiewicz, and I am the Policy Associate for the New Jersey Coalition to End Homelessness. I'd like to start my remarks by saying that I'm very glad to hear that this ordinance will not be voted on tonight. And I will give my remarks still, because I want to make sure that they go onto the record, but I'm very glad to hear that. And I also hope that in the next steps that you have this incredible group of community members from Paterson who have come out, you have this incredible group of practitioners. I hope that you will in particular listen to people who are unhoused and unsheltered in Paterson, that you will do sort of deliberate outreach before the next version of the ordinance comes to be. And we are, the Coalition on Homelessness, we represent a consortium of 120 shelter providers across the state. We are happy to make sure on the part of the shelter providers that we kind of come to the table. So I'd like to say, first of all, that we were completely opposed to the senseless ordinance that was going to be voted on tonight. And research demonstrates that the criminalization of homelessness only makes it worse. The former U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness director stated that it can cost 3 times more to enforce the anti-homeless laws than to find housing for people who don't have it. And most importantly, criminalization does not reduce the number of people experiencing homelessness. It breaks connections people had made with providers trying to help, and exacerbates the conditions that lead to homelessness, such as health problems and racial disparities. Not having a home is a tragedy, not a crime. And I also wanted to state at the last meeting, the director stated that there are shelters in the city with 40 to 50% empty beds that night. Now, I don't know the specific data that the director was looking at, but when we looked at the HIMIS bed inventory for today, as of 3 p.m. today, there were very few vacancies in the shelters. There certainly were not enough for the 76 unsheltered people, according to the point in time count, and we know that there are more than that because that was as of January of 2024, the people who were counted. We're just about to have another point in time count that's going to be higher. And when we called shelters in Paterson, I called over 5 different shelters in Paterson, and they all said that they were full or essentially full. So I just want to say that, and this ordinance would have been passed less than a month after moving the Paterson Warming Center, which I know that was necessary, but that also makes it harder for people to find services. So nobody wants to be homeless. They're not out in, it's going to reach 6-degree weather tonight. They're not out in the 6-degree weather to make Paterson look bad. They're out there because there's nowhere else to go. And thank you so much. I hope to be able to work with you all moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Nicholas Lozano. Please state your name, Mr. Lozano.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Nicholas Lozano. I reside in East Orange. I'm just going to get right into it because I know there's 3 minutes. All right. So, yes, Nicholas, reside in East Orange. I'm a student doctor in my last few months of medical school here in New Jersey. I'm here today to discuss my disappointment that the council even considered this nonsensical ordinance. In medical school, we learn about the social determinants of health. These are the 5 pillars that are vital for any one person to live a flourishing and dignified life. Through this, we know that a safe and secure housing is one of the most vital necessities for people to live. If any people don't have stable housing, then nothing that they do for the behavioral and physical health really matters. We know that secure housing also leads to better access to healthcare and overall decrease in healthcare spending. These facts are what we like to call evidence-based medicine. I wish my medical school did a better job at educating us on the social determinants of health. Behind each barrier that humans face is a malicious group of individuals and systems who actively antagonize the safety and dignity of the disenfranchised for the increased luxury and emotional and mental coddling of the rich and powerful. A side note, and a side note, you don't have to be rich or powerful, nor poor, nor unhoused to benefit from and both be harmed by this system. For example, systems in place underfund education, recreation, and housing, while prioritize increased military and police spending and the development of luxury housing, which we've heard of already. This trade-off doesn't actually add to public safety, but rather entrenches generations of people in cycles of violence, instead of providing people with the needed safety nets so that they don't have to live in a tent on the street. You want to jail or fine them. If someone can't afford secure housing, how is a fine going to help them get housing? If you or anyone are actually bothered by seeing tents pop up within Paterson, then invest in housing so that people don't need to live on the streets. Until that is the initiative this body takes, I can only question the integrity and morality behind each and every person who thinks that this ordinance will help Paterson in any way. I'm also curious what your plan is once people are sentenced 90 days in jail or fined. I implore you to sit with that question with a modest amount of self-awareness. At the end of this very tedious town council meeting, you all will be going back to your homes and apartments, which are keeping you warm and safe from this uninhabitable cold. And by the way, approximately 700 unhoused individuals in the United States die every year from hypothermia. And here you are voting on whether or not people living in tents should be jailed or fined for trying to survive. That is a mighty high horse, and I strongly urge you to vote no on this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Bree Aranibo. Okay, Zanedo, thank you. State your name, please.
Okay, so I was actually very nervous to come up here and speak today, but after seeing that you guys have no backbone, you can't even stand on what you sat there behind those doors and you thought that this was appropriate. You thought that criminalizing people who are unhoused because of the failures that you guys are not putting into place, because you guys are incompetent to create a system that has wraparound services and that addresses the issues. Oh, Jesus.
No, 3 minutes start now. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Madam Clerk, please.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
And that addresses the systems. Oh, fuck. Jesus, Lord. Oh my God, I lost it.
Just take your time.
Wraparound services that addresses the root issues, the opioid crisis that we're facing, the housing crisis that we have. You guys sit here and want to criminalize. What happens to the children of the people who are unhoused that have to live that have to sleep in the cars with their parents? Or are you considering that jail, that group homes, is that what you're considering as emergent housing? 211 doesn't work. There are no shelters for women and children with families. You have to break up the family component. That's all I have. You guys are gross.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Anna Martinez. Anna Martinez. Please state your name, please.
Blessings.
Please.
My name is Anna Martinez. I am here as an artist, a creative. Regarding the homeless concerns and solution seeking, I ask each one of you in Paterson and beyond to please search solutions with the community in mind, with open heart and soul, and with creativity. Please integrate creative inputs of all art fields. Reach out to the art community. Art is more than beautification. It reaches and touches the human heart and soul. It educates minds and celebrates the spirit of culture and empowerment. Art highlights humanity. I am here on behalf of Peace Society, an art community located at the historic district in Paterson. It was established in 2024 with intention to advocate for the arts and to encourage artistic collaborations and art initiatives. PEACE is an acronym. It stands for Paterson, Education, Art and Culture, Empowerment. I, Ana Martinez and Gwendolyn Wells, invite you all to our meet and greet creative networking event at Paterson Museum on February 2, 2025 from 1 to 5:30 p.m. Our meet and greet is called Meet the Heart and Greet the Art. It is a golden opportunity to meet the hearts of the creatives behind their masterpieces, creations, published works, and performance. Come and support the arts and invest on art, music, and published works. Promotional purchases, commissions, services, and pre-orders may be available. Also, Peace Society is proud to share the space with Paterson Museum exhibition called 100 Artifacts for 100 Years, celebrating their 100th birthday this year. Thank you, Paterson Museum, for your service. And please join our Facebook page, Paterson Education, Art, Culture, Empowerment Society. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Danny Heller. Danny Heller. Please state your name.
Danielle. Please,
Danella,
name,
okay.
name and address on
Your
the record.
address?
I'm Danielle Heller, and I live in Denellen, New Jersey. My name is Danielle Heller. I'm a lifelong New Jersey resident. I'm coming to speak today to echo my partner's concerns, as well as share my story. It is so important to me that you hear this. I believe there are things that you are not considering in this ordinance that could be disastrous for even those already housed. Like too many women, I have been the victim of domestic violence. Because there were very few options for shelter, I stayed in a physically and sexually abusive relationship for fear of homelessness, for fear of being arrested or drowned in debt, as this ordinance is certain to do to those already without. Ordinances like these keep people inside, sure, but not because they are staying somewhere safe. Without expanding shelter space, housing that people can actually afford, and by criminalizing poverty, you are directly keeping someone stuck in a cycle of violence. I was lucky to escape with my life. I was lucky to have a safety net waiting for me. What about the people without? Will you turn your eyes away from their plight? Will you ignore the precarious position you are putting so very many of your own people in? Do not pass this ordinance. Do not leave people outside. We can keep people warm. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Shahar Rogers. Okay. State your name, please. And
My
your
name is
address.
Shahar Alexandra. I am the program director and policy coordinator of the Men's Interfaith Rotating Shelter in New Brunswick. While I may not be from your city, I have made art and important friendships in this place. Paterson is home to people from all walks of life. It is a place where incredible movements are born. I do not have to be from here to see that. My life has already been touched by the loving hand of Paterson and its people. This proposed ordinance criminalizes being poor outright. People should not be punished in any way for being outside, especially if there is nowhere else to go. Time and again, this statistically begets violence. Time and again, it infringes on our ability to connect, mend, and rebuild. I would know. I have directly experienced the harms this ordinance poses. I was once a young woman on the street. I had no family to turn to and no car to sleep in. Stuck in a town with an ordinance like this, I was threatened with arrest. Afraid of losing my job if I were taken in, I made decisions based on desperation. I was afraid and went wherever I could shelter, with the night ending in my being raped. My story isn't singular. This is the reality of many unhoused women. This entraps people in cycles of trauma, abuse, and even death. It takes women 7 times on average to leave safely, and leaving is the most dangerous time. This ordinance only compounds that. Is this the world we want for ourselves, for our children? I know it isn't the one I want and will actively continue to fight against. For somewhere that is such a hub of culture, art, commerce, and community, it deserves better than this. Better than committing to marginalizing people within its confines. It deserves better than an ordinance that ghoulishly charges people for the crime of exhaustion. It deserves better than an ordinance that has such incredible risks for human life. Paterson deserves policy that upholds the dignity of every person living here. If you are looking for an easy start, feed the hungry. Create more affordable and subsidized housing. Create true, equitable access to medical care. You have an example of loving, dignified community care everywhere this council has the desire and curiosity to reach. Within your own city, the work of BLM Paterson has inspired people across the state to do more for their own communities. These are the seeds of a better life and world for all. This council has the power to make the world better and more beautiful. I believe in Paterson, and I especially believe in its people. If we join hands, there is no height we can't reach together. Where there is a wall, we will make a tunnel. We will do this because we cannot go back. We must go forward. Make the right choice and vote this abomination of an ordinance down in any form it takes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Lex Santiago. Please state your name and address.
Lex Santiago. I live in Paterson. Thank you, everyone who spoke. You're all amazing, and I just have some thoughts to add. You guys have said it all already. I live in Paterson. I also work in Paterson, along with a few other locations. I've worked in tandem with amazing organizations like BLM Paterson, Ruby's Vision, Mature Sisters, and so many others I can't list. They are all some of the most amazing people and stand up for our most vulnerable neighbors and do the work to help them. Now, I can tell you that many houses folks I talk to who have told me they want to work. They want to get on their feet. They want a job in an apartment. That's the goal. That's what I have, right? That's the goal. Do you understand how many steps that it takes to get from the street to a job in an apartment? It is unimaginable how many steps. It's too many to count. These folks don't have an address. You can't get a job without an address. They don't have access to email. You can't get a job without an email. Most of them don't have their documents anymore because they've been lost, stolen, or thrown out by the DPW along the way. You can't get a job or housing without that. Think about what it really takes to get off the street. I promise you'll still be missing so many barriers. For people who bring up drugs, I can tell you stopping using doesn't get you off the street. I've taken people to detox only for them to be back on the street when they complete the program because there's nowhere for them to go. We are barely making progress. We are barely making progress in helping people out there because there is no housing available. Shelters are just a Band-Aid. Some folks I've talked to have gotten robbed, beaten, and worse in shelters. Basically, what I want to highlight is the amount of steps, work, luck, resources, privilege, and everything it takes to get from the street to permanent housing. And if you allow the police department to torment these folks by giving them tickets when they have nothing, throwing them in jail, only to be making their lives harder, and you will be decimating their chances of getting off the street. This is not humanity. This is not what any religion or moral parents will teach you. The last thing I want to say is if this were going on where I was, with the people I know when I was homeless in 2010, I would probably still be in prison right now in 2025 instead of being up here with a job, with a community, with people I love, and being a contribute member into society. My unhoused neighbors will without a doubt be lost in the criminal justice system without any hope of a life they dream of, and that's heartbreaking, unacceptable, and inhumane. Thank you for listening. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other. No war but class war. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Next speaker is Dwayne Norwood. Please state your name, Mr. Norwood, and where you're from. Your address.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Dewan Norwood, and I serve as Policy Counsel at the ACLU of New Jersey. Understanding that the ordinance prohibiting sleeping and camping in public has been removed from consideration and a vote tonight, the ACLU of New Jersey considers it imperative to voice our strong opposition to any updated ordinance that would seek to criminalize individuals on the basis of their poverty or housing status in any way or form. Put simply, any policy seeking to punish and criminalize individuals experiencing homelessness is ineffective and inhumane. There is no world in which vulnerable people in need should be met with a bed in a jail cell rather than a bed provided through stable and safe housing and shelter options. This truth rings even louder as New Jersey continues to experience extreme weather conditions with temperatures well below freezing and wind chills below zero. If the City Council is serious about addressing homelessness, the focus must be shifted to ensuring that there are beds and warming centers that are easily accessible to people experiencing homelessness. As reported by the National Homelessness Law Center, research shows that criminalization is the most expensive and least effective way to address homelessness. Time and time again, it has been shown that criminalizing homelessness does nothing to prevent it, it perpetuates it. Alternatively, policies aimed at providing emergency shelter and services to support stability are more effective while costing less. We urge this council to seriously listen to and consider the concerns and the stories of the community that are being told here before you tonight. We further encourage this council to pursue policies that are rooted in the care, support, and rehabilitation of unhoused individuals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dewan. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Michael Eiter. Okay. He's not up there yet. Would you state your name, please, and your address?
Good evening. My name is Michael Eitel. I live at 463 Preakness Ave, apartment 6B. I have no problem telling people where I live because I'm a proud returning Patersonian. One of the things is that I'm glad in one way that you've taken this off the table because just go and think about what's going on here. We're criminalizing people for not having enough resources. This is a county seat, and I'm not picking on any party or any particular person. This is a county seat. The county should have multiple buildings available so that you can get services. You can get jobs, job centers. I know they have them out there, but they need like a mobile unit to go to the different areas. We don't have that here. Newark has a crisis team that goes out, a homeless crisis team that goes out at nighttime. As far as I know, we don't have that in Paterson. I drive all over the city of Paterson. I come right through Broadway every day, and I talk to some of the people. And I've been out with many people helping to volunteer. They don't want to be homeless. Some people say that they want to be homeless. I get that they have to get the help. And as far as with Velez, with last week what you said, I'm not picking on you, but last week you wanted to know how other towns do it. Well, they don't have a straight and narrow after you do your 90-day detox and put you right back on the street. And I bet you guarantee you, I can't prove it, but I wish I could, that straight and narrow does not take you off the welfare roll so they can keep collecting the dollars. That's how it gets. They get you in there, you pay them food stamps and the welfare money because you're indigent going into the program. So now that if you leave, they don't take you off the rolls because they lose funding. They lose all that money. The Catholic Church, and I'm a Catholic, the Catholic Church is the richest organization in the world. It's shameful that we have all these churches that they can't help. Even the pastor's workshop. Why aren't they opening doors? They did years ago. How come we're not doing it now? And then we need people. Then we need to get ourselves involved too. We need to also get ourselves involved. If you see things that are going on, there needs to be a resource that people can just hand out pamphlets. But right now, you don't have that one pamphlet that you can hand them out. I've talked to a couple people, and they do want jobs. And like you say, everything is in the internet now. So you don't have, there are some people that have phones. The family brings them the phones. But we need to do a better job. We need to get a mobile resource center out there. There's lots of money. If we, and this is not picking on anybody now, remember this. If we can fill up the brownstone, all the rooms in the brownstone for a political fundraiser, this is something that we should be able to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother Mike. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Eddie Olivares. Eddie Olivares.
Good evening, all. Boy, we've
State
heard
your
a
name,
lot
please.
about
Address.
homelessness tonight. Let me just say that it was just last week that our council president, Mr. Mendez, told us that he went into 2 shelters and they're empty. And now that is contradicted by these 2 fine people in the front. Thank you. Thank you for coming and helping us over here in Paterson. And so, somebody mentioned that this council, as a body, has no backbone. Congrats to whoever said that. That's the truth. You know, all you need is these people come over here, including myself, and you backpedal everything that you did last week. You know, guys, you have to be resourceful. And let me say that I very much doubt, I know that it was Alex Mendez that introduced the mayor, but I very much doubt that this is his idea. You know, this administration is in the ear of a lot of these people over here in this council. We all know that, especially Alex Mendez after he made up with the mayor. But I wonder where the mayor stands on this. It is probably the mayor that came up with this idea. I wonder about the Corporation Council. He's always, you know, kind of, I feel, I shouldn't speak for the people of Paterson, that to come to the president's rescue. So, Corporation Council, where do you stand on this? Is it also your idea that this is, you know, this legislation should be introduced? We haven't asked about the mayor. We haven't asked about the rest of the people. Ms. Long, we haven't asked about these people. Where do these people stand? Because I know this is not coming from Alex Mendez. This is coming from above. And the reason that we see all these problems here in the city of Paterson, people, please listen to me. The reason that we see that is that the business of homelessness It's very, very lucrative. A lot of people making a lot of money on homelessness. And they use people like these. That's all it is, people. That's all it is. In closing, I want to say, Abdelaziz, you know, the city of Paterson is not better since the time that you started. But I commend you. I commend you because you have, in all honesty, you have represented the people of the 6th Ward very well. I commend you, and I wish you the best. Thank you all.
The next speaker is Soraya Aral. Okay. I'm sorry. You want this?
Okay, so mine is not, I'm sorry. it's
Excuse
not
me.
related to the
Please-
homeless issue, but
Please
I
state
just-
your name.
Soraya.
Address.
And
Name.
I've been having a problem with a neighbor.
Name.
Oh,
Yes, your name and address, please.
Knickerbocker Avenue.
Thank you.
Soraya, Knickerbocker Avenue. So I have a neighbor running a plumbing business, 24-hour plumbing business from the front of my house. I have spoken to everyone I could. I have zoning, the police. Police are saying it's zoning. Zoning is saying police. This time I wrote the usually 10 commercial vans in front of my house throughout the day. Then what he does, he parks them into a couple of houses. But here's a Paterson Plus. Here's a complaint. Here's a
I'm sorry.
comment I posted on Paterson Plus. Okay, please. I'm sorry?
Just please continue.
Okay, Paterson Plus. I wrote, please see commercial van license plate XLVN66 and license XLHJ10 in driveway of 367 Knickerbocker Avenue and 364 Knickerbocker Avenue. 367 Knickerbocker Avenue continues to run 24-hour plumbing business from the front of my house until 9 p.m. Then he parks the commercial vans in driveway overnight, every single night. He still has tenants in illegal apartments in the basement and garage. I have probably sent 100 emails to Jesus Castro and Michael Deutsch. I haven't gotten a response. But the response I got from the comment is, good afternoon. He has paperwork necessary to operate plumbing business from home. Does he have paperwork to operate his plumbing business from the front of my house all day? No. Please see the pictures. Well, where's the email? Oh, I didn't put the emails. I can send the emails.
This is an all item, Councilwoman.
To Michael Deutsch and Jesus Castro. I have gone to zoning. When I go to zoning, Michael Deutsch will avoid me. When he knows what I'm going to complain about, he has sent me, he sent me to municipal court. He sent me to the to mayor's office. Then when everyone I spoke to, they said, this is zoning. I go to zoning, Michael Deutsch refused to even see me. So what do I do? How do I finally solve this issue, which has been going on for a year? Who do I speak to? Does he have paperwork to operate 24-hour plumbing business from the front of my house? According to mayor's office, he does. How did he get this
Thank you.
paperwork?
Councilman Abdelaziz, can you, that's
No,
if you could share the information with the council, we're in Pulley portion.
Everyone's aware of it.
And leave your contact, please. We're gonna get back to you. Let's speak, Madam Clerk.
I'm gonna need that information because
Please state your name and your address.
Akbar McIntyre, Humble Beginnings,
community activist, diehard Patersonian, survivor of every war that has been waged on urban America.
Good evening, bro.
I want to express how appalled I am at the director and of Human Services I'm talking about, who came before this council and stated his reason for proposing this ordinance. But I'm also equally appalled at the video I saw of our council president on the island over here as we come off of Route 19, talking about, oh, we got to do this ordinance, we got all these people coming to our city, this, that, and that, and the other. No disrespect, but I'm keeping it straight with you because we're gonna talk straight tonight. Most of those individuals that I know on that island, we've been feeding them, helping them out, providing them resources, hygiene products for many, many years. And the needs assessment survey that we've conducted for many, many years in the city of Paterson, lockstep with Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, lockstep with Councilwoman Mims, we've identified that 50% of those individuals in the city of Paterson that on any given day that are prone to homelessness are African-American male figures. This is a fact, right? And I find it appalling because you're writing this thing off as something that it really is not, but then you labeling it as all these people from out of town, as if homelessness in the city of Paterson is a white drug addicted phenomenon. While at the same time, you're creating all these resources for needle exchange and Narcan and all this other stuff. And I'm here to let you know what I know, that everybody that's homeless or prone to homelessness are not drug addicts. I'm here to let you know that, right? They're not drug addicts, and all of this money that's being pushed into this needle Narcan stuff are all Billy Becky programs that make it convenient for Billy and Becky to continue to shoot dope in our alleys and on our train tracks. And we have yet, and I'm not just talking about this mayor. You ain't gonna hear me bashing no mayor because we got enough information and data to support our analysis, right? That it goes back to the previous 7 mayors. Never did nothing about no homelessness in Paterson. Never. Never, ever, 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 ever did anything about homelessness in Paterson. What we need in Paterson is a municipal homeless solution platform. We need to create a municipal homeless shelter. We need to empower local organizations that are uniquely qualified and culturally competent with the knowledge and expertise to serve this population. And the reason why we need that, because what it does, it gives us the ability to solve our own problems. It gives us the ability to solve our own problems so that you don't criminalize us and further push us out of our community where we was born and raised. I was born and raised in Paterson. I'm a diehard Patersonian. I survived every war that's been waged on urban America. And to criminalize our brothers and sisters that are homeless in the streets of Paterson, New Jersey, is pushing this off and creating another form of recidivism that is similar to war on drug policies. In fact, it is an extension of war on drug policy. It is an extension of war on drug policies that some of y'all wasn't even here in this country to be experienced. And I'm saying this too because some of y'all migrated to this country and didn't have shoes on your feet. Some of them migrated to this country and had no shoes on their feet. And they came here and they benefited on the back and suffering of African American people who fought, died, was lynched in this society. For us to be criminalized and pushed off into homelessness and making it appear that we are the problem. Let me tell you something else. Let me share this with you. Because we got to be progressive, man. And I'm telling this to my brother, Councilman Michael Jackson, my sister Lisa Mills, my sister Ruby Cotton, brother Udine, I love you, Muslim brother. You got to get it straight, brother, because you broke your neck to get with me when you was on the campaign trail trying to partner with me around homeless solutions and things like that and feeding people. Before you became a councilman, you was on my back, brother, and we made time for you, and we got together and we served the community turkeys. Remember all them turkeys, brother? So don't start that now. Don't get over here now and start acting like you some, you can't do that. That's un-Islamic. That's un-Islamic. Let me share something with you. This is what it costs to house a person in jail, in the county jail. I'm talking about county inmates. $116.91 per day. And of the 90 days that you're going to put them in jail, it's $10,521.90. That's $10,000. Now, of the so many hundreds of people that we know are out there homeless, and you're going to put them in jail, that's $10,000 per person. If you can find that money the same way you find it to build parks and put up these statues and fake around this and fake around that, if you can apply that to some progressive homeless solutions, you can solve your problems.
Thank you, brother.
No, I ain't shutting up. Let me get
No,
this.
hey.
Let me drop this on you. You got to hear this one too, Alex Mendez, because I was appalled that you up there on that island talking that crazy stuff. Those are my brothers out there on that island out there, man. I know them personally. You ain't gonna sit there and tell me those were some out of towners. Those are brothers from the hood.
Go ahead, Rob.
We know their mothers. We went to school with them. I said, look at Alex up there faking like this.
I'm not faking.
We can't let him get away with that.
I'm not.
You know what I'm saying? We can't let him get away with that.
All right, just wrap it up.
We can't. Paterson, Andre, where you at? Listen to me, and I told you this personally to your face. I said this to him a couple weeks ago. I said, imitation is the greatest form of flattery. It made me feel good to see the mayor out there feeding the homeless and passing out coats and hats. I said, when you learn how to do that at? I ain't never see you do that before. Because when we was doing it, we out there feeding them drug addicts for. Remember what they used to say to me? Out there feeding them crackheads. And now he out there feeding. We need to create a municipal homeless shelter. All that money y'all got, you got to create a municipal homeless shelter, because homelessness and joblessness is a core community problem. This is why the city can't pay its own bills. This is why the city can't solve its own problems. This is why the city is still a recipient, a subsidized municipality that needs transitional aid in order to balance its budget. Can't do it without it, can't live without it. Can't function without it. That's why you got to get boots on the ground, address that particular issue of homelessness and joblessness, and partner and empower local community social workers. Like, you got licensed people here. Social workers, licensed. Clinical counselors, licensed. Family counselors, licensed. People with license that live right here in this city that can fix this problem. That if you give us the equipment and the wherewithal to make it happen, we can use put our own minds together, which we've done great things already. We've done great things already. We done great things already. Put our minds together, we can solve our own problems.
Thank you, brother. Bob.
Yeah. Have a good day, Alex. Don't say that no more. I'm gonna do that no more.
Let's speak about it, clerk.
The next speaker is
No, it's Tuck.
Edgar Rios.
I'm sorry. Who's the next speaker, Madam Clerk?
Edgar Rios.
I'm Mr. Edgar Rios. Okay.
Please state your name,
he's sharp.
sir.
The kids is sharp.
And your address.
The kids. Huh? Good evening. You speak close to the mic, Edgar.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Hi, my name is Edgar Rios. I'm actually an outreach worker in Paterson. I walk the streets of Paterson every day. I do the needle sweeps, and I interact with homeless communities, try to help them. I've been doing this since 2021. Okay, you might have heard a lot of the stories about. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the people that I see every day. Okay, many of them are out there, and I'd like to tell you about some of their stories. Okay, people out there are out there for many different reasons. Not all of them by choice. Some have experienced trauma. Some are waiting to get a room at the Y. Others can't afford the Y and are out there just because their home life is so unbearable that this, being outside in the cold, is preferable. Think about that. Think about what circumstance at home they have to be out here in the cold and have that be a preferable thing. So I met an elderly lady who had a fire in her house, and she didn't have anywhere to live, and she was living in a tent. You know, these are the kind of people that are out there. You might just think about just the people that are using drugs, and you know what? We're all brothers and sisters in this earth, all of us. Even the people that are using drugs, all of us are brothers and sisters here. We have to help each other, right? Right? That's why we're here, right? And let me tell you, I'm proud of the people that are here. You guys are all my people, you know? So what I would like to say is, the people that are out there, they're out there for all different types of circumstances. There's a homeless person that I met who lives in Roberto Clemente Park. He's been there cleaning up that park. That man doesn't have a home. He doesn't have a job, and yet he still manages a way to service the community every day. You know, that's the kind of people that are out there. Those are the people the homeless people that are out there. And that's why I think this ordinance you were going to pass, it would have affected so many different people that are out there. People who maybe you don't see every day, maybe you don't talk to every day, but I do. And I can tell you that it wouldn't have been beneficial for them. You know, criminalizing them, making them pay fines when they're out there, they're good people. They just don't have a home. They can't afford it. Look, all I would like to say is there are many different ways we can help these people, okay? Many different programs we could do. But the one thing we can't do is criminalize them. We can't put them in a state where it makes it harder for them to get through all this. Okay? And that's it. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Edgar. We appreciate it.
I'd
Thank
like
you.
to clarify
Thank you.
something, a statement someone made that needle exchange service, which people are referring to needle exchange services enabling. No, you're not going to tell me to stop. You created
No,
this.
I'm just
Harm
giving
reduction
you.
services is not a feel-good approach. It's not just enabling. It is evidence-based approach that saves people's lives. Okay?
Thank you. All right. I was not trying to stop you in any way or form. You just jump in front of the next speaker, and I was just waiting to allow you to finish. So next speaker,
Yes,
Madam
the
Clerk.
next speaker is Alicia Parker.
Alicia? She's coming.
Please state your name and your address, please.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Am I close enough? My name is Alicia Parker, and I'm representing a nonprofit agency, Hyacinth Foundation. We've been providing services to the community in Paterson for 35 plus years. We also do have a harm reduction program, so I back you up, Reed, everything that you said. Yes, we are saving lives. But in the work that we do, we encounter many different people, and we do work with individuals who are unhoused. And we get to know them, you know, so they become not just an unhoused individual, we get to know who that person is. And I asked, before you decided to pass this ordinance, have you spoken to anyone? Have you been able to see who they are? What is their story? They're more than just a problem. They're a human being, and they deserve more than being criminalized. So much more. You know, we were back here, we're trying to pass an ordinance that stopped providers from giving things to the needy population, and that got stopped. Sorry about that.
No problem.
And I was hoping that after that, the results would have been people coming together to talk about solutions, not just here. Everybody in the community, different providers, talk about what can we do to actually solve the problems versus just making them think that we're just going to make them go away. So I encourage us to continue to do that, talking to the community about what it is that we can do to really help individuals. You know, we opened up the meeting with a prayer, and we prayed for compassion, and that's what I'm asking from everyone here, for compassion. Everybody here has showed that they're passionate and compassionate. and we need that all around. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Alicia.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Victor Obeez. Thank you. You're welcome. Please state your name.
I'm Victor Baez. Thank you for giving me the floor. Obviously, last time I was here a couple of weeks ago, I indicated that we are the voice for the homeless. We are the voice for the voiceless. And last time I was here, I indicated there were approximately 700 nonprofit organizations in the city of Paterson, including 176 churches. I went back and I reaffirmed that. Totaling in assets, $1.3 billion. That includes St. Joseph's Hospital. $1.3 billion. And we still cannot solve a problem, the homeless problem. Before I continue, I just saw on the agenda item number 30, which is the resolution designating February 25th as an African American month, and you title it African American and Labor. I will add to that African American labor and reparations. Going back to the issue of homelessness, Jeff, I'm also an attorney, and we are very familiar with the 8th Amendment. Cruel and unusual punishment. That's exactly what that is. Cruel and unusual punishment. Am I right, Jeff?
You're right.
Thank you.
It's also in the New Jersey Constitution, even that.
There you go. And I think that, it's kind of interesting how yesterday I read an article how the mayor is putting a statue on Martin Luther King on Governor, and I believe Urban Street. Dr. King's statue yesterday, and someone spoke about the issue of homelessness and Dr. King's legacy. And I just came here with the same question. What would Dr. King say as to this ordinance? What would he say? I know what he would say. I'm going to tell you exactly what he would say. He will quote scriptures to you. For I was hungry, and you gave me to eat. For I was thirsty, and you gave me to drink. For I was naked, and you clothed me. For I was a wanderer, and you took me in. For I was sick, and you came to see me. For I was a prisoner, and you came to visit me. That's what he would say. That's what he would say. Or am I wrong? So we just prayed here, and we just forget scriptures. Basic scriptures. One, love your God with all your soul, with all your mind, and love your neighbor as yourself. Those are basic principles of what we're talking about here. Now, I hope this is a moment of reflection for the council meeting. And Alex, I know you received a lot of heat. Just give me 30 seconds. You met with our organization on this issue, and perhaps it's a moment of reflection for you. And we hope that's what it is for everybody here, that it's a moment of reflection. Because last thing I want to say, as a college athlete, there's 3 principles that I learned. There's no I in team. You are a team of 9. There's no I in it. So I don't know what's going on with that, but we need to fix it. That's one. Second thing I learned about sports is a very basic principle. Leave your egos out the door. That's what I've learned as an athlete. And I'm talking about at a high level. I won a national championship, so I was with the best teams in the country. And leaving that ego out the door was major for us to go forward. And this is what we need to do to go forward. And lastly, I've learned, I praise in public and I criticize in private. So I'm not here to criticize you in public. I'm here to praise you in public. But we have to get this done. Homelessness is an issue that we cannot criminalize a condition, because it's a condition, it's not an action. So I hope with all the recommendations that you've heard today, that we try to implement them using the right resources and allocating the right resources for our most needed segment of our population. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Sebastian Mejia. Please state your name and address.
Sebastian Mejia.
Good evening, brother.
Good evening, Council Paterson. I would like to start off, I'm going to address the homeless issue first. You know, if you can't be homeless on public property, where are you going to go? The woods? Where do you expect these people to reside at? You know, why don't they all come and set up tents in front of City Hall? Energy goes, where attention goes, energy flows. So if things like this have to happen so we could come together and realize the issue that we're dealing with, then so be it. Why don't we set up a tent city at Hinchcliffe Stadium? It's a money pit. Its financial documents aren't being disclosed. You might as well set up a tent city right then and there. I hope you all saw the graffiti in front of City Hall where the veteran was saying that he or she is suffering through mental health. Many of the homeless in our streets are veterans, fought for this country. Whether it's for bankers' wars or not, they still fought for what this country is supposed to stand for. They're going through financial difficulties, some of them through drug issues. Some of them want to be homeless. You have the freedom to be homeless if you so choose to without being criminalized. I want to propose a moratorium on the street naming committee of the city council until the streets are fixed of potholes, until the homelessness is dealt with accordingly. I'm Colombian. My parents are from Colombia. What does it serve me that you have Colombian corridor, but you have people drinking and drunk in front of the liquor stores on 21st Avenue? I went to the Frankie Ruiz. He's a legend. But there's trash on the streets. Let's clean the streets up before we name the streets. And I know there's one on the agenda. We could do that one. But no more street namings. No one here wants a street named unless the streets are taken care of. And I want to finish with 2023. 2023, I propose a legislation. It was titled Inclusivity in Public Meetings Act for our disabled bilingual communities and to have them virtual. You made them virtual, but you took away our 2 workshop meetings. I'm not going to go there, but there's no closed captionings on the live stream. And there's no accessibility for people that are hard of hearing or deaf. There's no ASL interpreter here at the city council meetings. So I want to bring that into the attention of the council and to the city of Paterson that we have to make these meetings accessible. A lot of my Hispanic community, they're like, Mejia, I don't know what you're talking about in the meetings. I don't have time to be bilingual up here on the mic. I only have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sebastian. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Jaden Jackson. State your name, please, and address.
My name is Jaden Jackson. I'm a resident of the city of Paterson. One thing I have to say, gotta give credit where credit is due. You know what? I commend you because you pissed off enough people to remind them that we are community. You see all of these people behind me? You pissed off so many of them that they actually showed up for a council meeting. So I have to give a round of applause for that. The proposed amendment to Chapter 195, as it's presented, is not a plan. It is a disregard for human life. It is a disregard of the people that make up the community. And these lovely folks behind me realize that our unhoused are a part of our community. They are a vulnerable part of our community. Let's really think about it. With the way that the economy is right now, most of the people that live here are 1 check away from being homeless. Where is the affordable housing? Actual affordable housing. It's not here. Have we looked at the numbers for homelessness in the United States recently? Did you know that the number of homelessness has gone up 18%? Now, 18% doesn't sound like a big number, but let's think about what that actually means. That means 770,000 people. That's what that number comes to. When someone gives you a percentage, look up what that number actually is. Criminalizing homelessness doesn't fix the issue. Incarcerating people for not having a place to sleep is insane. Where is the humanity? That is insane. We've had people come up here and let you know that it's going to cost more to enforce this ordinance. It's going to cost more to have these people arrested. It's going to cost more to fight to make it happen. It's nonsensical. It makes absolutely no sense. It's a systematic issue. The problem is systematic. What is it? It's lack of affordable housing, like I said, jobs, resources. It's caused by economic hardships. That is the number one reason for homelessness right now. Not drug addiction, not mental health, but those things are factors. So when it's said that people want to be homeless, all homeless people want to be homeless, or they're homeless because they are on drugs, while that statement is not true, it's a compound issue. That means that we need to come up with effective ways to address the issue. The root issue, homelessness, is caused by multiple factors. So there needs to actually be a plan to deal with the multiple factors. If we have all of this money to put up statues, to have all of these excessive things done, we're spending how much on a recorded message that gets sent out to who knows whose number? If we have that money, we can put more money into our shelters, which are already overcrowded. To impose a $2,000 fine on people with zero income makes no sense. What it shows is that in the city of Paterson, there must be a mismanagement of funds. That's what it tells everyone that's sitting behind me. For you to think that someone that does not have an income can afford $2,000 and then incarcerate them, which is going to cost us money, tax money, which we put forth because we pay you, it's going to cost us. Again, nonsensical. But I get it. It's all done in the mindset of let's clean up the city of Paterson. How do we clean it up? By sweeping everything under the rug. Instead of addressing homelessness, we want to sweep them under the rug. Out of sight, out of mind. If we don't see them, they must not exist. All it does is put them in abandoned buildings. It puts them in places where they can't be found in order to gain access to the resources that they need. And it causes people to die. People die. I'm here representing more than one organization. I'm a regional service manager for Hyacinth Foundation here in the city of Paterson, so I work with this community. I also volunteer for a few other organizations that have come up here to speak. And when you have people that are homeless, that are already stigmatized, already marginalized, already very vulnerable, have a sense to where they need to hide from incarceration, they go into these abandoned buildings, they go into these alleyways, and they freeze to death. I've spoken to several people, and I know for a fact that at least 10 people have froze to death from January 1st to now. Are we really taking into account humanity? A scripture was mentioned earlier, I believe it was Matthew 25, verse 36. And it talks about how When I was homeless, you took me in. When I was thirsty, you gave me drink. When I was hungry, you fed me. When I needed clothes, you gave me something to wear. But there's another part of it that states, when did I do this to you? When were you in prison and I visited you? When were you hungry and I gave you something to eat? When did I do this? And it continues by saying, as you have done to the least of these, so you have done unto me.
Thank you.
So again, I applaud you, I give you credit for pissing off all of these people.
Thank you.
And trust and
Gotcha.
believe, they'll be back if this continues, because it shouldn't be tabled, it should be thrown out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Patty McCracken. Patty McCracken. Please state your name and your address.
Name and address for the record.
Good evening, Patty McCracken, Delaware Ave, Paterson. 3 minutes is hardly enough to address all the housing issues, because it's not just the folks that we see on the street, but there's so many levels. There's so many areas of brokenness, there's so many systematic issues that are at play. I'm really grateful for all the things that have already been mentioned tonight. Councilman Jackson, you mentioned that there's money that needs to be spent as part of, I think, COVID spending. There's some transitional funding. Might I propose that that money is used for the 100 and change? So instead of spending the 100 and change to imprison folks for being unhoused, the 100 and change goes towards programs. I don't know what this, sorry. Goes towards some sort of programs. And we need more beds. It's been referenced that there's, a couple homeless programs in the city. I work with families in Paterson. I have not been able to access those programs ever. When I've had youth who are unhoused, they've been told by 211 to go find shelter. But that's what they were calling for, was shelter, but there's no shelter to find. So that's what it's like when you're actually working directly with the families. So we say that there's these programs, but they tend to be full, they tend not to be accessible, and they are temporary. And I can't stress to you the issue of temporary. Temporary means every day they have to reapply for that bed. Temporary means they don't have an address to get the job. Temporary means they don't have the safety and security that is needed for them to be able to engage in the treatment that has been listed as a way to avoid being fined or imprisoned. We can't expect folks to participate in treatment if they don't have their basic needs met. Basic needs come in housing. So Paterson leadership, I would like you to consider not just reacting to the pissed off people, but could we actually have a plan? Could we plan for the unhoused in our community? Because they're not just going to disappear with the magic wand. I wish it was true. So if we could plan for the unhoused, have a department, have a team, please consult the wisdom that's in this room and on the streets, because all of these folks should be included in the planning for addressing the needs of the unhoused. I also want to address the other end of the spectrum, and that is the landlords and the landowners that are never held accountable. There's a reason folks are on the street sometimes. Sometimes it's because they were evicted. There's a lot of unfair housing practices. In the 5 seconds that I have left or whatever, folks who have vouchers, did you know there's a voucher price and an apartment renting price? So for our tenants, for our families who have vouchers, they think they're going for an apartment that's $2,000 for a 2-bedroom. I'm being facetious for that amount. I don't know what the amount is. And then they go and they're like, oh, you have a voucher? No, it's $2,400. So if they're expected to pay 30% of that rent, they could afford 30% rent at the posted amount, but they can't then afford the 30% rent at the voucher amount. From my understanding, that's illegal. If it's not, it should be made illegal. So, and we also have already discussed the factories and the abandoned buildings. Who are those owners? Why aren't we holding them accountable? Why are those abandoned properties allowed to stay when those structures could be used to house the unhoused? We've referenced what's happening in Newark and in Passaic. Could we please learn from those areas as we plan for the unhoused. That's not react,
15
that's
left.
create a plan. That's what I'm requesting of my leadership.
Thank you. Ms. Potty. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Emily DeCaro. Please state your name and your address, please.
Emily.
All right. Hello, I'm Emily DeCaro, and I'm from Ward 1, and I work as a substitute teacher. Here with me is my husband, Liam Paiva Acosta, a bilingual social studies teacher at Passaic High School's International Academy. I'm here because I want to give more to the community, and I was made aware of this ordinance thanks to my husband. He's very active with this kind of stuff, and no matter what language you use, regardless of if you send this back to be reworded or change the punishment or whatever, ultimately what you're doing is making homelessness illegal, regardless of what it is. And you're acting as if it's like some kind of moral choice whether someone is homeless or not. But, you know, people can't help it if they can't afford a home. And ultimately, this ordinance, I consider it a lazy, short-term solution for the homeless problem in Paterson. It feels like the people here just don't want to see the homeless, which is what the only problem that this solves. It does not solve the actual core of the issue. It takes effort to help the people in our community who are vulnerable. All right, and the government here is treating the homeless citizens, our citizens, like trash by sweeping them under the rug where no one can see it. But I mean, ultimately, you run out of room. Ultimately, that needs to be taken care of. And plus, even if we were to go through with this and they go to jail, what do you think is going to happen when they get out? Are they just going to magically have homes? You know? Are they going to magically have jobs that they need to afford the home? No, that's not how it works. You know, they're just going to keep going back to prison or jail over and over again, regardless of whether it's 90 days, a year, 30 days, whatever amount. They're just going to end up back because you didn't solve the problem. Fines are just going to punish these people who already don't have enough money, and community service is the same thing. It's just punishing the poor. And instead of getting rid of the people, you need to fix the reason why they're homeless. Give them homes or resources to help them get back on their feet. As many people here articulated, that it's so hard to have a home. It's basically an interview process. Many people are one hospital bill or another emergency away from being homeless because they have mental or physical disabilities, or they don't have any family or friends to support them, or they have trouble finding work. And also, just ultimately, even as someone who's not religious, I find it really funny that this meeting started with Christian prayer, considering that the Bible talks a lot about how it's important to support the needy and poor. I say, regardless of whatever you believe in, you should support people because it's in human nature to support and work together, because it's what makes us better and stronger.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker, I can't quite make out the last name, but I believe the first name is Ria. No, not you. It's Ria. I'm sorry, I cannot make out this last name.
Ria, spell it.
It's with an F.
Ria, spell it.
I can't. Well, Ria, it's like Rheaia, and then the last name,
Ria. What's the last name? What's the last name, Madam Clerk?
I can't make it out.
Okay. So.
No. The next speaker is Ivan Vivas.
Ivan, yes, we have Ivan here.
Hello, my name is Ivan Malave Vivas.
Good evening.
State your name, please. Oh, you did. I'm sorry.
My name is Ivan Malave Vivas. I understand that the homeless bill has been tabled, but I don't care if it's been shelved, burned, or nailed to the door of the Paterson Library. This bill was considered, and to me, shows how tone deaf some members of this council are. This city has three major glaring problems: the housing, the crime, and the homelessness, and all these are intersectional. Crime, as been proven through studies time and time again, has a correlation with poverty, as does substance abuse. So when the mayor assumes or places this stigma through this half-baked program that homeless people are addicts, it alienates a large portion of the population while also ignoring the root problems. A lot of these people who are addicts got driven through poverty. But regardless, what if you're not a person with addiction? These landlords have been illegally evicting their tenants for years. Under this so-called $1 million program, if you aren't battling addiction, you don't qualify and you don't get no bed. And if you are a person with addiction, you have a less than 1 in 3 chance of finding housing. The shelters, for at least the last 5 years, as far as I've been aware, have been filled to the brim. And if you're like me and have actually been trying to help homeless people, you would know this to be true. Rent here in Paterson is around $1,800, give or take. And when you give a $2,000 fine to an already struggling person, where do you expect this human to pull that money from? I understand you guys took the fine out, but when you even considered it, it shows me that there's not even 2 screws working in this operation. Couple that with the 90-day jail sentence. The jail, which as we know has been torn down, was a showcase of how this city is unequipped and unqualified to run that kind of institution. Any given moment, the jail held nearly 7 times its capacity and fell under controversy due to rats, no air conditioning or heating, or just straight up abuse of the prisoners. Criminalizing hundreds of people who just want to exercise their human right to sleep is frankly disgraceful. I have had friends and an older sister who battled with homelessness for years. I can only imagine where she would be today if she were jailed for 3 months at that moment in her life, hit with a $2,000 fine and a criminal record. But you don't gotta hear it from me. I'm sure many of us know the story. A person goes into jail, returns to society after serving their time to nothing but a criminal record and a world who turned their back on them. Can anyone guess what they do next? They turn to petty crime just so they can have a roof over their head, because to them having rats and mold and being abused is still better than having no bed or a ceiling. So, I congratulate over half of the council. You single-handedly are making the 3 afflictions of our town worse by imposing this law on your citizens and selling your humanity out to people like Charles Florio, instead of doing what council members Mims, Jackson, and Udine said to do, which was to address the root issues instead of locking them up or fining them. The people who find these human beings suffering in the freezing weather an issue are not the children going to schools. It's not the citizens of this town who have more than half a brain. It's the heartless people who damn near force these people into this position that they are currently in. Any of these people could be in their worst moment. Any of these people could be you tomorrow. And if you have so much self-hatred in your heart that you're content with jailing people for the human right to sleep and have a roof over your head, be my guest. I applaud you. And get off your phone, bro. I understand you resigned, but you gotta get off your phone. You've been on your phone, you left, and you came back and you still on your phone. I understand you resigned. Do your job.
The next speaker is Kimmy Freeman. Please state your name and your address. Thank you.
Kimmy Freeman, Paterson, New Jersey. Before I talk about the homeless situation, I want to talk about crime. I want to congratulate the Paterson Police Department because this morning they swept Broadway and Main Street. I talked about this last meeting, and you guys spent almost the whole meeting talking about dumping. I told you that crime is rampant downtown. All you gotta do is park your car near Broadway Pizza and then sit there and just watch. You will see at least 30 to 40 crimes within an hour. I know because I'm down there, I see it. Now, this ordinance, the first ordinance, when I came in here, I had a position. And after listening to everybody and getting insulted by my friend Akbar, who said I talk too much, and to listen to him, Well, I was the one that wrote his bylaws and constitution to the humble beings. He won't tell you that. You see, I'm smart. And people on this people, they know I'm smart. All right? And you know a lot of the stuff that I have said over the years, the developers. I told you this 14 years ago. You didn't listen. All right? I told you that what we're doing, we have to address a lot of issues. And my main thing is education and social work. And because of Akbar insulted me almost, and I praise him all the time, and my student who came up here and spoke very eloquently about the homeless. Now, you know I was a teacher for 28 years. And when my students come up here and say something, that's something I taught them. I taught them you have to participate in a democracy. You have to voice your opinion whether each side or not. Whether we're Democrats or Republicans, we have to deal with the system. We have to deal with a process. And we the people is, you have to vote for somebody that's going to do the work. Not just talk about what you're going to do. I know there's a lot of organizations here, and I belong in a lot of organizations. I belong to a fraternity. We are not doing enough. That's the bottom line. We have to do more. And I'm not going to criticize the mayor or any council person there, whatever their opinion is, you go with that. Because the people that voted for you, you're representing them. So if this majority on the city council votes for this ordinance, which I think they shouldn't, I don't think you should criminalize people who are homeless. But I do think that you have to tell them, look, you got to get some help. You can't continue to keep doing this. I remember when they criticized my aunt, Janie Warren, Mayor Warren, because homeless people were sleeping in front of City Hall. There were some activists here, they're not here now, who said, oh, the mayor's wrong, da, da, da. So we want homeless people to sleep in front of the City Hall. Guys, we have to do better. I don't know all the answers. All I know is I'm one person. And that if you see a homeless person, if I ride home tonight and see a homeless person that I know, I'm gonna stop my car and say, you know what? I got a whole house. And I told you last year, I helped the individual because he had nowhere to go and nobody had his back. And I said, you know what? I'm one person. So I can help one person. And that's what we need to do. These organizations that are here, you guys, I don't know if you have a physical building, I know Akbar does. You have a physical building? Churches. Churches got to open their door. I know I work for St. Paul's, right? I work for St. Paul's. And let me get a killer. And only Mims knows this. I was born homeless. I was born homeless because my single parent made it that way. I've been homeless several times throughout my life because I always say parents mess up their kids. So whatever they're doing, if they're alcoholics or they're drug or whatever, they can't keep a job or whatever the reason is. I've been homeless a dozen times. When I went to college, I was homeless. I slept in my van. When I went to PCC, I was homeless. I showered. I joined the basketball team so I could shower. Guys, we should not criminalize them. I changed my mind since I walked in here. We should not criminalize them, and it doesn't make any sense to fine them. Locking them up, no. We should have been doing what Newark and other people are doing, and I think Lewis said that Charles Florio offered a building back in 2017. Everybody knows here I worked for Mr. Florio for 4 years. I gave him excellent advice. This is what I do, counseling. And there's some people up here that I've even counseled. Guys, we got to do better. I don't know the exact solution is, but criminalize them, I changed my mind. Criminalize them not the way, fining them is not the way. I think the churches and organizations and the city, like Newark and everything, should devise a plan to do that. And like I said tonight, I'm gonna ride out and see somebody I know. Because I'm not gonna let you know, oh, most of these people are Patersonians. Okay, they're most Patersonians, then you know what? Help them. Open your home up to them. Give them shelter. If not, give them a few dollars. If you can't do that, don't come up here and just talk, okay? Help someone so that'll be less for us, the government and whoever, the lack of resources that we have. And last thing, young people, PCC is training people for jobs. Poverty is the root of all crime and the homelessness. So there's more opportunities for young people now to get jobs and get trained for jobs. I was a teacher. This is what I do. Vocation, we need this so we have people who won't be homeless. Okay? Thank you for the extra time, my brother.
Thank you. Thank you, Kenny. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Linda Moore.
Good evening, council.
Good evening.
I second everything everyone
Please state your
mentioned.
name.
Linda.
Thank you.
I second everything everyone had shared today. I want to share something personal. I stand before you today as someone who has personally been into drugs, struggled with addiction, and experienced homelessness. During my pregnancy with my first child, I faced challenges of homelessness with close to no support. It was a transformative period that led me to rediscover my faith in God. In desperation, I prayed to God, pleading that He take the baby, as I felt unprepared for motherhood. However, I knew that I couldn't bring myself to consider abortion, believing it to be morally wrong. This experience sparked a profound turning point in my life, and I began to rebuild my relationship with God. My personal journey has led me to believe that the solution to homelessness and other social issues begins with acknowledging and returning to God. Unfortunately, we've strayed from Him, teachings due to our complacency and casual attitude towards faith and lack of humility. While some may question the value of faith-based organizations, they undoubtedly provide vital support to vulnerable populations. However, these organizations face significant challenges in sustaining their work due to declining church attendance and governance policy that social attitudes that often discourage faith-based initiatives. Furthermore, I firmly believe that the corruption and greed have significantly contributed to the persistence of social issues like homelessness. It's appalling that investors and developers prioritize profit over people's well-being, often under the guise of progress and democracy. Meanwhile, government officials frequently ignore these injustices, allowing them to continue unchecked. As leaders and individuals who claim to care for others, we often fall short in our actions. We may provide assistance, but when it comes to genuinely connecting with those in need, we frequently turn a blind eye. To truly help others, we must first cultivate empathy and genuine compassion, not the kind that only benefits us. Real connection and understanding is essential. I recall an instance after a city council meeting where a homeless woman approached a council member for help, only to be redirected to someone else. I decided to take action, got in my car and searched for her. I wanted to ensure she had the necessary contact information to get the help she needed. She asked for a ride and I gladly provided it. As we journeyed together, we shared stories and I listened intently as she shared her struggles. This encounter reinforced a vital truth. People in need don't just want assistance, they crave genuine human connection. We all need at least one person to truly care and listen, because even small acts of kindness can make a profound difference, as it did with me. We often underestimate the impact of our actions. A simple gesture like sharing a meal or spending time with someone can change someone's life. It's a reminder that everyone has a story to share and deserves to be treated with dignity and compassion. As creations of God, we all matter and our stories are worth hearing. By providing genuine support and connection, we can help each other we can help others overcome their challenges and find hope. It's time for us to move beyond quick fixes and instead focus on building meaningful relationships with those around us. As the founder of United for Christ group, a nonprofit organization dedicated to spreading hope and transforming lives. I've witnessed firsthand the impact of genuine connection and compassion. I urge you to join me in this effort. Let's work together to create a real solution to homelessness, addiction, other social issues. Let's focus on providing affordable housing and shelters and community programs that truly transforms lives. We can't do it alone, but together we can make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Council President, before you move on, there's an emergency announcement. Those individuals that park in the garage, Councilman, those individuals that park in the garage next to this building, the multi-level, and the personnel, they lock the garage at 8 o'clock. If you have your car there, go and move it now. The employee's coming to open the gate. If you came from Princeton and you park your car there, please go outside and move your car now. If not, it's going to be locked in tomorrow. So if you park in the multi-level parking,
Thank you.
move your car. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Joel Keys.
I don't have a speech on the homeless situation, but if it's not rectified, I'll have a speech next time. Tonight, my speech is in the spirit of giving apologies. At the December 17th meeting, Councilwoman Mims, while addressing Ms. Rhonda Austin, said, quote, "Even last week, when someone's wife, I think it was Council President's, when you attack people's family members that are not here, they're not elected. To me, you owe those individuals apologies. You need to apologize to those individuals for attacking people's family members," unquote. Highlight, you need to apologize. Moments after Councilwoman Mims made that false statement about attacking people's family members, Councilman Velez yelled across the room to get my attention, requesting that I stop explaining my answer to the question Mrs. Rhonda Austin asked me regarding Councilwoman Mims's comment, which was the continued distortion of what Councilman Jackson said about Council President Mendez's oration of his wife's letter. Councilman Jackson complimented Council President Mendez's wife, but ridiculed the Council President. Mrs. Austin asked me, who said something about someone's wife? To which I replied, no one. That is a total distortion that I clarified when I gave my speech earlier. I know that Councilwoman Mims and Mrs. Austin did not hear my speech because most of the council members were assisting Mrs. Austin with her issues while I was giving it. Moreover, that explains why Councilwoman Mims said the following during our dialogue later, and I will issue the first apology for violating decorum by disrupting her while she had the floor. Councilwoman Mims said, quote, "I'm not talking bull crap because I wasn't referring to you. It was mentioned on the dais, someone attacked someone's wife. I didn't say nobody in the audience. It wasn't you. Mr. Keys, I'm not even talking about you. Someone on this dais did it to a fellow member," unquote. In the spirit of giving apologies, I think it would be responsible and an example of outstanding leadership if the council president would take accountability and apologize to Councilman Jackson for distorting his statement and to his colleagues for misleading them. And since Councilwoman Mims demanded an apology from Councilman Jackson before being made aware that he was innocent of the charges against him regarding disrespecting people's family members, I think it would be responsible and an act of good leadership if council members Mims, Velez, and Khalid issued an apology to Councilman Jackson for defamation of character on false pretenses. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Mark Cooper or Mary Cooper? Mark, sorry.
Mark Cooper.
You state your name.
Good evening, Mark.
I'm Mark Cooper. I am a resident of Paterson. So one thing I want to make clear, I am excited to meet all of you. I don't know a single one of you. I think I know you, But what I do want to say is I am a housing placement specialist for the Hyacinth Foundation, and my job is I assist clients who are homeless, evicted, living in transitional housing shelters, and inadequate housing conditions. What I do want to say is my job is hard. It's not easy. I'm not the only one that does this job either. But what I do want to say is, sir, could you please get off your phone? Michael Jackson, I would like to have your full attention. Just as we had your full attention, I would like everybody to please pay attention to me. Because what I'm about to say, everybody clearly just ate you all up and said that this whole legislation, this ordinance is crazy. Do you know how hard it is if you arrest them and then you try to take them out and say, yeah, they're gonna be housed, they're gonna have jobs? No, it's gonna make it worse. Now, I had a lot to say, but my boss told me that I should probably make it smaller since it's only 3 minutes, and everybody made valid statements. So what I am gonna say is I wanna talk about one barrier that not just homeless people, but what we have as people. You wanna know what that barrier is? Complacency. Has anybody ever noticed that none of us worry about what we're gonna eat? What we do say is, what are we gonna eat? What they have to say is if they're gonna eat, how they're gonna eat, what money they're gonna get. They have to do things that are beyond their capabilities that they don't know what to do. The clients that I see, I've heard so many stories that have been heartbreaking, trauma ooh, hold on, sorry. Going back, it's natural, it's even easy for people to be complacent in comfort, right? When we all wake up, where do we wake up? In our beds, in our warm beds, in our homes that we have to, excuse my language, bitch and complain about paying rent that's overpriced, right? But what I like to say is they don't. They're out in the elements. Hell, I didn't bring my gloves walking over here. It was freezing. What do you think they go through? What do you think they have to live with? And now you're saying, oh yeah, let's take them off. Not only are you stopping me from doing my job, but now you make my job even harder than it already is with no shelters, no beds, no place for them to stay. They don't have the proper education. They don't have anything that they need to survive. But, oh yeah, let's make Paterson look great because we want to make everybody go away. No, that's not cool. Where's your humanity? Where's your decency, your empathy? You sympathize with them, but that's not enough. You can't just say, yeah, there's a problem, and we're gonna do this, and now you have all these people here saying that's a dumb idea? That's all I wanna say, and I don't wanna take too much time, but thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Felicia Wise. I'm sorry. Please state your name and address, please.
Felicia Wise, Front Street, Paterson. I'm not going to talk about how we want to criminalize being homeless because that's been said enough. I'm not going to talk about they or them, but I am going to talk about a her. I'm going to talk about a 36-year-old young woman that I had opportunity to sit right there in that park across from the main post office. I go to a church. I don't belong to any of these organizations. I am a member and a minister at one of the local churches, and we do go out and we minister to the homeless, even after being told we could no longer set up our tables and feed them and give them clothing. We still go out. I sat and I spoke to this young woman. And I asked her what happened to cause her to be here. And she explained to us that she had anxiety problems. So she had difficulty living with her family members. One family member was willing to take her in under one condition. She said, if you come live with me and my boyfriend, you have to consent to having threesomes with us. And we want to criminalize her? What about the young man who's been struggling, can barely read, can barely write? He's been getting by, but yet we want to criminalize him because he gets a check that's $500 less every month than what his rent is. But we want to criminalize him? Is that what we're doing now? And I want to put this in your mind so when you go to that table and you start to talk about this again, that you don't allow politics to get in and sway you, that it will not take you back to the beginning of this situation. There are people out there who are out there because they have no other choice. And then we want to say they're camping on public ground, public property. Well, it's public property, and last time I checked, we were all a part of this public. If that's the only place they have, then that's where they must be. Take the word camping out of there. I read the definition. I sat back there and I went through about 10 different ones. Yes, there are definitions about camping that says that it's unpleasant. They find themselves in temporary housing or structures. We call them tents, and they are in unpleasant situations, and they land in unpleasant places. That's one definition. But the more I read, the more definition said it's associated with vacations, having a good time, being relaxed, getting away from the hustle and bustle of this world. Do you think that's what they're doing out there? So what I want you to do when you go back and you sit down, I'm glad you say you're going to take the fine off the table, because that's just utterly ridiculous. If I'm homeless and I got $2,000, I'm not sleeping on the sidewalk. I promise you that. Think about it. 5 homeless people get $2,000 each. That's an apartment. No, that's a house. My mortgage wasn't that much. So I want you to consider that. And that's all I'm going to say on that, because everything was said, and it was said so eloquently. I'm going to take 5 seconds more. But I want to say this, and I'm glad you're here, Khalid, because I've called your office numerous times. I live in your ward, can never reach you. I've called several members of the council talking about the dumping situation on Front Street. I've spoken to Lalisa many times about that situation. 3 months now, the last dump is sitting still on the sidewalk, and someone just dropped furniture on top of that. So when we're thinking about the homelessness, they may need furniture, but they don't need that.
Thank you, Felicia. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Ilya Villanova. Please state your name and your address, please.
Good evening, council members, administration, madam, and to all of you that are here. My name is Ilya Villanueva. I live on 166 Lakeview Avenue, Paterson. I live in here for over 40 years. And in those 40 years, I've been doing direct social services. 11 years at the Hispanic Center with former Councilwoman Maria Magda. 4 years at the homeless shelter monitor for the grants of the Human Services of Passaic County. 17 years as the director of CASA program, social service organization serving the whole county. And my last job, which I just retired, and by the way, Councilwoman Maritza Davila, thank you for the service of the 17 years that you did for CASA program. I want everybody to know that she did direct services for free for 17 years. So she knows what the homeless are. She knows what we go through when we were there giving out toys and food and everything else. And she is my witness that we did that. Right, Councilwoman? So, and for the past 13 years, I work for the Department of Human Services State at a phone getting calls from the 21 counties, welfare clients, trying to help them, which is very frustrating sometimes. I came here because I want to announce something, but when I hear all these community people, it takes me back to my time of CASA. Today somebody asked me, I don't know what is your experience in terms of budget and how do you put things together. I have 17 years. I have 40 years doing grants, putting money together, doing service for the community, direct services, and each and every one of you knows, including Councilman Velez, that helped me give out turkeys every year at CASA program. When we had the daycare center, where we served 96 tourists, right, Councilwoman Davila? Every year. And now we are here with the same problem. And I want to commend each and every one of you for coming here and be the heroes of the homeless. Thank you, and I applaud you. And also, you have here people like this gentleman. This gentleman must be like $400, $500 an hour to talk to him. You have resources here today that are here for free. How do you feel about people that are not from Paterson giving here, trying to help solve the problem? As the past program monitor for the emergency food and shelter programs for the county, we used to do something that is called the Emergency Shelter Services Plan, and that's what we need. But before I go, and my main concern was that I just sent to the city clerk my official notice of intent and desire to be considered by this council for the special appointment of the vacancy of the 6th ward council seat. As a member of this community that have served for 40 years, Councilman Al de la Cis, which you very know when we were starting to run, I ran in 2004, and you know that I ran in 2008. So I think that I have the experience and the knowledge to come here and try to serve and try to help these people. These people need somebody to put a comprehensive service and at least put $2 million of that COVID money that you're using to do playgrounds to do something for the homeless and that emergency. And also you just gave money to a Millennium Strategist grant writing services for the city. Tell them to take this, do the emergency plan, and put a grant together so you could vote at least on $2 million to help this over. This is an emergency, and you should act on it as an emergency. Thank you so much to the residents of the city, to each and every one of you. Thank you for your service. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Esperanza Jenkins. Please state your name and your address.
Good evening. My name is Esperanza Jenkins, HS&H Outreach Services, right here in this wonderful city of Paterson. And I say wonderful city of Paterson because I grew up here. I graduated here. I've had children here. I have family here. So I love to serve here. I come with a message for humanity, disgrace, and solutions. Humanity. The basic core of humanity is to lift up ones that are suffering, ones that are at their lowest. Many of you don't even realize people that reside and work in this city for this administration is dealing with homelessness. Can't afford the rent. We help them. You don't get the calls of trying to help that senior stay in that apartment because of the fact that they are getting pushed out by the landlord, that they cannot stay, and they're not being aided by legal services. They're getting 30 days to move out. To go where? The homeless is a reflection of what's happening in your community. Humanity is to stand in the gap. The disgrace is to put them on display for your will, for your embetterment. The disgrace is to point cameras at people and things that because they don't have shelter over their heads. Their last resolution was to go on the street and to sleep in those public places. The disgrace is thinking that it can't be you. The very disgrace is thinking that it can't happen to your family members. The disgrace is thinking that they have solutions because there's none. And we help people from homelessness to shelter. The solution is being aware of what's going on within the shelters, within your communities. Most people that have faced homelessness have faced more indignity when they're at their lowest. When they're going to some place that they think that they're going to be built up to be broke down. Many of the service providers that provide a lot of these services hurt these people. That's why they don't want to go into these shelters. You're thinking that that's a solution. I've spoken to Department of Human Services within the city of Paterson, the warming center. The dignity that they believe is that all they deserve is a chair. I'm in the rooms. I'm speaking to people. I've been around this city. I serve on the street and very proud to. I love this community. This is where we decided to put our organization. We will serve regardless of whether or not you guys like it or not. Last year, you guys came at organizations, nonprofits, for serving on the streets. We're still here. We're still here. And we're serving. And we're doing the job. Because it's not about us, it's about them. Which is what we expect from the city council, to know that it's not about you, it's about the people you serve. And if you can service the least of them, you can serve the most. And that is all I have to say. Thank you for your time. I hope that you're able to hear from all the great nonprofit organizations out here, whether you know them, whether you don't know them, but all of us is trying to do a heavy lifting of work, which means to bring people who are definitely disconnected from humanity because they're so far down. If you even understand how far down they are. The best thing that I ever heard from someone that changed my mind is that he talked to himself because nobody else would talk to him. And that's what kept him sane. And that is what made the difference between the way we serve and the way we talk to people. We don't talk at them. We talk to them. If you love the city of Paterson, do better.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Chanel Fields. Chanel, please state your name and address, please.
Good evening, council. My name is Chanel Fields. Tonight, I'm going to say this phrase a couple of times. Criminalizing homelessness aborts any possibility of a potential testimony. I would like you to walk with me in thought. Imagine a woman, after serving her country, she comes home pregnant and immediately discovers she is homeless because her landlord decided to rent out her apartment that she paid a year's worth of rent in advance, only to discover that said landlord has illegally rented out her apartment as a furnished apartment. As a soldier, she returns to her car at a time where there's no direct deposit but paper checks. She is now without an address and left to sleep in her car. She now takes baths at rest stops, gas stations, and friends' dorm rooms. Or imagine being displaced later in life again due to a fire and then being put up for 3 days because that's all the American Red Cross says they can do. You see, that's my testimony. Some of us are not all drug addicted. And some of us do not have mental health issues. I am some of us. Some of us were forced into homelessness. I tried to stay at a women's shelter, but I was told that I would have to give up my vehicle for fear that I could possibly lead people who wanted to harm victims at the women's shelter. I tried to stay in a general shelter, but I had to sleep with one eye open, if you know what I mean. You don't know what I mean. You don't know what I mean. See, I'm here to represent that community, and I couldn't be silent tonight because this is just one part of my story. I want to say you will never see me not giving. As I said in the beginning, criminalizing homelessness aborts any possibility of a potential testimony. Ask me how I know. I know because I overcame. At a time where I wanted to really give up, my village of people did not allow me to wallow in despair. But because of a small village of Patersonians that rallied around me to help me in my time of need, some of those I have to thank are Mr. Fields, my dad, who took the time to adopt me, Reverend Connie Coleman, Renee Green, Bo and Marie Barron, Pastor Doy Williams of Holy Tabernacle Church, my uncle, the late Ronnie Hicks, Bishop Williams, the late Bishop Williams, the late Reverend Dr. Eileen Gilmore, and Pastor Ruth Jean Thomas. Their help, prayer, support, resources, guidance, and reassurance brought me through triumphantly. I don't know where I would be without them. I became a successful business owner of now 4 businesses, and I currently still and always will give back to those in need. Imagine if I were criminalized, my dreams would have been aborted. Contrary to what we like to think, we are all woven together in what I would like to call the trickle-down effect. What you do to us today will affect you tomorrow. I need to say it one more time. Criminalizing homelessness aborts any possibility of a potential testimony. Whose blessing are you stopping? That could be your potential blessing. Ladies and gentlemen, I said it on the phone last week. Homelessness is a human issue that demands only a human response. Let us work together to foster a city that uplifts its most vulnerable members rather than punishing them. Together we can create lasting change rooted in compassion, which is the name of my company, Compassion, Moss and Juice, because the Bible says, with love and kindness have I drawn thee. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Next speaker is Abed Tabata. Okay.
Sorry.
Abed.
Abed, okay.
He left, okay. Mariah Maxey. Okay.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Deborah Decode.
Right.
Deborah DaCosta. I live in Paterson, was raised in Paterson. I practice social work in Paterson. My clients, many of them the unhoused in Paterson, come to me to instill hope after door after door after door after door has been slammed in their faces right here in the good city of Paterson. Paterson, with hope and labor. That's our motto here in Paterson. And I'm wondering to myself how we go so far from having such great ambitions for this city to this ordinance presented today. That it would even be considered is despicable. It's not a plan, it's a punishment. And all of you with political power are responsible. I hold you responsible. We entrust you with the lives of the people we love. We are our brother's keepers. That's what it means to be a Patersonian. I'm responsible for you, you're responsible for me, I'm responsible for everyone behind me. What was proposed, it's not a solution, it's a deflection. It's socioeconomic discrimination. Let's call it what it is. It's classism and it's wrong. It's criminalizing the unhoused for existing. Why not work on a real plan to build shelters, provide affordable and accessible housing, and train shelter providers to adopt the harm reduction model, which focuses on public health as opposed to punishment, to help the citizens of our city in Paterson. Also, just increased police interaction with the marginalized that already feel that their dignity has been stripped. Like, how could that result in anything good? We've seen it go bad, haven't we? Right? And so I'm just calling on you to do your jobs. I serve the city of Paterson. I am the city of Paterson, and I want us to do better. We can do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Karina Monaro. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Good evening.
Please state your name.
Good evening, Council
you.
President, council members, and community members. I am Karina Minaro of 970 East 25th Street. I came here tonight with a different purpose, but as I heard each of the speakers, I'm absolutely inspired by the community, because this is what it is to be an example of what coming together and defending those who need us looks like. There's no more than I can add, except tonight, leaving this meeting, I feel to be a true, proud Patersonian. But now, for my initial reason, as the end of your last council meeting approaches, I had to take the opportunity tonight to congratulate my councilman, Al Abdelaziz. From the late night texts and calls with complaints, music complaints, running from the Halloween trunk or treats to the family nights out. I know that over the years, I've gotten to know what true dedication and inspiration and being there for your community looks like. I know that you'll continue to make us proud, and I wanted to just let you know that the 6th Ward is a better place because you helped us take us there. So thank you and congratulations on your appointment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, the next speaker and last speaker is G. Greer.
Brother G is outside. He's coming up.
Listen, I don't know, Brother Al, but before I start, the young lady in the back mentioned Front Street. I just posted that 4 days ago, sent it to the city of Paterson, and I was shocked when she said it's still there. It's a whole kitchen set over there. It's a whole kitchen set over there. And I did a video as well, and I said it's right across the street from the Great Falls. I sent it to the Paterson Plus, and I was shocked that it's still there. But before I start my 3 minutes, Council President, I just want to say to the BA, I wish you well on your next move that you make. Al, I'm going to be seeing you. I got your personal number, so I'll be reaching out to you. But Al, it is one thing I need you to do before you leave. There's a huge amount of dumping on railroad, what's that? You know what I'm talking about. It's been there for a very, very long time. Before you leave, I want that taken care of, please. All right, let's jump to this thing on homeless. I'm going to speak in the capacity of Paterson Care. I am the president, co-founder of that organization. We've been a nonprofit now, and I want to say about 13 years in the city of Paterson, feeding the homeless. And when so many other groups emerged, we went over to a program called Books and Breakfast, where we bring children in to read books. They get a hot meal. They take 5 books home. I usually give them some money out of my pocket, you know, whoever does a book report. And there's a few of you council members up there that have attended those programs. But I want to get to the homeless. Last week, councilman of the Great Fifth Ward mentioned about a homeless center that was being built. Well, actually, Councilman, I was a commissioner on the Board of Adjustment during that time. And the reason we denied that project because it wasn't the right fit. What you failed to tell the people, the reason why it was denied. Yes, we all want homeless. This was in the heart of the 4th Ward. They wanted to convert it, and it was going to be for women and children only. But the problem was that we couldn't understand, and you can go back and you can read the minutes. When the lawyer said the mothers, the parents can go to the local bodega to buy food and feed their children. So basically, it wasn't going to be no cooking facility in there. And we was pissed. And then they wanted to put the playground on the roof. There's something else you ain't telling me. They wanted to put the playground on the roof, and they wanted to fence it in. And we said, so you're going to have the kids go to the roof and play while the other kids on the sidewalk. We couldn't understand that. So basically what we were saying, take it back, redo it, and bring it back to us. And I challenge you to go to that developer. That developer has a vacant spot on Lafayette Street, the old gas station. It's been sitting there. I guess it's waiting to be developed. I challenge you to take this back, and he's probably watching, to take that property and build that homeless shelter right there. There's another property. Well, there's plenty of other that he can do, but I challenge you to do that. Now, the other thing is, to the 5 council members that approved this last week, I like y'all, but I gotta be real. I think y'all was very disrespectful by getting up while the public was speaking. This is something that you approved. And I guarantee you, when I saw this on the agenda as the first item, I said, I know what they're gonna do. By the time everybody get there, they're gonna vote on that thing and it's gonna be over with. Because it was number 1. And Councilman Alex Mendez, let me tell you something, brother. I wasn't even coming here. I told my team not to come here because I knew that there would be enough people here, you know, to fight this thing. And what I was shocked with, Council President, is that you have gone out with me feeding before, you know? And I was like, when you was over there with the video, I was like, well, you know, that's my brother, and you know. But I get it, Alex, because I'm tired of the railroad tracks filthy. I'm tired of the needles. Most of you know I was part of the team that helped bring Barber Parks back. It was drug infested. I mean, we had people in there. It's a shame that we had to put a fence around the park. You know, it really is. But we had to do what we had to do. Yes, there's a need for housing. But this is my plea to everybody that's living out on the street. You do not have to live in filth. Over the overpass by Route 80 is filthy. I sent Councilwoman Marissa a disturbing video where the principal and the teachers called me. The kids had to leave for a fire drill, and dude was just in a cardboard box sleeping, shooting up with his girlfriend. Listen, we can't have that, okay? We can't have that. And if the solution is giving them housing, then give them housing. But I'll be damned if somebody gonna come in front of my house where we pay high taxes in this city and do what they want. It's not gonna happen. And believe me, I feel for the homeless. I feed them. Been doing it for the last 14 years. But go on the railroad tracks on Hamilton Ave and East 18th Street right now. It would blow your mind. I get calls from the veterans that live there, the people that serve this country. Hey, Brother G, man, anything you can do. You know what? That tent don't bother them that much. It's the trash. Go there right now. And you know, I go over there, most of the homeless people know me by name, and I said, look, man, can you clean this up? And the sister told me, she said, you ain't gonna bring DPW back and clean up? I said, sis, they cleaned it one time. You have to maintain this area. This your home. Tidy it up. Right now, trust me, it's gonna take about 4 or 5 dump trucks to get all of that stuff from out of there. So this is my other challenge, Council President, as I leave. If you can have the BA, or maybe she can pass it on to whoever's gonna be the BA, to find out what did it cost DPW to clean up all of these sites. I guarantee you, when you come back and you guys see it's gonna be in the millions of dollars, you're gonna say, damn, we could have built a building. We could have put the homeless somewhere. Because, and then you insulted me by that little raise they got. I understand they negotiate their own contract, but if I was at that table with them, they would have gotten more than, I believe they got 2.5%, which is gonna go to taxes and health care. They got, I think for the 4 years, they got like 10%. They deserve way more money than that. First of all, their pay scale should have went up $20,000, okay? That job should be starting off with at least, at a minimum, $50,000, at a minimum, and have it go up. On that note, I want to say good night, but I'm looking forward to the comments of the 5 council members, because last week, y'all was on fire. I want to hear the comments of why you backed off of this. And Council President, when did you decide that you was going to pull it? Because you could have saved a whole lot of people from coming out tonight, brother. A whole lot of us. Thank you and have a good night. Al, I need that trash up.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Brother G. Motion to close the public portion.
So moved.
Move to close.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Aviles. A roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public portion.
Roll call to close the public portion. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So God is good and God works in mysterious ways, right? Today's my last council meeting. And I heard the public and I listened. I listened to what you had to say. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, you know, this is good. The public comes out here. And it's a message that I'm going to take now, not just as a council person, but this issue is going to be a state issue. This is bigger than the city of Paterson. And I'm sitting here saying that's the purpose right now. For me, I'm going to talk about. I'm going down to Trenton Thursday. This is a purpose that I want to go back down there and fight for, to bring back funding to the city to help these programs out. I voted in the affirmative, but I'm also human, and what helps me grow as a leader is listening. So I'm listening to you. My purpose now is going to be different. This isn't just a city. The city's not going to fix this problems on its own. And I have that lens now, sitting as a council person, and my colleagues hearing you out. And to get the funding you need when there's billions of dollars down at Trenton to put a plan in place. So I think now it's a good thing that it's tabled. And it's a good thing that the people came out here today. It's a victory that it's tabled right now because the city, our legal counsel, need to come together to put a plan in place. And what I would commit now in my new role as an assemblyman, that I could fight down in Trenton to try to assist and bring back funding so the city could solve the problem. So I'm happy that everyone came out. G. Greer, that's my statement. I listened, and I'm happy it's tabled. If they bring it back, I got some good news for you now. It'll be 4-4, so it'll fail, because I won't be here. So there's always a positive. I like to end meetings in positive news. So, but I will assure you that as a representative now that's going to represent the entire city, this is also a regional problem, right? We could say no here, then they're going to go to the next town over, or the next area. It could be one ward to another ward. G. Greer, I've been on that on West Railway. The payloader, they told me he's supposed to be getting fixed Wednesday. When it gets fixed, they're going to work with the train company because now it's overloading on the tracks, and we want it clean. The dumping is out of control. I want to thank my colleagues for all the kind words. Even Councilman Jackson had his aide say good things for me on his behalf, so I appreciate you, Councilman Jackson. We've been building a very good relationship the last couple of weeks. I'm sad that, you know, he already told me he wants to go door to door with me in the first ward. I don't know what he's going to tell the neighbors, so I'm going to take a pass on that for now. But to the residents, some of you have texted me. It is bittersweet. I see Ms. McCracken over there. I'm not going anywhere. I forgot to say that. I'm not going anywhere. People are like, where are you going? I'm just taking my approach. I've always been known to get things done on the council. I really hope I could do that in Trenton. And one thing I'm going to learn, that now I represent the entire city of Paterson. I'm really ready to roll up my sleeves and try to get the job done. To the same effort I put in the 6th ward, I could commit to you, I'm going to put that 110% for the entire city. Thank you, everyone. I do think this is going to be my last vote. It's getting a little late. I got work tomorrow, so that's not going to change. So God bless you all. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilwoman Cotton. I'm sorry, Councilman Abdelaziz. I'm so sorry. Oh, that's right.
At least he can wait.
I'm waiting.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Oh, okay,
yes.
thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say, everyone did come out tonight. When I voted last week, I voted no. I was going to vote no again. I understood how it is to be homeless. I say to people all the time, like, you know, everyone said here tonight that we're only one paycheck away. And I just want to say, me here as a councilwoman, I wasn't born here, but I've been raised here. I knew what it was moving out at night because we couldn't pay rent. I did all of that. You know, I want to say to the community, they heard you because it was 5-4. They heard you. It should have been taken off last week. It should have been off. Because you can't, and then I remember speaking to, our police department cannot do this. They can't even get to a car accident scene. How are they gonna go pick up a homeless? I mean, we were gonna put so much pressure on them that it was just almost impossible for them to do that. And I'm saying, when you think about passing laws, you have to think about how it could be taken care of too. And you know, and I can say that, and Al said he's gonna be going down to Trenton, but the federal government has to step in more. They have to step in more. Do everybody remember the Mount Laurel case where you had cities who did not want affordable housing in their cities? Because they always think affordable housing is for poor black folks. That's what they think. But there's for poor folks, no matter what color you are. That's what affordable is for. Not just people of color, for everyone who needs to get affordable housing, who needs to have their rent paid by income. And I say to you out there for coming out and say this is what we need to do. And you know, and maybe we can go further. I think what happened was when my council colleague said that there was beds, I think maybe he was thinking about warming centers and not shelters. Because warming centers are not the same as shelters. And those shelters are full to capacity. I was able to get a guy into one of the shelters with the help of a young lady named April Brown. April Brown picked this guy up for 2 days, 3 days, and took him for certain tests that you gotta get done before you can get into a shelter. You gotta get certain tests before you can even get in there. And she took this young man to get that TB test, to get that COVID test. So there's a process too of being able to get into to the shelters. And I want to say to the community, there's some laws that I think that we need to look at everything. You know, my brother was incarcerated for 10 years. But 20 years ago, you can go to jail and get a college degree. They took that away. Because then they say, we're making these people too smart that we have incarcerated. He came out of prison with a BA degree. That's not even happening anymore. And we have to take a good look at those things, and I think we need to bring it to our federal legislators that this is certain things that we need. I always question HUD. HUD based their rental on zip codes. You got certain zip codes that get more money on zip codes. When I'm saying 07, 08, 29, they get income based on zip codes. So why can 07 only getting 1,500, but 09 is getting 2,000 per zip code? So there's a lot of things that we need to look at to help and make sure that our legislators, and I know one thing, we got to pay close attention, because let me tell you something, when they, Al, you gonna let us know? When they start them state budgets, you gotta be in Trenton. They gotta be able to see you. Because when they see nobody sitting out there, they think everything is okay. That's how they think. Oh, ain't nobody sitting out there. Ain't nobody asking for nothing. Ain't nobody. No, you need to go down there. Because I remember fighting with Anna Taylor Farrell for early childhood. I remember fighting for 3 and 4 years ago, school for free. I remember fighting for all-day kindergarten. When they see you, they think differently. Oh, look at all them people sitting out there. I better sit up and act like I want to do what I need to do. So there's a lot of things that I want to say to you, community. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for coming out and expressing your concern for this homeless. Because everybody, like Akbar says, and I done been out on the line with Akbar over there on Broadway. Now he's behind the Islamic Center on Auburn Street, feeding people, helping people, trying to give them the resource. There's many organizations. I always say, I'm here to help all. I don't pick and choose. And people know me. They know I don't pick and choose who I help. Because it's about the community. I grew up here. I know what it is. I have people looking after me. I'm looking after people. You know, my kids went to East Side. My daughter went to Rosa Parks. I believe in helping. And I say when you help people, it comes back twofold. It comes back twofold. When you help, it comes back to you. So I want to say to all you out there in the community, let's continue to do what we need to do. And one thing you must understand is that things happen to us up here too. We're not immune from anything. Right. I know I'm not. Your house done got broken into. I got to chase a man from in front of my house. I live on 27th Street and 10th Avenue, which is called a hot spot. I know what it is, but I'm going to be there to help you. You know, I'm so fortunate that I'm going to talk to my neighbors. Because you know what? I want you to watch my house. Because if my kids doing something they ain't got no business, you better tell me. And I'm going to listen. So for that being said, to you all out there, thank you for coming out. This was not a good thing. We need to do our best to roll our sleeves up and help each other and do what we need to do, and so we can share everything. And the gentleman over there who spoke about that statue of Governor in Auburn, That wasn't the city of Paterson. That was the Habitat for Humanity, myself as a councilwoman, who got a man from Iowa, and he sold us that statue for $60,000. He paid the 10% to the Martin Luther King Foundation, and we were able, Paterson Habitat was able to raise that money, almost $300,000 to get that pocket park done. It came from private donation. And so I want to say, I had the honor yesterday of going to Washington, D.C. for the Dr. King, Martin Luther King birthday celebration. We went to the Metropolitan AME Church, and I didn't know I had history. I sat in a church where Frederick Douglass had his funeral in 1895. And when you go around and you sit with history, it seems like something comes around you to make you feel like, wow, I'm sitting in here. This church is 185 years old, who's been in that same spot. Also, Rosa Parks was also service there. So with that being said, thank you all. We got our hands full. We got to get some work done. Let's work with each other. Let's stop picking and choosing who we help. Let's just work together and get everything done that we need to get done. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila.
So I'd like to begin by saying this. You know, I was in support of the ordinance, not because I wanted to criminalize, you know, the less fortunate. The city of Paterson is close to 200,000 constituents. And we get all, and I'm just going to speak on self in terms of as councilwoman at large, the amount of phone calls that we get from constituency about, hey, they're in my backyard, hey, the rodents, hey, so many things. And so when this was presented in committee, I said, all right, well, it needs to move forward so it can, the rest of the council. But I want to say this. If anybody knows me, knows that if you speak to me a certain way, I listen. I totally will shut down if you think that you can come and disrespect me and yell at me and curse at me because I don't agree with something that you want done. But when you come here and you come with that passion to talk about the less unfortunate, okay, the unhoused, you know, G. Greer said something, you know, to Council President. You've been there with me serving the homeless. I've been there as well. My father was homeless. My father was a crackhead. He was a drug addict. He lived off the streets. So would I want to see my father in jail? No. And so as I sat here and listened to each one of you, especially the women, especially to hear Ms. Fields speak about what she went through, right? I knew, and this is after, you guys spoke after, I had already made a decision, right, that I was not in support because some of the language needed to change. If there's no solution and we're just kind of like patch it up and put a Band-Aid, okay, then it's not gonna work. So I listened to each and every one of you. I am looking forward for it to come back to committee, have the discussions with all the entities that wanna be involved in it, all right, with the administration, because you are right. If you're homeless, you don't have a job, you don't have where to live, right? How are you gonna pay those fines? And like you said, when you come out, that documentation that you need, you can't get. So it's a cycle and it'll continue to repeat. Now I'm gonna tell you when I also, and why I was in support. Some of these individuals that are homeless, I today walked in, almost fell right in front of here because it was black ice. I had to request for salt through the BA to be put in front. And there was a lady. And I said, ma'am, can we help you? Can we take you? She did not want to get up. She started laying down her bed and making her space. And I said, it is freezing. I just walked the street, across the street, and I'm freezing. I can't see you, right? Didn't want to listen. Another gentleman came, spoke to her. Didn't want to listen. I'm happy to say that when I walked back out, she was gone, right? Which means that somebody assisted her to get her into a warm place. The issues that I foresee with some of the unhoused is that you gotta, I work in a place, I work for Passaic County College. You know what it is to walk across manure, so I don't say the nasty word? that I see blood, okay? You know, the smell of urine, right? And this is smacking downtown. So this is why I need you to know why I was in support. But again, after hearing everyone out, because like I said, if you're speaking to me in a certain way, you want to convince me, there's a way to do it. And I can tell you today that you've done that, all right? Yes, I do. We need to have something done, all right? This first reading ordinance, you know, it's in second reading, going back, reverting to committee. It's probably going to be a whole different one, right? And so, you know, with that said, you know, I am looking forward to hearing more. So I want to thank you all, to the constituency that came out to speak. You know, I heard you loud and clear. And lastly, when Commissioner Minaro spoke, I felt a little moved, because my colleague who's speaking right now, not listening to what I'm saying, okay? I was touched because, you know, Al is someone that I call a brother from another mother, okay? And I've worked very closely with him. He wasn't an elected official, okay? And he got the opportunity when the seat was vacant, because the then councilman became mayor, okay? It was through us that we were able to appoint him to the seat. And, you know, he has not let us down. We've agreed to disagree. I've been pissed off at him at times, right? But even in the best families, but I'm truly gonna miss him. He's gonna be wonderful at the state, and I know that I spoke earlier, but, you know, when Commissioner Minaro spoke, it just brought me back to those moments of, you know, the Christmases, the Easter egg hunts, you know, the turkey drives, you know, hopping on a fire truck with him, going throughout the 6th Ward, you know, giving blessings, you know, to 6th Ward residents, not looking at who can or who couldn't, right? It was just a point, anybody that extended their hand was given something. And so I'm moved by that, and I know that I'm gonna continue working with him, and that now, you know, I have another person, you know, at the state level. So with that said, Madam Clerk, thank you so much, and to the constituency, my vote is yes to close.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me start off by saying, Brother Keys, I often get accused of putting a battery in people's backs to come here and represent me. I think if people understood really who you are and who you represent, that you can never be maneuvered that way. And that's part of the reason why Mr. Olivares has become, you know, I made him my aide, because he's an individual who is a firm and solo thinker. And the fact that he came here and said something pleasant about Al, if anybody thinks I encouraged him to do that, oh, man. Listen, I didn't have anything to say, but I will say something now. You know, I voted in favor of Mr. Abdelaziz to be appointed when I was forced to not be appointed. When my seat in the 1st Ward was vacated, I was forced to run a special election. The then council didn't see it fit to have someone appointed. I submitted my letter of interest as well, and I was denied that opportunity. But I chose to support him. I thought that I was very optimistic when he came on the council. I will give him credit. He's very, very intelligent, very sharp. But from my perspective, he used that edge to not do very good things in favor of the city of Paterson. All you got to do is look around. So, I mean, I'm congratulate him on his new journey, but that's about as far as it goes. And what you're witnessing here is people who are, and I've been saying this for years, people who are in place to serve this community that don't understand the community in which it services. People who are incapable of moving around in certain segments and certain places of our community. People who refuse to do so, right? Because my mother, you know, she's out every Friday, every Sunday, helping the homeless, contributing to their conditions, or trying to help their conditions, providing things that they need, food, whether it's clothing, whether it's condoms, whether it's just somebody to talk to. And I invite any of you to go out with my mother, because she has a very personal relationship. Now, mind you, she doesn't need to do that. She makes a very, very good salary. She owns her own business, and she's the head of nursing at Straight and Narrow. So, and she was hired there to recover their services when their program, when it was on the verge of being failed or not being renewed. She's a recovery specialist, and she goes into organizations and fixes their issues and their problems. And if you open some of the emails that she has going back and forth, it's about addressing the way in which people address the people that are in these conditions. Not only does my mother do it, but my children are out there with her. So that corridor, Route 19, whether it's Walgreens parking lot, all over the community, all over the city, when the people who are being paid handsomely to do so fail to do so. People who've gotten substantial raises to do so, might I add. So let me go into this. Pastor Capers, I love you, Pastor Capers, and you know, as a elder in the community, I always respect what you do. But the issue that I have with one of the things you talked about, sometimes you just can't get along with everybody that is working in the same direction, because they're not working in the same direction. When you have people who are blatantly, and trust me, I've made every attempt. I went in those closed doors. I refrained from criticizing in public. But what I've learned is that the corruption is real. And people are coerced or brought into, and they have these discussions behind closed doors and come out here and do the absolute opposite in which they've said. I've watched people come to the podium say something completely different than what they told me the night before. Now, you can say a lot of things about Mike Jackson. You can say Mike Jackson is, I mean, I've heard the gamut. He's arrogant, he's this, he's compassionate, on both sides. One thing you're not gonna say is I'm a backtrack on something that I made a promise on, that I'm a liar, or that I reneged on something that I stand on. Now, that's not to say that I can't be wrong, and I've been willing to acknowledge when I'm wrong, and I think every council member up here has to have the opportunity to acknowledge that. And that's why, Council President, the moment we finish closing this, I'm gonna make a motion for that item that you brought forward, because it can't just be moved off the agenda. That's not how this works. You should understand the role you play. It must be either voted up or down. It's on the agenda, it was publicized, and I think everybody who voted in favor should have an opportunity to vote this thing down. Show where you really stand. Don't duck behind closed doors the way you have always done, because I've written many pieces of legislation that this council president has blatantly kept off the agenda. Specifically, an item that's on here tonight that took months to get on, where landlords are illegally charging residents for parking. It's on the city code, it's in the zoning ordinance that charging for parking is illegal. You would have thought I would have got the overwhelming support. He made every effort to keep that item off the agenda. So it's on tonight. We'll see who's gonna support it. And mind you, it's not an ordinance. It's not all it is a feel-good situation. It's saying that the council is encouraging the administration to do its job and stop allowing these landlords to illegally charge people for parking after they're paying $2,700 or $3,000 a month in rent. Where people are being maliciously evicted because they can't afford the rent, and then they exacerbate it by adding $200 parking fees on top of that. When we give you permission to build a building in the city of Paterson, right then you have to present a plan that how many parking spaces are you going to provide, not how many spaces are you going to rent. And furthermore, if you have a parking lot and you're renting parking spaces, you should be registered in licensing for having a licensed parking lot, because that's how it works. But We'll see who supports that. Also, Brother Thomas, you'll be interested in hearing, I wrote another piece of legislation to say, let's reward our residents who turn in dumpers. You see some people, they have it on their Facebook page. Well, the council president moved a resolution to increase the fines to $10,000. We haven't had one person get hit with $10,000 yet. What I said was, let's let the community turn in these dumpers and then give them half of the fine. Maybe they can afford to pay for parking if they're collecting fines on all the illegal dumping going on in the city. This item still hasn't made it to the agenda because council president is misusing his authority. He doesn't even understand it. In the corporation, well, as has been referred to in the past, I'll give him credit. Credit is due. I don't want to plagiarize. Mr. Gilmore has phrased it. The illegal department has consistently ran block to keep these items off the agenda. So we can't talk about how things are broken and we're not trying to fix it when we're doing things deliberately just to keep things off. Furthermore, let's talk about, before I go there, Sister Roberts talked about the opportunities that Newark has provided. That's because the mayor and the council in Newark understands the people that they service, and they make an effort to extend themselves. They go out there. They have done the things that we claimed was going to happen here. They provided home ownership opportunities. They didn't sell their city. When Roz had a major developer come into his city trying to do what's happening in Paterson, he ran them out of Newark. That's the stark difference. So when you look at the Paterson Housing Authority, that has absolutely failed the city of Paterson. Let's talk about this. Everybody's complaining how the city of Paterson is becoming so overpopulated. That's not true. Think about all of the housing units that has been removed off the slate here in Paterson. We knocked down the CCP. We knocked down Grand Street. It didn't get replaced with housing. We knocked down Fifth Avenue. That was replaced by smaller houses on all of those places. So places where you had thousands of residents have now only 250 residential units. And then on top of that, what did we do? We turned those over to developers so they could make a $40 million developer's fee and then charge $450,000 per unit in a market that only calls for $100. And I've said it every single time. Council President, yet again, wrong again. I voted yes for that. Well, I'll vote again. No, I voted no on that because that was a travesty. That was the city of Paterson being ripped off. And how many complaints do you guys hear from Fifth Ave, where the place was built so poorly with cheap materials, and yet the guy overcharged us? I'm not going to be much longer. I mean, really, that's about it. And you know, I'm going to continue to do what I do. I don't need people to come here and speak on my behalf. I'm very much so capable of speaking on my own behalf. And you know, these are the kinds of issues, and I really think I appreciate everyone that came forward tonight. You showed this council who was the real boss. That's the people. The people came here and spoke, and they spoke in volumes. And I appreciate that. So lastly, I would say this, Madam BA, I know that your days here are limited, but I would hope that you can aid in this space. I don't know if Eamon or whomever is going to do it, but from what I understand, there's an asbestos removal that's going to take place in City Hall. My good friend, my great friend, Janine Gatson, had recently lost her life to a cancer bout. And I know that there's other people who work in City Hall who have concerns about their health issues, whether it's you know, they're up in age or you know, just nobody should be subjected to these conditions. I'm wondering, before this asbestos removal process, what is the plan to relocate employees that don't feel comfortable with working there, and what is the plan to keep employees safe that are forced to come work there when people on the second floor, and council members in particularly, aren't required to come into the building. I'm hoping that we can get an answer on that tonight. Maybe you can text the mayor, find out what is his plan, or even if you can affirm or deny whether or not there is an asbestos removal situation going on. But I think that is very, very important, that we make sure that people who work hard for our community and are grossly underpaid aren't putting their lives at risk at the same time. Madam Clerk, please look forward to my motion. The moment you call for the vote after this, I will be motioning for Council President's item to be brought up for a vote, but right now my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to thank everyone for coming tonight. It was a great listening session for me. You know what I mean? I heard everybody's concern. Like many of my council colleagues said, this is a bigger than just a city issue. It's a federal issue, state issue, regional issue. Then, when you come to city, I don't recall voting on any project or anything with the homelessness. Because of this subject came up, Council President brought this ordinance up because of the many complaints that we got. But we should have done a better vetting, definitely. That's the reason Council President removed it. I think he has the right to remove it. I think we should support him. We should go back to the drawing board to come up with a solution. We could come here, we could pack this house, and then what's the plan? What's the solution? That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for some kind of solution. At least because of this ordinance, all this organization came to the council meeting tonight. I haven't seen all this organization come up before, even the law firm, and spoke. Everybody know we have an issue with homelessness in city of Paterson. Why haven't they come in front of the council before and talk about it, come up with a plan or solution? Look, council members, we have this plan for city of Paterson. No, why are they here? They might lose some profit or something. That's why they're here. That's the fact. That's the fact. These people work with big developer to build those homeless shelter and make money. I'm talking about big law firms coming in. He said it. Went to Lakewood or something, build something. There is a real estate. Most of the work they do is real estate. So we need to keep our eyes open as well. I want to see a plan for them or anybody. What are we going to do? What's so funny, Councilman?
Yeah, you say realtor. Mendes is a realtor.
They work for real estate, big real estate companies. The law firm who came here. Do your research. You will see. I have done my research. There isn't a word you will not find. Everybody was coming here talking about homeless people. You will not find a word in this whole ordinance says homeless. Look from top to bottom. I understand. I understand that. I understand their part as well. I understand. We do have a lot of resources out there in the city of Paterson as well. Hey, we need to bring.
Members of the public, we just try to close the public portion.
City of Paterson as a city, we don't have resources. We need to go to state level, state legislator. We do have a representative in the state. Probably we should, I'm talking to myself, I should talk to the state legislator.
Let's continue. Members of the, just continue.
Right, so maybe I should talk to the legislators, see if there is any federal funding, state funding out there, so we could give to the organization or the people who are helping out there, so they could help those homeless individuals. And this ordinance, as far as I know, has nothing to do with homeless. Not even one word is homeless on it. Not even one word we will see on this whole ordinance says homeless. And we closing the public. We closing the public portion. Like I said, we need to go to state and federal level to get the funding to get it right. I did not see. We hear about this homelessness. I did not see any of this organization come in front of this council from other towns or whatnot to let us know about concern they have. The concern they have. At least we have it now. At least we are discussing the issue because of this ordinance came up. I think that's a starting point. We could use this as a starting point to come up with a solution. My vote is yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
So let me do what I do every week by saying thank you to the public that is present and that is watching. There's something that I learned from my babysitter and my mentor, Councilwoman Ames. She always talks about there's two types of power. There's people power and there's money power. And I go deeper, not just people power, but there's power of the pen, where you can write emails and letters. There's power of your presence, which you showed tonight. And there was power of your voice by approximately 33 to 34 people out of 35 spoke to this issue. I was one of the people that voted no. I believe the root of homelessness is multifaceted. It cannot be capsulized into one area. It can't just be drug addiction or mental health. There's many extensions of it that grows to different places, right? When we're out there talking to the people in the community, and I'm very, if you go out into the community or you've done the Touch Point initiative, which we've done many times with Passaic County, we've been out there all night counting, talking to the homeless, giving out scarves, gloves, soup, turkeys, feeding them or whatever. We have to realize that these are humans. And we have to show compassion, because at any given point, any one of us could be in the same situation that they are in. The trauma that is experienced by people that are in the shelters, the trauma that is experienced by people that are coming out of whatever their scenarios from their home environment to be on the street. Sometimes they feel being on the street is better than dealing with the trauma that they're dealing with behind doors. And so I thank all the organizations that are touching the community. I remember with Real Fix, Madam B.A., Ed Bosey, if you're watching, Councilwoman Cott, and we were on the committee. And one of the things we talked about was, how do you identify who the homeless are? How are you connecting with them? And one of the recommendations was, we need you to be connected to some of the boots on the ground organizations like Ruby's Vision, James Johansson, Dr. Moody, and so many others. And now they're connected because they're on the ground with these people. Black Lives Matter. You are on the ground every single day. Hyacinth Foundation, I talked about it. Like, for me, it's not just about smoke and mirrors or just voting no just to vote no. I talked about the fact that Paterson is the county seat for social service concerns. So we get 500,000 people from all over the county that can come here to get their meth treatments, all that from Straight and Narrow, whatever the facilities are. And my recommendation to the administration was there needs to be an exit strategy or exit plan. When they come in from these different towns, there should be vans parked in certain locations to say, by 5 o'clock, we're gonna take you and take you back to your community. That will help resolve some of the concern, not all of it, but it will help. I remember with the needle exchange program, when we were out on Broadway and it got out of control. We fought and advocated, right, G? We fought, Victoria, we were out there with signs. Lizzie, Elizabeth Faye, we were out there with signage. And we were able to, that's when we found out that there was so many violations. We went inside of the building on Broadway, and we were able to like force their hand and write letters so that they can clean it up. And now you have different organizations, thank you Black Lives Matter, so many people that are doing it that are on the ground, but that was based on us not just sitting behind these desks as legislators. I'm born and raised in Paterson, so I know the community very well. I'm from the 4th ward, and I've lived in every ward of the city except for the 6th, but I eat there all the time. But I know the community firsthand. I deal with the parents because I'm an educator, so I deal with them every single day. They have concerns, we go out, we're talking to them, right? Zelly's an educator, Udin's an educator. We're in these families every day. So it's different for some of us. We were begging, and you should go back and listen to the meeting. We were like, no, we shouldn't do this. For me, it wasn't about the fines and the imprisonment. That's a totally different scenario, right? Just the fact that we would point to the homeless population was offensive to me, because it's people's parents out there, grandparents, uncles, auntie. I salute ACLU, Councilman Velez, thank you for the hard work that you did by making sure they come to give some real legal sound advice to come and give their 2 cents. But I want to shout out all of the community organizations. This is how you move the city forward. When you don't like something and you want to challenge the status quo, Paterson, stand up. Come out, show up, and I'm telling you, that is how things shift and change. You got the power of the pen, the power of your presence, and the power of voice. I'm gonna say this in closing. I don't really, it doesn't really bother me when people come to the mic. I love it, because it makes me feel important. Like if somebody takes out their time to come to the mic, to say what they say to me, because it's freezing. It's like 7 degrees outside. So when you take your time out to come out of the cold and come to the mic to have something to say about Councilwoman Mims, I appreciate it. Because you're just making me more popular. You're making me stay in my seat, and I appreciate it. Because if people are not talking, that means you're not doing anything. But when people are saying things, that means you're doing something, and the people either see it or they're gonna criticize or whatever the scenario is. I am here to do the people's business. I was elected to do it. There was no certain power, none of that stuff that got me here. I ran for office because I saw that there were things that needed to change. And that's how I started in politics 10 years ago, sitting in a classroom saying we need to have people at the table that will fight for the people in the community. So my vote was no last week. My vote would have been no tonight, because it's just inhumane and it lacks compassion to direct our attention to the homeless. We have to help bring some workaround programs and identify what the root cause analysis is, and then we can develop whatever the long-term plan or solutions, whether it be shelter, whether it's the exit strategy of taking them and putting vans and taking them back to their several municipalities, or directing them to whatever resource or program that is available or may not be available, and we need to develop it. That should be the answer. But Madam Clerk, with that being stated, my vote, and I hope I addressed everyone, because there were so many speakers, and then to the lawyer, because I wrote it. Well, first, before I say that, this item shouldn't even be tabled. It should be garbaged, period. Like, it should not, there should be no let's go back and talk in a committee. It should just be garbage. Like, sometime when we realize we make a mistake, we have to like eat it, take it to the chin, and that's it, right? Something came forward, it wasn't right, just take it to the chin. We gotta find a way to really help these homeless, or people that, I'm not gonna even call them homeless, less fortunate, right? Because any one of us could be homeless any day or less fortunate any given time if a paycheck is taken from us or a job is taken from us. So I want this to be, Council President, I want this item to be totally tabled, not garbage, removed, never to, tabled indefinitely. That's what I would like it to be stated, Madam Clerk, and I want that on the record, that this item be tabled indefinitely, never to return again. With that being stated, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udine.
All right, so good evening, Paterson. Those who are watching us live and those who are here in this freezing weather came here to make your voice heard. And I know that the ordinance that we voted 2 weeks ago regarding the tenting on the public property, and I know this matter sparked the community members, and that's why you're here, and we heard your concerns and complex ideas as well. When I voted positively about 2 weeks ago, and those who are here or those who watched live, I asked multiple questions to the director who addressed or brought this item to the council chamber. And I asked the question, which is that whether we have enough housing facility for the individuals that live in our city street. You know, the responses came, we do. And also response was that we still have enough facility available and nobody's using those facilities. That was the responses. So again, you came here and just know this, that when I supported it, and that was my question before I make my mind, but I believe that by just coming here or starting a conversation, that was never, in my term, been that acute or that severely has taken place in this chamber. I think this is the ice breaking, whether by mistake or whatever the reason. I think that conversation should be taken in serious consideration. It should not just, doesn't matter, we can say that we can vote it down or up. If we just say this is what we are talking about, our point of view, that our stand, our ego. But we said this is not about our ego. We can make mistakes, but we need to have the courage to correct ourselves. So my point is that when people came here, I used to say there not only emotional concern was shared, there was strategic and statistical point of view was shared in this chamber. So why not we, the community members and the experts, they're dealing with the unhoused people whose scenarios are not just one way, that very complex. Everyone has their different stories, different scenarios, and all these situations not going to be covered or resolved by one solutions. So I believe that since the conversation started here with a sparked room, I want to see that this is continuing until or unless we find a proper solution for the homelessness. My point is, again, that this is not just our city's issue. Also, we have to share this concern with our neighbor municipalities and see what we can do together to solve this problem. Now, whether, as Council President removed this item, I actually am happy that we didn't actually vote in. If we would vote today, what could happen is, if we just stand in our ego, then we would stand on our same decision. Just to make, don't call me flip-flop that I changed my vote. Just to stay on this. And some people might say, did you see what the other council members did? This is not the issue about what council members making the side. This is about the community issue. So I would say that he put it back. Let's have the in-depth conversation. Let's find proper solution. And that solution should not just come from the council members, but the people who are dealing with that issue, who has kind of strategic idea to share with. I think I am totally in favor of this, and I don't want it to come here back again with just no change or slight change. I believe that since so many people got involved, again, my request is whoever got involved, I don't want them then to just go away and come back another day. No, I want it to stay with it until we find a proper solution. So this is my hope. Again, just know this, that homelessness, when I voted last time in favor, that my thing was that this homelessness issue is not just Paterson's issue. People also throwing their problem to our shoulders because we are too welcoming. So now we understand that it's not just, we are just bringing people from outside, but also we have our own issues. So we have to find the solution for our community members and how we can not take the other people's burden on our shoulder. We have to find that solution as well. So Paterson, those who came here, again, I thank you for making your voice heard. Community, when you come together, we correct ourselves. We have to listen to you because we are the one who gave us this job. So I want you to stay united and make your voice heard, correct ourselves, and let's work together. Again, I thank you for your stand right here. And I think with your stand, don't just leave, just find a proper solution for this homelessness that we have here in our city. And with that being said, I salute you, and my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman.
No, this is how, no, that came here, and I think we need to take the recommendation in consideration, of course. I thank you too.
Councilman Velez.
So should I do a commercial before for clear up the wave? Before I speak, this is what I'm going to say. Last time, I believe Councilwoman Ruby Kine voted no. Councilman Jackson voted no. Councilman Ruby Lissaman voted no. And I voted no. And we have not changed our statement. But those that voted yes continue changing their statement, and they contradict themselves. Because if I'm going to support something, I will say right now, let's put it to a vote. And let's kill it right now. And let's come back with a real plan. What will be the real plan? I have Straight and Narrow in the 5th Ward. I have Eva's Village in the 5th Ward. I have Oasis in the 5th Ward. I have Oasis in the other side, I believe Straight and Narrow in the other side of the house that they serve in Cedar Street. They have another shelter place there. They assist family and everybody all the way around. I have a numerous church in the 5th Ward from diversity community, from diversity religion. Since they, I wish Councilman, but you could listen to the broadcast afterwards. If you go back at the workshop that was televised, talking about this issue, I was against it from the beginning. And I put the facts on top of the table. What was it? You see all that stuff that they said that they're going to go to Trenton and take it with them? That they're going to lobby now in Trenton to bring funding? That's what I just said the last workshop. That where is the state? Where is the, first of all, I say it was the federal government, it was the national government problem. Now, where was the federal government? Where was the state? Where was the county? And then trigger to help Paterson in the problem that we have. Also, I mentioned, let's go out of Paterson and ask Newark, Heldon, North Heldon, Clifton, Passaic, what they doing, and Wayne, and Elmo Park, what they doing to not have homeless in their unsheltered individual in their city. Let's go there and ask them, right? And let's take the example of Newark. 57% reduction of homelessness only because containers. Now, that was in 2023, 57% reduction of homeless population in Newark. But also, it didn't say it came only with government funding. It came with private partnership. So if we start calling those partners, you know how many Sealands company containers out there? They have containers taking water, sun, snow, and they don't use them. That's when partnership come and say, listen, I need traders. I have a land in Paterson that I need to create shelter. And here comes probably them say, you know what? Let me donate containers to the city of Paterson. How they gonna override the taxes? They know how to do it. They've done it before. Now, identify the land. You have right here in the first ward where the supermarket is at. City of Paterson land. In front of it by Memorial Drive, you know, the supermarket. City of Paterson land. Okay? How you could build those trailers, those containers to have housing? Let's ask community development to get HUD funding, grants for housing. They could use that money and allocate it for building up 20 apartment with kitchen or whatever into it. And I believe that's what administration and the future BA that come forward say, you know what, let's take this for serious. Let's take this topic serious. Let's get the HUD funding. We assign how much, $500,000 and allocated to the Hinckley Stadium. Money supposed to go to housing, went to Hinckley Stadium. So we take that funding and we create that partnership and build the same thing that Noor had built. Or how are we going to give security? How are we going to put the resource in there? That's when we call the organization that's here. We put aside a line item on the budget, the same way that we put 2% of recreation for recreation, the same way we could put 3%, 2% for a homeless office, resource office, and put the money there for organization like the one today here, the BLM, okay? And other organization could say, you know what, I want to participate, I want to apply with this plan that I have in my organization, funding to work in that facility of shelters for homeless. That's a plan. But today, if you look at the ordinance amended, it's not a new ordinance. They adding to the disorderly conduct ordinance 195-1. It's adding an I. And under the I, beside that, I read all the A, B, C, D, E, F that stay the same. That is all disorderly conduct in the city of Paterson. They want to add one more. And that one more is the one that is having in the comments today and in the conversation. Okay? So why I should tell a person that is not like me or you that have a salary, you know, that they are disorderly conduct when they don't have a place to go. And if we start involving faith-based, involving mosque, involving people that say that Allah is good and God is good and they are good for us, let's involve them. The government cannot do it by itself. We cannot do it by itself. Let's involve those individuals that are boots on the ground, that people are working out there. You know, probably you're going to put me in another card and next week on your nice, beautiful lyrics. I love it when you come here, and I always tell you about that. But that's the plan. When Mr. Greer came here saying that I said that there was a plan for a building that Mr. Flores was putting for the community for shelter that was turned down by the board commissioner are the one to say, you know what? We want a kitchen. We want a playground. We want parking. We want this before we approve it. They didn't did that. They just denied it. There's condition that they have to put. That's why it's the board there. The same condition they put any other project, and they make people like miserable sometimes. They should say, you know what? We got a nice, beautiful project here. Let's put some condition and make it happen. And make it happen. And once again, we could correct our problems involving the people that always in the boots on the ground in the city of Paterson. I see BLM, Black Lives Matters in the 4th Ward, with that little van up and down, picking up needles and giving back needles. I see them by myself. I don't know, whoever don't see them, probably they don't boot underground. They go by other experienced individual. I receive 100 calls about problems. I receive 100 calls like this. But reality, I could open the phone to check how many calls they got, or how many calls they have missed, and how many calls they have not attended. And then they come here and say, I receive hundreds of calls. If you receive 100 calls in one day, I don't know where they, what phone they're using. It's a problem in the city, Pastor. We all on, I see it. We're not ignorant of that, what we see in it. We're not ignorant. Here says, in this ordinance says, let me say this. In this ordinance says that you cannot camp or train station. Oh, look at this. I love this. No person should sleep on public sidewalks, street, alleyways, under any bridge or train station. But I took the part train station, right? You know who's responsible for train station? New Jersey Transit. When there was a problem under the train station in downtown on the first ward, I had a meeting with New Jersey Transit. I believe you was in that meeting. I think Councilwoman was in that meeting, Davila. And we sat down with them and said, this is a problem in your property. They came up with that fence, and they took all the homeless out from there. Now, the problem is that they clean inside, City Paterson clean the outside, and they dump the ball each other. Oh, that's your problem, this is my problem. You know who problem is? A plan, a real plan. A plan. Go back to the news. When this administration went down to Newark with the Department of Public Work Director in the first 4 years that the administration had to see what Newark was doing with those containers. And they took pictures. They did a nice, beautiful show out there. But you know how they came back saying? It's too expensive. It's not expensive for taxpayers if you know how to lobby the federal government for HUD money for housing. The same way they lobby money for HUD for other programs, they should have funding from HUD to lobby for housing. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not leave today. Once again, when they say they table, is they kill it. They cannot come back unless it's amended the real way. And this decorative part of, we're not going to fine. We're just going to obligate them to do community service. So you first, before you get community service, where you have to go? To a community court, get a ticket, be logged in a computer like you violated an ordinance or a law, and then a judge had to say, are you guilty or not guilty? The person say you're guilty, now you get community service. You still are putting that person in the system of criminal justice. So don't come now and say, we're going to take out the penalty and we're going to, so instead of giving you a rose, I'm going to give you a flower, but you're going to take the same penalty in the system. You're going to be tagged in the system. So the real plan is, table this. The administration responsibility is to sit their director, the director DPW, the director community development, and the chief of staff when they bring one that don't resign, and a nice BA that don't come back and leave, you know, and sit down and say, let's create a real plan that satisfies the residents of Paterson. Let's bring the state and tell the state, clean our corridor in Route 19, clean our corridor in Route 80, clean our state and county roads, beautify our city. The laws are putting already in place, the law in place. If you are blocking a sidewalk, there is a ordinance, a TCOP, that say you cannot block the sidewalk. There's ordinance say that you cannot drink in public. There's ordinance say that you cannot put loud music. There's an ordinance Councilman Jackson put, okay, amended, that nobody should be asking for money at the restaurants, panhandling, McDonald's windows or whatever. The same individual is still there. They're not enforcing it. The panhandle ordinance on the street that they make a big next press conference and put signs on Market Street and Strait Street. They stole the signs and they still asking for money in the street. And the last meeting I say, what we're doing is tying up the police in petty things. And there's other crime to take care in the city of Paterson that I don't believe they are doing this crime. Yes, there's a problem. Nobody want to see in this in any cities, but we now addressing it right. And that's why it's getting out of hands. When we start addressing it right and correctly with the right people that understand, that have the passion and the compassion. Council President, sometimes emotion will lead you to failure because those emotions are not the real thing. It's not what you meant. It's not what you believe. So I think that we're going to do legislation with a passion. Make sure there's compassion in that legislation. Saying that, Madam Clerk, with the respect of what was, with the respect of what was published, with the respect what was saying today, the public will be more satisfied that this be taken to a vote. And if you know that you have a plan and that you know you have better idea what was put in front of us, then let's sit down and do the right thing. Let's vote this down, let's kill it, and let's do the right thing for those that really deserve to do the right thing. Saying that, my vote is yes to close public portion.
Thank you. Council President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. First of all, let me just take a quick moment to address some of the comment of the resident. I just want to say thank you. Thank you to all the residents for just being here. Brother G, one of the Brother G recommendations during his public portion was that I should let the community know that this item was pulled, it was off the agenda. One of the reasons why the director is not here is because that item was not on the agenda. But I say, you know what? No, I'm not perfect. But I want the community in the room. Because if we believe and we realize that we don't have a problem with a homeless situation that we're facing in Paterson, if we don't admit it, we have a problem. We have a problem. I want to say thank you to Sharonda Roberts, Dollar Paper, Mr. Jeffrey, the lawyer, Zelly Thomas, Mrs. Reed, Nicolas Lozado, Bren Antonini, Anna Martinez, Mr. Alexander, Alex Santiago, Duan also, Brother Mike from Prickness Avenue, also Shariah, Brother Adbar, Edgar Rios, Alicia Parker, Victor Rubais, Sebastian Mejia, Mr. Jackson, Patty McCray, Mrs. Emily Eng, Ivan Riaz, Kenny Friedman, Linda Mora, Joe Key, Felicia Wall, Esperanza Jaker, Deborah, and Brother G. I got every comment from each of the speaker that came in. I took notes, and I'm going back to the notes and have a discussion. And let me just explain a little bit about how this came out. I mean, you have your opinion now. Let me explain to you I'm very open, very transparent. I love the city of Paterson. I came to this city with nothing in my hand. Paterson, I've been blessed in this city. This city gave me everything I have, and I love the city of Paterson. And you hear Brother G, yes, I've been out feeding the homeless. I've been out at night. I was the one very instrumental to demolish the property across the street from the Barbaro Park during Joey Torre administration to avoid the problem that we were facing. I helped to clean Barbaro Park. I've been active in this community. It's not my first time, but I'm very transparent, and I'm a human being. And I'm a person, I make mistakes. I'm a human being, but this is not a mistake. This is the opinion that I have. Council members, please. This is my opinion, and I this, Councilwoman. All right, thank you. So, and I need this. I need this comment. I need the feedback from the community. When we start this conversation, first of all, I asked Corporation Council about this penalty, and that's the basic legal term that the legal department add on any legislation. That's the basic. Sharon Easton is being the person behind this. And you know Sharon Easton, her leadership in this community, she's all about community leader. She's all about helping the people. And she's not about putting people in jail. Those people that know Sharon Easton, her concern is that we're not addressing those people that are dying in the community. If you think that it's all right not to address the problem that we're facing with those homeless in front of the school, they out there, urinating, they're doing everything because they don't have any place to go. So if you believe that it's okay, that we should not do anything because it's fine, homeless in front of the school, our children don't have a choice. Our children need to go to the school in the morning. They need to see those things. They leave the school in the afternoon and they see those things. Our seniors don't have a choice. Our females. But they have a choice and we got to help them. My whole idea with this is to help them. What happened in the city of Paterson is not happening in any city out in Passaic County. And I ask myself, why is this? As a legislator, I cannot stay quiet here. I'll be a hypocrite if I say, no, everything is fine. No, we have to find a way to help those people. And trust me and believe me that there's a lot of organizations in the city of Paterson that they could do more. We have to sit on the table. Last night, I went to the shelter on 585 West Broadway. There was only 5 people there. When I went up on West Broadway, there's a lady and a gentleman under the bridge across the street from the health department. Nobody stopped by there to help those people. So what are we talking about? Nobody stopped by there. They slept there. It was freezing last night. That's my concern. And I refuse to sit here and do nothing about it. You know what? The legislation has some challenge, has some problem. I agree. And I'm very happy to see everybody here. I disagree with Brother G because you know what? Those leaders that came in front of us, I don't take this as I take this as a learning experience, and I took notes because I want to make sure tomorrow I'm having a meeting with the director, Joel Ramirez, and we're going back. We're going to invite all those entities that are here, but we're going to sit at the table and we're going to find a solution for the problem that are affecting this community. It's not fair to have those people in tent, sleeping in the street, doing everything out there. We could do more, and we need to do more. Now let's talk about what happened in the beginning of the Code Blue. We have the best warming center in the city of Paterson, which is with 60 Temple Street. Housing Authority refused to allow the city to utilize 60 Temple Street because it was going through some renovation. That renovation hasn't taken place. I sent a letter to the Housing Authority. Nobody make any comment about that. We got the best warming center. You know where's the warming center that we have now? 585 West Broadway, and there's no bed. There are only chairs. You could go in there, you sit on the chair. You don't have a bed to rest. That's not a warming center. We got to do better, Paterson. And I'm excited and I'm very happy that every entity came in front of the council to address the problem. I got all your concern, and I'm going to take action. I'm going to take action with this fellow with a meeting tomorrow. And every entity that want to sit on the table, we really need your help. I'm just going to say that from the elected official standpoint, we need your help. Black Lives Matter, all those entities. I cannot do it alone, but I'm a legislator. The same way I introduced the legislation to increase the fine for those people that are coming from out of town and dumping in the city of Paterson, it's the same legislation. I asked Corporation Council for advice, and it's here. I haven't seen one legislation that is perfect. We need amendment in every legislation. I spoke with Kenyatta Stewart. I've been in conversation with Corporation Council for NOAA, Kenyatta Stewart. I've been meeting with entity that you hear from here. So even my father's been sick for over a week at the hospital. And I leave the hospital to meet with entity. I've been at St. Joseph Hospital for over a week with my father. And every time I have the opportunity to meet with somebody to address a problem, I leave the hospital and say, let's meet. Because we need to find a solution. But if you come here in front of the council, you tell me, no, what you're doing is wrong, and what happened in the city of Paterson is right, I will tell you that you're wrong. And I will tell you that you don't care about the city of Paterson. I will tell you right in your face. And this is my opinion, but I will tell you. In front of you, not behind your back, I will tell you. Because those people that are in our community, they need help, they're mentally sick, they have addiction, and it's not easy. We gotta go into those places and tell them no. It's not a choice that you stay here. We need to help you, and there's help out there. But we gotta go and reach out to those people. So what are we expecting? We're expecting for them to die right there with this weather? That's what we're expecting? And after that, because, you know, it sounds nice, politically it sounds very emotional, and so people take advantage about all of this. And I don't blame them. That's not me. When I'm sitting in this there, when I'm sitting here, I work and I find solution. I try to put a resolution that help the city. That's what I try to do. And I'm not perfect. And I'm excited about what happened today because I see a lot of entity that they have to be on the table. They cannot be from outside. You cannot tell me that what I'm doing is wrong. I'm going to ask you, so what's your suggestion? Because I need your help. I don't have an answer. I need your help. And all I'm asking, all those entities in the city of Paterson, open the door. We need your help. It's irresponsible and unacceptable that we have people in 10. Brother Adbar, he was talking about the Route 19. Across the street from those 10, there's the school, the elementary school across the street. Do you think this is fair for the children to see what they see in the morning, in the afternoon? So that's a question that I have. So if it's fair for the children to see what's going on with this situation at the street and homeless and people that doesn't have any place to go, if you tell me that it's alright, we have a problem in the city of Paterson. So all I'm asking is that let's go back to the table, let's have a conversation, and thank you, because we need your help. I don't have an answer for that. We're going back to the health department. I'm going to fight with the county. I'm going to fight with everybody because I refuse to live in the city that I see right now. I went to East 18 by the railroad track, and it breaks my heart to see so many people right there, and nobody's going there to tell them, listen, you cannot stay here, but let me help you. Let me get you a safe place that you could stay. You know, let me feed you. Let me help you. You have mental problems, you have just, we're going to help you because we have resources. There's entities that they getting resources to help those people. So those entities are the ones that I'm asking them, I need your help. We need your help. And I'm crying for help right now. I'm not going to stay quiet about this. This legislation, I asked Corporation Counsel. He knows that the legislation is gone. It's not out. It's not table going back to the workshop. This legislation will be out. We're going back to the table. And humbly, all I'm asking, all those entities that came in, let's be part of the solution because we need your help. We cannot do it alone. This is a big problem. Okay? So this is stable. So we don't even have to go there. It just out of the agenda. No, I haven't voted, council member. Just stay quiet. Listen, I mean, I'm sorry, Councilman. Just a minute.
Stay quiet.
It wasn't about you, Councilman Min. Just, yeah, Jackson, you like to instigate things. Let me go with you now. Let me go with you now. The reason why your legislation is in the floor, is ready for a vote, is because you finally, thank God, follow Corporation Council's advice. I will encourage everybody to watch the council meeting last week, the workshop. I told you in your face, finally, the reason why the legislation is that is because you allow Corporation Council to go over, review it, do it correctly, and sign on. As a council president, I have a responsibility. I cannot put any legislation that is not being reviewed by Corporation Council. And I know you are so irresponsible with a lot of things, but you are pretending for me to add your item that is not being reviewed by Corporation Council. He's here to protect us. So you are on the legal committee. One of the main reasons why I put you on the legal committee is to follow the process. Don't come to me. You need to learn to go to the committees and do your job. Now, when you put a legislation, I'll be more than happy. I have nothing against you, brother. My job as a council president is to bring this council together. And if you have a very good idea, how I'm going to say no if I love the city of Paterson? How I'm going to stop you with a good idea if I know it's the right thing to do? I can't. And I would never do that. All I'm asking you is follow the process, and any council member, and their weakness, I never, in my second term as council president, I never stopped any council colleague for bringing legislation into the floor that helped the city of Paterson. In closing, Madam BA, I wish you the best of luck. We have a lot of work to do. I don't know who's going to be your replacement, but we have a lot of work to do. So I know you're moving into a different level. I'm just going to say I wish you the best of luck. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 9 in favor, none against. The public portion is hereby closed.
Madam Clerk, let's take item 27.
Madam Clerk, I make a motion to move item number 1 for a vote.
Second.
There's a motion and a second on the floor.
Madam Clerk? No, just stay there, just the Corporation Council, Madam Clerk. There's, I make, in the beginning, I made my comment, and I asked for advice for legal for Corporation Council. He definitely asked me that, he told me that I was correct. I could definitely take the item off the agenda. That's what I did in the beginning of the meeting. Now, 2 council members, they put a motion to vote on this item. That is being removed out of the agenda. I need Corporation Council, legal advice from Corporation Council and Madam Clerk, if that's doable, because the item, I already mentioned on the multiple occasions that the item is being removed from this agenda.
Well, let's deal with this issue. Okay. And then if you want, you can defer to me, and then after that, make the record of the second.
All right. I'm sorry. Can you just repeat that? I'm so sorry.
No problem. So, in the beginning of the meeting, I mentioned on multiple occasions that item number 1 is being out of the agenda, it's being removed. So, I asked for a legal advice from Corporation Council. He told me that rightfully so, I could definitely move the item out of the agenda, so we're not voting this item is back, it's out of the agenda. Now I have a motion from Councilman Jackson, second by Councilman Mims, to vote on the item that I already removed. So I need Corporation Council legal opinion, and I need your opinion, and before we move on. The item is being removed from the beginning, I mentioned that.
Okay. I'm not even sure where to go with this now, to be honest with you. I'll just defer to Corporation Council.
Corporation Council.
Council President, thank you. So when the council president takes action, particularly on an item like this, to remove it from the agenda, it's presumed to be on consent and unanimous. If a council member objects to...
Corporation Council, have the floor. Council members, please.
Can I finish, please?
Corporation Council, please continue.
Councilman Jackson, may I finish?
Absolutely.
Thank you. So when, normally, Council President, when you remove an item on the agenda, it's presumed to be done unanimously and then on consent. But in this situation where you have several council members that are objecting to it, if you want to table the item, you would have to put it to a vote to table it, and if it passes, then the item would be tabled. If it doesn't pass, then the item would proceed on the agenda and proceed to a vote.
There's already a motion on the floor, but we appreciate your outline. Council President, as
There's
the
a motion
president,
on the
you should-
floor.
you
There's
should-
a motion on
you
the
should-
floor.
As the president,
There's a
you should be
Councilman
you
Jackson.
should be vastly
Councilman Jackson,
aware.
there's a motion on the floor.
The guy doesn't even understand his role.
I totally understand. You try to be so disrespectful, that's what happened. I'm not like you, I follow legal advice. Thank God that you're not sitting on this chair.
First
There's
of
a
all-
motion on the floor for item number 1 to be considered for a vote. It's been moved by Councilman Jackson, second by Councilwoman Mims. We need a unanimous vote to bring this item back into the agenda.
We do not need it. It's already on the agenda.
Council President, that's not.
I
if
took
may,
it off the agenda, so.
If I may.
Corporation Council.
Just for clarity purposes, so in order for you to table it over the objection of other council members, there has to be a motion to table it and council have to vote. If council
can't do
votes to table it, then it's tabled. If the motion to table fails, then it would proceed for actual vote on the item.
Okay.
Well,
It's already a motion.
there's a motion there already, so we
There's a motion on the
must,
floor
we
to
must
vote
vote
on
on the
item
motion.
number 1. There's a motion and second to vote on item number 1, Madam Clerk. Let's read item number 1 on second reading to the record, and you either vote up or down.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Item number 1, there's a
voting or
motion on the
motion to
floor
table?
to continue with item number 1.
Motion to the table.
It's, there's not a motion to table, it's a motion to take item number 1 for a vote.
Okay.
Well,
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Madam Clerk,
Should I read the
Council.
item into the record?
Members, public hearing is now open for item number 1.
Seeing
Those
none,
that
move
wish
to
speak,
close.
please read into the record, Madam Clerk, before we continue.
Item number 1 for a second reading. Public hearing is required. Ordinance amending Chapter 195 of the Paterson, New Jersey Code, camping on public property, Health and Human Services Ordinance number 25-001.
It was moved by Jackson, seconded by Mims.
It was moved and seconded. Public hearing.
Public hearing is now open. Members of the public that wish to speak on item number 1. The floor now is open to speak on item number 1.
Seeing none, move to close.
Second.
Move to close on item number 1 on public hearing. Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims. A roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public portion on item number 1.
Roll call, I'm sorry. Cotton?
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the public portion on item number 1. Councilman Abdelaziz, Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Khalid,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims,
To close public portion, yes.
Yes.
yes, Councilman Udine,
Yes.
Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. It's closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 1 on second reading.
Roll call on item number 1 on second reading. Councilwoman Cotton,
No.
Councilwoman Davila,
I already made my statement before, no.
no? Okay. Councilman Jackson?
You need to say.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And just for a point of clarity, this is not to an effort to
Oh, you're not supporting it?
to have a disdain, because obviously this
Okay.
is something that's not
Okay.
good for the community. But
Mm-hmm.
this is definitely an effort to show that there's a process here, and everybody has to follow by that process. As the council president, you should know what the process is. First of all, the city attorney is not the parliamentarian. Now, to the deputy clerk's dismay, she's not the clerk. Madam Clerk is out, and you know there may be some things that she's not as familiar with. So there is no issue with calling on Corporation Counsel or anyone else. But I'm explaining it to him. He doesn't even understand that he does not have the authority to just put things on the agenda or remove things from the agenda, and that's part of the issue we're having here. There's a process, and this council functions as a body of one, not as a president. You don't have the all-endowed authority to make certain decisions now and to move things a certain way. Now, you were embarrassed. This proves that this was a terrible idea. You felt adamant about it, but I'm still looking for your support for all of these other items that I did right. Now, I'll just make this last point. I'm a legislator. That is my job, to legislate. Now, it just so happens that I've been the only person to write my own legislation. My legislation never requires a legal opinion. Never requires. Yes, we would submit to a legal opinion, and the attorney, it's happened in the past. The attorney can advise the council that this may not be the right thing to do, and the council may feel adamantly strong about it and say, you know what, we're still going to approve it. If my item was insufficient, which the attorney failed to talk about why it was insufficient, he just said it's legally insufficient. No, that's not what a legal opinion is based upon. I'm disappointed that the lawyers had already left. A legal opinion is based on this law, this statute, this federal guideline, this city ordinance, this zoning ordinance. This is why it's not, and that was never provided. But not going to prolong this. This is a great thing to see this thing be voted down in a unanimous fashion. It shows that the council truly understands and appreciates the community's perspective, and I'm happy to be the one to have brought that forward. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Khalid?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It's clear, Council President stated, to table, he on the table this item, removed from the agenda, go back to square one. And it's pretty clear, some of the council members want to make a fuss out of it.
So vote yes, vote yes.
I will vote yes with my points. Okay, Councilman? Many of the city around us, we don't see any homeless people. You don't see people sleeping in the park here and there. There are probably a few, but not as many as City of Paterson. Why? Because they have a legislation like this in book. Legislation like this in book. We have to start somewhere. And many of these nonprofit organizations even came here tonight. They get funding to do some work in the community to help prevent this homelessness as well. Homelessness, we do need more. We do need more funding. Definitely we do. We need to all work together. I don't want to see somebody froze to death out there. With this ordinance in place, the police officer will have a teeth on the law, so at least they could go get them from freezing to death. They might not want to. They might not want to go. They might not want to go. I know that what he says is harsh in there. The judges has compassion. The police officer have compassion. You don't think they have compassion? Hey, that's my opinion. That's my opinion. You could laugh all you want. Everybody has something in it. That's my belief. And my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
So I'm glad that we're actually going through the process of voting on this item. I will stay consistent from the very beginning. The root of homelessness is multifaceted. We're not going to fix it by putting people in jail. We're not going to fix it by fining them. As a matter of fact, I didn't get to allude to it earlier, but we have something in place called the criminal bail reform. So even if you lock them up, within 2 to 4 hours, they're going to be out based on their own recognizances. So taxpayers, you would pay for each of these people if they were to get locked up. You would pay for that, right? Taxpayers. You would pay for the police officers, whether in regular time or overtime, and then you would pay if there were lawsuits based on whatever action took place in the interaction of them trying to be removed, because we all know that there are some homeless that are very aggressive, when you're trying to approach them, trying to go to them and have interaction, especially if you're trying to remove them from where they've been, which they've marked as their territory. So there's a lot of pieces that goes to this, and I think before anything like this ever comes back, that we have to consider the person and not whatever else is going on. But we have to look at people as humans and be more compassionate. With that stated, my vote was no in the beginning. My vote has not changed. My vote is no. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udine.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, Paterson, the purpose is not to criminalizing the homelessness or unhoused people. Maybe the way of proposing is wrong. Maybe we have to find proper solution. Maybe the way we were addressing it, maybe that was not the proper way. But since our purpose is to find a home for them, or not welcoming the problems from our neighbor towns or throwing their problems on our shoulder, I think that those who came here today, and I believe, and those nonprofit, those supposed to give shelters, and they are, as they stated, I believe that we need a presentations from all these stakeholders that care about Paterson. I believe there should be a presentation here in the chamber with what could be the possible solutions and what could be comparative to other municipalities as well. So I believe there should not be egoistic stand today. There should be strategic stand today. And I don't want this matter, the subject should die today by just voting up or down. I want the subject to be in conversation, and we have to find proper solutions. So I welcome all the people that came here today, and I want those organizations that are involved with those unhoused people, they propose us, those help us to find proper solutions that could be very strategic, I believe, since they have experience on those particular items. So with future solutions, I would say that this is not the time to move forward, or this is not the proper way to move forward. So I change my vote to no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
So everything has been said tonight. I want to say thank you to everyone that came out with a compassion and passion of this subject. First, we had to create a homeless service office in the city of Paterson with resources, real resources, and then get the key partners to work towards get the funding through HUD and other partners that could help us create a real shelter, a real place that they could live and be there, because some of them don't have even families. And probably put in a place that they could have their own recreation and keep them busy with the right resources. They could move forward in life and create a working program for them. I think that it will be beneficial, but once again, we cannot do it by ourselves. That's why we have organization in the city of Paterson, nonprofit, faith-based, people that are educated and orientated in this kind of issues in any other city. People came from Princeton, and they came down here because something had been working out there in those cities, and they want to implement it here. When the National Homeless Council came here, they came here because they emailed me and they was concerned and they wanted the ordinance, read it up and down, and they studied it with the attorney, and they saw that something was wrong. Something was wrong. This should not come back if they don't have the real resource in place. And when we talk about real resource, not just amend a ordinance, is to create a real ordinance separate from any other ordinance the city passes that dedicate to the unhoused individual in the city of Paterson. That include resources, that include funding, a line item in our budget to identify through that homeless service office that they could utilize that funding with the nonprofit, and they work together to address the issues of homelessness in the city of Paterson. Regarding the police, ladies and gentlemen, there's ordinance, there's law in the book that they could address those type of quality of life in the city of Paterson. But we need more officers. We need more officers. The amount of call they get a day, that still the board is full of calls. From the lowest call, from blocking a driveway, all the way up to a shooting, et cetera, it's not enough law enforcement that we have in the city of Paterson. As somebody stated here, police cannot address everything in the city of Paterson. Sometimes we have to step forward and say, we want to put our 50 cents to the cost and making sure it works moving forward. I'm happy that this came to a conclusion for a vote, and but next time it comes in front of us to bring something that real has substance and that is not emotional motivate, because tomorrow I want to say, I did this ordinance to address the homeless situation, but the police and the mayor have not done nothing. So why are you doing an ordinance if you're going to know it's not going to take you anywhere? It's not going to take you anywhere. I have a real plan, but don't take it for granted. That's the problem. When we have plan, so get up, Councilman. You hurry, get up and leave.
Point of order, Council President.
Don't address me that you go rush me, Councilman.
Voting is 3 minutes.
You spoke.
He's been speaking for like 20 minutes.
So if
now.
you're in a hurry, Councilman,
Same thing over
get up and leave, because I'm making my statement
Council
before I
members,
vote.
please, council members.
That's the problem. When they lose the case, they will just want to rush things, right? You saw that, right? When they losing things, they want to rush things. Come on, Councilman, we need to leave. I'm not in a hurry. They cut the meeting from 4 to 2.
Council President, point of order.
Well, now what's the point of order? What is the point of order? For what? It's my time.
Councilman
to speak. It's my time to
Councilman, I know-
speak,
Councilman,
and
we're
based
in
what
a
I'm
roll
saying,
call, Councilman.
is gonna vote.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning, we still have the constituency here, and we still have an agenda to finish. So, you know,
That's a point of order.
the point of order is that, can you please vote?
No, you're not gonna rush me, Councilwoman, because I don't rush you when you speak.
I don't speak as long as you
So
do.
I do make sense when I speak. I don't change my
you really?
term just because I
Do
want to
you
be.
really?
Because, yes, I'm really, yes. Because it's time to put my foot down of any things that you guys want to do here in the city.
Councilman, come on.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I say, when they have they try to stop the real facts. Saying that, Madam Clerk, my vote is no in this nonsense that they just put in front of us.
Thank you.
True and real literature.
Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I definitely appreciate, and I'll definitely be brief. I don't feel embarrassing by having the community here, by having all the leaders expressing their concern. This is a legislative body, council members, if I may. This is a legislative body, and I'm a legislator. All I do is create legislation, and I have a lot of passion for this city, and I'm going to continue to doing that. I'm a fighter. And when I hear the community that they come in front of this council, make recommendation, and express their concern, I take that very seriously, and that's the reason why you see all the notes with the name of the person that make the comment. This is very important for me because people elect me to serve the community, and that's what I'm doing right now. But I will stay behind my legislation. And let me tell you this, I'm going back to the table. I'm going to have already having a meeting with the director, and there's going to be a meeting where I hope to see a lot of those entities, because as I mentioned in the beginning, I'm not going to stop asking for help. If we agree that there's no problem in Paterson by having those people on the railroad track, on the bridge, by Route 19, across the street from a school, in the downtown area, urinating, defecating, and and maybe twice a year, we send public work to clean all that mess. We're putting our DPW workers at risk of getting sick. Paterson. Think about that. When we do that so-called operation that we're gonna clean under the bridge, that we're gonna clean maybe once a year, twice a year, that's a so-called solution that some people are having. We're putting our DPW workers at risk of getting sick, picking up all that trash from month to month. They don't have any bathroom. They're just out there. So it really breaks my heart to put our DPW workers on that position, and it really breaks my heart to see our children in the morning on the way to school seeing people urinating outside, seeing things like that. Females, senior, they don't have a choice. But our homeless population, people that unfortunately are out there, they do have a choice. And I'm gonna say this, there's a lot of institutions in the city of Paterson that they're getting funding to help people mentally and in those different areas. Just speak, please. So all I'm asking is to let's sit on the table, because doing nothing is not an option in the city of Paterson. Doing nothing is not an option. If you don't agree, just walk around and you see the condition of our city. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 2 in favor, 6 against, 1 absent. The ordinance is hereby fails. It
Madam
fails.
Clerk,
I'm
let's
sorry.
take item 27, Madam Clerk. We have a list of items that we need to go through. Item 27.
37. Oh, we don't have that. Item number 37.
27.
27?
Correct.
What? 47? 27. 27. Sophia, I thought you said. Okay. Resolution authorizing the first option year renewal contract to Prime Point LLC for payroll services for the city of Paterson.
So moved.
RFP number 2021-37.
Second.
For the Department of Administration. Administration Resolution number 25:029.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 27.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilman Jackson.
We talked about this last week, Madam B. I'm aware you were not here. There was a point in time when we gave a raise to the personnel director to run payroll out of the personnel department. Now, yet again,
Good night.
yet again, we're approving the money that was given for processing payroll in-house, was it ever rescinded?
No, because there was a switch. Number one, there is always technology involved, one way or the other. So for payroll, whether it was Edmunds or whether it was Prime Point. So previous, and even as we started, the current personnel director was running payroll through Edmunds. She is now, when we switched the departments and payroll went over to finance, then personnel took on the responsibility for insurance, which was under finance. So the compensation has remained the same for different responsibilities.
Okay.
I did see some,
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 27.
Roll call on item number 27 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton. Yes. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. See, this is how, we drip the city dry. We give out pay increases to people, Zelly. We give out pay increases for people to do a certain job, and then we go out and outsource it and hire a third-party contractor to come and do the job. I'm coming right now. And this is exactly what I mean. The same way that we mysteriously hired Aaron back and didn't, let the public make it aware to the council. This is why I have, these things have to constantly be scrubbed. I won't be supporting this. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is not something new that we're voting on. We approved this contract in 2021. 2021. This is not something new. I think some of the council members probably just woke up. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
I recall when this came in place, we was in the middle of the pandemic. And it facilitated to the employees get paid on time and all this situation with payroll. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 7 in favor, one absent, and 1 no. The resolution is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, let's go with item number 28, Madam Clerk. 28.
Item number 28 is resolution authorizing award of contracts with certain approved state contract vendors for various departments and divisions. Administration Resolution number 25:030.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims. A roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 28.
Roll call for item number 28. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
No.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilman Velez says yes. Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 7 in favor, 1 not in favor, and 1 absent. The resolution is hereby adopted.
Item number 29, Madam Clerk.
Item number 29, resolution memorializing and honoring the life and legacy of Dr. Mary Elizabeth Garner, sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton, Councilwoman Dr. Lalisa Mims, Councilman Michael Jackson, and co-sponsored by Councilman Velez.
Move it.
So moved.
City
Move.
Council
Second.
Resolution number
sorry.
25:031.
Move it.
It was moved by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, second by Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Velez, and Councilman Dean. Roll
Council
call, Madam Clerk.
President, point of order. I would
Councilman
like
Mays.
that it be moved by all three council people, myself, Cotton, and Jackson, if possible.
Let the record reflect item 29. Madam Clerk, will be moved by the three council members, and second by Councilman Velez. Roll call.
Council President,
Councilman Jackson.
respectfully, and I appreciate the gesture, Councilwoman Mims, but Madam Clerk, you do not have to add me as a person that moved it. I'm on as a sponsor, that's sufficient enough. Appreciate it, thank you.
Okay, so myself and Cotton.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 29.
Roll call on item number 29 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You know, I was just so disappointed that I could not make her funeral service that was held at historic Calvary Baptist Church. But I can say one thing, I have known Dr. Mary Elizabeth Garner for over 45 years. And I always said to people, when she summons you, you show up. When she gives you some advice, you take it. Because she's only telling you good things and what you need to do. So with that being said, Dr. Mary Elizabeth Garner, you're going to be dearly, dearly missed by me, the Cotton family, and the city of Paterson. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and you're right, Councilwoman Cotton. I did have an opportunity to attend. It was a very somber situation, and seeing her family, and just understanding the contribution that she's made to the community. The pictures that they had on display, you know, really enlightened me on some of the work that she's been doing for years. So I'm looking forward to you know, celebrating, you know, her continued legacy in the First Ward, and I'm hoping that both Councilwoman Cotton and Mims, you'll join me. I'm actually drafting a piece of legislation to rename the street. I know the community is not necessarily in favor of street namings, but this one I definitely think is well deserved.
Okay.
You know, she's made her mark on that community. She's blessed so many families throughout the years, and I think it's the least that we can do to allow her legacy to continue on. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. I will be honored to be a part of that. Dr. Mary Gardner was a beacon, trailblazer, and a legend in our community, with many outstanding accreditations, being a African-American female doctor and owner of the Community Health Center. We could talk about Dr. Mary Gardner and the things she's done for so many people that at times could not afford to get their checkups or get their immunization records. We have a lot of students that come into our school systems, and sometimes it's hard for them to get an appointment to go to get their physical, and she always made sure that our students were taken care of. As Councilwoman Cotton stated, we were not able to attend the funeral services because we were at the county committee voting for our Senator-elect Benji Wimberly and our Assembly-elect Abdelaziz. And so to the family, to all of her friends, I call them the core Golden Girls. I know they're watching, if not tonight, but they will definitely be watching this meeting. You did an awesome job. You laid her to rest like a queen, and you are to be appreciated and to be celebrated. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Udine.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Garner.
Dr. Mary Elizabeth Garner. One thing I admire from her is that she always, every time we used to go to her celebration at her center, she always had some gift for us. Always. And one of the things I admire from her is that even that she was Afro-American, and a lot of people thought that that center was only for Afro-Americans, and that was not the case. Her board, she guaranteed that her board was diverse. Diverse. I recall one day she told me, Councilman, I have 2 slots for the board. And I was not a councilman, I just was a person that always involved in the community. And she wanted me to be in that board. You know, and her board was diverse. And one of the things I appreciate from the Paterson Health Center is that they serve under financial families, you know, people that are in needs. And not only that, the Paterson Health Center had received a lot of individuals that don't have the same status as others, with a minimal donation of $4, $2. And that's what all community is all about. And moving forward, hopefully those that stays in the board and stay managing the Paterson Health Center continue the legacy of Dr. Gardner. The condolences to the family. Once again, I was there, and I had the opportunity to excuse some of my colleagues because we was at a committee event. But my condolences goes to the Gardner family. Rest in peace, rest in paradise, in the place that the Lord has for you. My vote is yes to this honorary memorials.
Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Dr. Gardner impacted the life of thousands of people in our community. Her contribution was remarkable into the city of Paterson. It was very emotional to be at the funeral with so many people, so many great leaders from our community, saying, you know, giving her the last goodbye. And it was impressed, you know, on her casket, it say, I made it my way. I still have that in my mind. She was a fighter. She was a true leader in our community. She will be missed. So my deepest condolences to the family. She was a very close friend to the family, especially to my wife, and my great brother, my brother Bernard Johns, also as well. So may she rest in peace. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 29 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 30.
Item number 30. Item number 30, resolution designating February 2025 as Black History Month in the city of Paterson with the theme, African Americans and Labor, the vital role of black labor in shaping American industries, rights, and communities, sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton, Councilwoman Dr. Lalisa Mims, Councilman Michael Jackson, and co-sponsored by all of the remaining members of the Municipal Council, City Council Resolution number 25:032.
Move it.
Second. It was moved by Councilwoman Cotton and Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Davila, Councilman Udine. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item
And
number 30.
Councilman Velez too, I heard him
Councilman
clearly.
Velez, I didn't hear, but actually move also by second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 30.
Roll call on item number 30, Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As we're going to celebrate Black History Month for the month of February, our flag raising will be February 1st at noon, and then we will do our award ceremony on February 21st, and where we will be back into the council chambers to do the award, the honorees. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Yes. Yeah.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Let's celebrate, but not only that day and the flag raising, let's celebrate 365 years, days of the year. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Resolution number 30 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Item number 31, Madam Clerk.
Number 31, 1 second. Item number 31, resolution memorializing the life and legacy of Samuel Torres Sr., sponsored by Councilwoman Maritza Davila, Councilman Luis Velez, and Councilman Shaheen Khalid, City Council Resolution Number 25:033.
So move.
Second.
Move.
Second.
Was moved by Councilwoman Davila, Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Kalik, and Councilwoman Mims, and Councilman Udine, and Councilwoman Cotton as well. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 31.
Roll call on item number 31. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
So, I'm not gonna go into detail, in terms of speaking about, Mr. Sammy Torres Senior, who is the belated brother of Mayor Joey Torres. When he passed away all of a sudden, Councilman Kalik Velez and I were sitting together, and we called on, Mayor Torres because we wanted to honor him. He was a successful businessman. He was a veteran. He was a police officer, retired police officer. And, it's unfortunate. And so, as someone, that has a legacy here in the city of Paterson, we thought it best, to honor him. So, with that said, this is for you, Mayor Torres, and for your entire family. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Sammy Torres was a second ward resident. He's a retired Paterson police officer. He also served in Paterson Board of Education
Yes.
as well. 2, community person, public servant. I'm honored to be a sponsor of this resolution. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims.
Mayor Torres and to the Torres family. Samuel was a man of wisdom and guidance. Many times I received calls and or text messages in regards to his advice or wisdom on things that are happening in the community. Thank you for a life well lived in the great city of Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Udine.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My sincere condolences to the Torres family, and we pray for the departed soul of Torres Senior. And I had an opportunity to meet him multiple times. Again, we miss him dearly. My vote is yes, Madam.
Thank you. Council President.
Oh, what about me?
Oh, Councilman Velez. I'm sorry.
Thank you. To the Torres family, Joy, Freddie, and the whole entire Samuel Torres family, our condolences. This was a chocky one. We was not expecting this news. I think I was one of the first one that they called at that night, and I spread it with my colleagues. But when you think about Samuel Torres, when it was quality of life issues in the city of Paterson, he always used to call me or councilman to bring ideas into the table. And say, I think I was, and the first thing he say, I was a police officer for many years. This never happened. This never this. And you had to listen to him. And the other thing is, if a lot of Latinos have their businesses today, it could be liquor store, bars, grocery stores, is because this gentleman lead the way to businesses to the Latino community and others. So that legacy was put in place. I could see his priority was to build up the business industry in the city of Paterson. So let's continue memorizing his life and his legacy. And this will not stop here if we continue copying or doing the same advice that he just gave us to move forward in the city of Paterson. He loved the city of Paterson. Trust me, he did love the city of Paterson. And all his family does. Don't get it wrong. So saying that, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My great friend Sammy Torres, may he rest in peace. He's definitely, he dedicated part of his life to serve the great city of Paterson, at the police department, and also in other capacity. Definitely, I really miss those times to go into the Fifth Avenue business and just spend time with him, having conversation, having a dialogue. He was a very smart man, and he gave me a lot of good advice, he will be missed as our Mayor, Joey Torres. We definitely express our deepest condolences to the entire family. And this is the least that we could do, recognize his life and dedication and his services to the city of Paterson. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 31 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 32.
Item number 32, resolution honoring and memorializing the life and legacy of Margaret Elizabeth Robinson, sponsored by Councilwoman
Sophia.
Ruby Ann Cotton and Councilwoman Dr. Lalisa Mims, City Council, resolution number 25:034.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 32. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say, we're honoring the life. I'm sorry. It's been a long night. Memorializing the life and legacy of Margaret Elizabeth Robinson. She has lived in the Fourth Ward for probably 50 years. I've known her for the last 45 years. Constituent, I can say that I know all her children. She was a community person all the time. She lived on Madison Avenue. She took care of Madison Avenue, and I just want to say to the family, it was truly an honor to be able to have a friendship with someone who was only a constituent in the Fourth Ward for at least 50 years. She's been there, probably longer than that. But she was very supportive, and to her children, to her daughter, to her son-in-law, Reverend Cash, and to the First Lady Cash, her daughter, which is Kim, and then she had 5 sons and 2 daughters. So with that being said, your mom, to the Robinson family, to Mr. Robinson, she was an extraordinary woman. She was a community person. She loved the community. She did everything she possibly could for the community. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
To the entire family, there were many times that I went and sat on the porch. I called her Mother Robinson, where we would sit on the porch and laugh, and she would always talk about the legacy and all the people from the community that made the city so wonderful. So her wisdom is going to be missed, but to her family, I don't want to call them by name, but we had the opportunity to go by the funeral services, and we're looking forward to present this to the family. Thank you for loving our community. Thank you for your wisdom and your guidance. We respect and will never forget your legacy. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 32 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 33 on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Item number 33, resolution commemorating Muslim Heritage Month for the month of January 2025 in the city of Paterson, sponsored by Councilman M.D. Ford Udine, Councilman Shaheen Khalid, Councilman Ala Al Abdelaziz, and co-sponsored by all remaining council members. City Council, resolution number 25:035.
Second.
Move. So
It's
moved.
moved by Councilman Khalid and second by Councilwoman Davila, Councilwoman Mims, and Councilman Velez. And roll call, and Councilman Udine as well. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, let the record reflect that Councilman Udine is moving alongside with Councilman Khalid as both are the sponsor. And the rest are second. So roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 33.
Roll call on item number 33 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to say to Councilman Fordham Udine and Councilman Shalit and Councilman Al, wishing you a happy Muslim Heritage Month for the month of January. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
Here's to the Muslim community in the city of Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, please do not include me as a second, as Council President said everyone else. And my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. 2023 Governor Phil Murphy signed a resolution with the Senate and the Assembly to declare or designate January as a Muslim Heritage Month. Thank you, Councilman Uddin, for taking this initiative and doing a resolution in City of Paterson for Muslim Heritage Month of this month. And definitely a support of this resolution. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims.
So I love this Muslim quote, and I have it hanging in my office. It says, "Kindness is a mark of faith, and whoever is not kind has no faith." I love that quote. With that being stated, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Newton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So the purpose of the resolution is to recognize the contribution of the Muslim community here in the state of New Jersey, and our purpose to recognize the individuals and the community's contribution in the city of Paterson. And I supposedly reached out to the Corporation Council to put another resolution together to honoring the faith-based leaders or organization to recognize them, but because of my own lacking, and I was actually sick 2 days, and yeah, so don't worry, nothing is going to make you sick. So I'm working on this to see if we can host an event to recognize the individuals or organizations that has contributed from the Muslim community. So I'll let my council colleagues know if we put anything together. I definitely will reach out to the Corporation Council tomorrow by reaching out some of the organization if you can do something. So I believe that I can reach out to my council colleagues with further details tomorrow. So with that being said, my vote is yes to close the public, support these items.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
I want to commend Councilman Kalik, also Councilman Fareed Yureen, for bringing this resolution honoring Muslim community month. I respect the Muslim community, and I respect how they seek God, and I respect that. I apologize, Councilman Khalid, for trying to throw you out of the meeting before. That's how, sometimes we get heat, right? So, but I apologize. This is, listen, that's what Muslim is all about. No, yeah, almost one of mine. You don't like it, go, and I apologize. We're friends. I love you, brother. I love you a lot. No, not really, he knows. Let's celebrate together.
You know what?
Let's celebrate together,
Councilman, is 1:35,
Okay, so we could, you want me to throw you out again? No, just kidding. I'm just kidding. Let's celebrate the Muslim community. Let's celebrate Muslim Heritage Month and do what we. My vote is yes.
Kudos to you, Councilman Fareed and Councilman Kalik. Looking forward to celebrate diversity in our community. We definitely love our Muslim community. They're being supported by this council we've been behind our Muslim community from day one. So I'm looking forward to that celebration. I love to go to South Paterson and Union Avenue to try to get my food. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 34.
Resolution honoring Integrity Lodge 51, F and AM, PHA, and Fidelity Chapter 16 OES, PHA, in observance of Black History Month 2025, sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton. City Council Resolution Number 25:036.
Move it.
It's moved by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton and second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 34.
Roll call on item number 34. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say that the Integrity Lodge number 51 and the Eastern Star Fidelity Chapter number 16 over at the Masonic Temple, 224 Broadway. And I would like for my council colleagues to, if they get an opportunity, just to read the bio, the resolution, and there are items in there that I was surprised that were in there, that the Cotton family contributed a whole lot to getting the Integrity Lodge number 51 getting started. Also, the Cotton family did a lot to get the Fidelity Chapter number 16 Eastern Star. My husband loved the Masons. My mom loved the Eastern Stars. And I can say these two organizations have done a lot in our community and will continue to do a lot in our community. And it's only fitting for me to recognize them for the month, for Black History Month 2025. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila. Councilwoman Davila.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Great work.
I'm sorry. Sorry. Go ahead,
Great
Councilwoman.
work, great organization, great pick, Councilwoman Cotton. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Item number 34.
Is it my vote? This is a great, you say, pick by Councilman Cotton, and my vote is yes.
I'm
Yes,
sorry,
ma'am.
I missed that.
Sophie, you need to sign this.
Thank you. You said yes? Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Thank you. Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Item number 34 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 35.
Item number 35, resolution honoring Reverend Teresa Nance in observance of Black History Month 2025, sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lalisa Mims, City Council, resolution number 25:037.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman
Second.
Mims and second by
Second.
Councilwoman
Second,
Davila,
too, second.
Councilwoman
Cotton.
Ruby Cotton, and Councilman Faria D. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 35.
Roll call on
Is it
item
35?
35,
And the
Councilwoman
last.
Cotton.
You don't like me.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Okay. Councilwoman, this is a great pick too, Councilwoman Mims. Teresa Nance and the community for a long time have done so many great things for all of us. You can talk to her. She's been a mentor. She's wonderful. Great pick, Teresa Nance. No, Reverend Teresa Nance. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila.
You said.
Davila,
So I've had the opportunity to know Reverend for many years, worked very closely with her at the college. I work with her daughter. I wish her nothing but blessings. I'm very happy, Councilwoman Mims, for choosing her as an honoree. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Councilman Khalid.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
When we talk about a woman of stature, a woman of intelligence, and a woman who has helped and assisted so many people in so many areas, especially politically, to move from one place to the next, Reverend Teresa Nance. The great work, the great teachings, her Bible studies, her counsel with so many other pastors in the community. This is a great pick. I just want to thank my godmother, Ms. Betty Simmons, my godmother, for coming and having a conversation with me in regards to Reverend Nance. Reverend Nance did my first political video when I ran for office. I will never forget our conversations continuously, and I am grateful for her daughter in love, Lauren Nance, and her son Bert. I'm looking forward to honoring this great woman. My vote is absolutely yes.
Thank you. Councilman Udine.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
I approve this message of Councilwoman
Your
Mims.
vote is yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 35 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 36.
Item number 36, resolution honoring Passaic County Under Sheriff Humberto Cuadrado, okay, for his trailblazing career in law enforcement and community service, sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez and co-sponsored by Councilman M.D. Ford Uden.
Can you please add
City
me?
Council-
Madam Clerk, can
And
you add
Davila?
Councilwoman
Councilwoman Davila?
Davila as co-sponsor, also
Okay.
Councilwoman Mims as co-sponsor?
Yes.
And also Councilman Mendez, if you don't mind, to be co-sponsor too?
That's fine.
Who else?
That's it,
Council President?
co-sponsor, yeah.
Okay. And co-sponsored by Councilwoman Davila, Mims, and Council President Mendez.
And also, Madam Clerk, before you move forward, everywhere as there's some missing on Cuadrado, like in the fourth whereas is Cuadrado, not Cuadrado. So whatever you see the word Cuadrado, make sure it has the DER.
Okay, we'll make
Thank
that
you.
correction.
Let's make those correction, Madam
Yes,
Clerk. And
we'll do.
roll call on item 36.
Roll call on item number 36. Councilwoman Cotton.
What is that?
Councilwoman Cotton.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. This is a resolution on Under Sheriff Corrado.
Yes.
Excellent choice, Councilman Velez and Councilman Uden, Councilman Davila, and Councilwoman Mims. But I want to say congratulations. He's been with the Sheriff Department for a really long time, and he is a trailblazer in law enforcement in our community. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila.
Under
36.
Sheriff Humberto Cuadrado, I've known you for many years before I was an elected official. Your lovely wife, your family, you are a retired police officer, detective in the Paterson Police Department, and now as under sheriff. You know, I'm saddened that you'll be leaving the county, but I hope that now you take some time to relax and enjoy your family. Councilman Velez, thank you so much for putting this forth. I know that he was honored today at the county commissioners honored him today, and none of us were able to be there, as you know, they have their meeting, but we have ours. So you know, with that said, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Under Sheriff, thank you for your dedication and service and your consistency and your loyalty to ensuring the protection and the service to all of our residents throughout the county of Passaic. We honor and appreciate you. I'm sure even though you're retiring, we're definitely going to stay in contact with you. You know, we love your wife, Carol Cuadrado, and we know you're not going too far. We still have your phone number. We love you. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Uden.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, Under Sheriff Cuadrado, I know you for many years, and your family. Again, I thank you for your service to the Passaic County and also the city of Paterson. And I think this is your time to relax, give time to your family. And another skill, the last time we really enjoyed in the convention, he's a very good singer, nobody knows that. And he gave us a very good time last time. So I want you to enjoy your time, but again, thank you for your service to our county. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Velez.
Mr. Cuadrado, I know Mr. Cuadrado late 80s. We used to do karaoke in River Street a lot. Yeah. You know, when we was younger, we used to do a lot of karaoke. But that's not only that, that's him as a person. But if you look at his service, you know, serve our nation, serve volunteering as a constable, serve as a Paterson police officer and retire, then was the director of transportation, I believe, at the Passaic County Sheriff Department, then move forward to be the undersheriff. And this says a lot of his character. It says a lot of his work and law enforcement and the community service that he have done, and is really a trailblazer, recognized by the state of New Jersey, recognized all over Puerto Rico and here in the United States. So this means a lot for him, for his family, sacrificing the time of his family to serve others. So it's, even that he's retiring, it's a loss for the Passaic County Sheriff Department. Hopefully in the future, the Passaic County Sheriff Department could find somebody that could fill these big shoes, that fill these shoes. We need representation in the Passaic County Sheriff Department, so this is a loss for the Passaic County Sheriff Department, even that he's retiring with honors. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Berto Cuadrado, he is definitely a friend of the great city of Paterson. He's a true role model that started, his career here in the city of Paterson, and he have done an outstanding job with the Sheriff Department. We're looking forward for that celebration, and enjoy life, brother. We love you. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 36 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 37.
37 is an item that we know. Item number 37, resolution honoring GA District Elder Pamela Pettiford, pastor of Greater Bible Way Church, in observance of Black History Month 2025, sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez, City Council, resolution number 25:039.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mims and Councilman Fareed Udine. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 37. Councilwoman Cotton. Give a second as well. Let the record reflect that Councilwoman Cotton, it's also second this motion, okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilwoman Cotton, I'm sorry, roll call.
I told him he can't move over here. He gotta go back to his seat. Where he at? He down there?
Where we going now?
All right. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to say to Councilman Velez, perfect pick for the Black History Month celebration. District Elder Pamela Pettiford, pastor of the Greater Byway Church, which is right across the street from your house. Excellent, community. I remember, if you remember during COVID, there weren't many churches that were open, but I know that Greater Bible Way Church was open when COVID came in, and I appreciate a lot of us weren't able to go into church, but then you still had her church, their church, Greater Bible Way Church, were open. I appreciate that. Excellent pick, Councilman Velez, for the observance of Black History Month. Congratulations, District Elder Pamela Pettiford. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilwoman Mims?
To my sister and pastoral colleague, I love you, sister. Great
Remember I told you I don't have it.
selection. Councilman Velez, I know
I
that
don't
you have
have
a
it.
great relationship. She brags on the
I don't
work that
have
you
it.
do in your ward. My vote is yes,
I
Madam
didn't have
Clerk.
30.
Thank you.
37.
Councilman Udine?
Pastor, we're looking forward to celebrate you on the 21st. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Older Pamela, that's the way.
Pamela.
Pamela. I put a little bit of Spanish on it.
That's okay.
All right, Pettiford. This is one of the living the legacy of the Pettiford family. One of our business administrator, Mr. Charles Pettiford, and then his great dad that, Pastor Pettiford, and also the whole family, Pettiford family. This church is in front of my house, and this church served the community. In the pandemic, they used to lend the church to service the people that passed away because there was no funeral home around, and they do a great job to the diversity in the Fifth Ward and the residents of Paterson. So, congratulations, thank you for letting me honor you in this Black History Month. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 37 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now let's read item number 38 on the agenda.
Item number 38 is resolution honoring Denise Koba in observance of Black History Month 2025, sponsored by Councilwoman Marissa Davila, City Council. Resolution number 25:040.
So moved. Second.
It was moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Ruby Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 38.
Roll call on item number 38.
She
Councilwoman
working
Cotton?
I want to say congratulations to Denise Colbert on observance of the Black History Month celebration. Sponsored by Councilwoman Marissa Davila. Madam Clerk, with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
I know that Denise has worked for the city of Paterson, I believe, for over 14 years. I've known Denise before I was an elected official. We served in a capacity together with a women's group. Denise Koba is the epitome of classiness, professionalism, a woman of God. And as you all know, my colleagues, you know that every year when it comes to Black History Month or Hispanic Heritage Month, I like to honor city employees since we unfortunately do not honor them enough. So with that said, she works for the Department of Health and Human Services. She runs our Rye and White program, and I'm just so happy that we'll be able to be honoring her for Black History Month. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik? Councilman Kalik?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims?
Another great pick, Councilwoman Zabla. It's always a great thing when we honor the employees of this great city. Congratulations to Denise. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
Great pick, Councilwoman Davila, and I apologize also before. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Council President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilwoman Davila, very important to recognize our employees. That's extremely, that build the morale within the department and the community as well. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 38 is hereby adopted.
Item number 39, Madam Clerk.
Item number 30, zoning code 500-7.1G, titled Rental or Leasing of Parking Spaces in Residential Districts, sponsored by Councilman Michael Jackson. City Council Resolution number 25:041.
I'm going to second it because I need to understand what it is.
We don't have the item. We didn't receive it
I don't
in the
know what
packet.
this is.
Neither do I.
You don't have the item?
No.
No, it came later on.
39?
But somebody please
This-
explain.
There's a motion on the floor. It's been moved by Councilman Jackson. You second, Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
It's been seconded by Councilwoman Cotton. Discussion.
Discussion,
The
Council
item is,
President.
discussion.
Who's going to talk about it?
Council President, so.
Councilman Udine?
Even the workshop session, the item was, the details was missing. In regular meeting, the details is missing, so we need the details to it, what we are voting for.
I'm not hearing you.
Yeah, we are voting for 39, but what it is about, there's no draft.
That's why I said, what is it about?
There's a motion on the floor.
It's a motion on
I
the
did
floor.
it. It's on the floor.
Mhm.
Okay.
The
Council
body of-
President?
We have the
Council-
original. I'm sorry, Council President. We do have the original.
Sorry?
Signed.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman?
We have the original signed, 39.
Okay, Councilman Jackson.
I don't have the copy.
What does it do?
Very good. So, Councilwoman, really doesn't do anything. There's a ordinance already on the books which prohibits, or outlines that the requirement to be able to charge for parking
Yeah.
for homeowners, building owners, landlords. And there's a specific provision that has 4 points that are required. The first is they have to have approval from one of the prospective boards. The second is they have to have 25% more parking that is required of the project. And the third and fourth are very just nominal. They're like, they can only rent to residents of the surrounding neighborhood and et cetera. So this item is just encouraging the administration to enforce an already existing zoning ordinance that many city residents are being taken advantage of because they're being charged for parking, where they're not supposed to charge for parking according to the zoning ordinance. So it's something that I had every intention on writing to begin with, and when I did my research, I found out that it already existed, so it didn't require it to be written. It just required something like this, just to have the council acknowledge that it exists and encourage the administration to enforce it. That's it.
When you have on here, You have on
Councilman
here-
Modine, I'm sorry, Councilman Kalik.
no, Ruby, I was
Hey,
talking.
you next, Councilman.
Thank you, Council President. Is it fair to say it's just a feel-good resolution? It doesn't have any teeth to it. It does have, it's already, we have it on the book, basically. That's what it is, correct, Corporation Council? Or Madam Clerk?
Council President, may I?
Yes, Corporation Council, please.
Yeah, so, just for the record, legal had reviewed this, resolution and suggested changes from its original form to Councilman Jackson. We sent guidance on it, and to his credit, Councilman Jackson adopted the latest version. We printed it on reso paper and I signed it, and unfortunately it didn't make it into your packets, but we signed it and sent it up to the clerk's office last week. So the clerk has the resolution on reso paper signed by the law department. Furthermore, to continue what Councilman Jackson had apprised his colleagues on the council, this resolution does not force or take any action. It is essentially the council, if it adopts it, requesting that the administration adhere to what is already an ordinance and law.
Understood.
Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Council President.
I'll support the resolution. I'll support the feel-good resolution for Councilman
Right.
Jackson.
Councilwoman Ruby Cotton.
Say that again?
Councilman Cotton.
I said I'll support the feel-good resolution for Councilman
That's
Jackson.
for the floor, Councilwoman Cotton, right?
Okay, yes, I'm
Okay.
sorry, but I think one of my questions is, I see on here, it said rental or leasing space shall equal more than 25% of required parking spaces. What do that mean? I don't know, what the 25%, because it said, or not more, my understanding is that it should be two spaces per unit. And now you
So-
got 25%, so what that means?
So that has no bearing, the 25% has no bearing on what's required, whether it's required 1.7, 2 point whatever per unit, that doesn't change. What it says is, if the landlord so shall seek the opportunity to charge for parking, they must have 25% more than what's required. So if they're required to have 2, and if they have 10 units, that's 20, so they have to have 25% more than the 20.
If they're gonna charge.
If they're going to charge. They cannot charge for the ones that they are required to have. Further, it outlines that even if they do have the 25% more, item number 1 says that they must first seek permission from the prospective board in order to be able to charge. So they can have 25% more, and they still have to seek permission from one of the prospective boards, and the board then makes a judgment based upon the community need.
All right. Any other councilman? Councilman Velez?
Yeah, Council President, I believe the parking requirement changed from 1.5 to 1.8 parking space per unit. And everything's in the book and zoning. There's a word called variances. It's up to the commissioners to listen to the expert in front of the boards and to grant it if their variances is good or not. And regarding this is how I see it, regarding the landlord and tenant agreement. I don't think we're gonna spend time in all those signing contract or agreement with landlord and tenant. You know, after people get to apartment and they move into it, everything is good. Then a month or two, everything is bad. So I think there's a landlord-tenant agreement over there. There's a landlord-tenant issue. The rules already set. We got professional on H boards that analyze this with professionals. We're attorney, and they could ask for variances that the land use permitted. So I will support the resolution later on.
All right, council members, roll call on item number 39.
Roll call on item number 39.
Please, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Adoption. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilwoman Davila?
So, I read the resolution, and understanding, what legal indicated. I know what, Councilman Jackson, is continuously talking about, the parking situation. The only thing is that, we have our boards, right? And they have to follow the land use law, all right? The board's discretion is to, if granted, to issue variances as they deem it necessary. And so when I read this, I'm reading that it's just somewhat supporting, to requesting to the board, but it's specifically letting the board know, specific to the planning board. It says, the council specifically urges the planning board and board of adjustment to minimize or eliminate the granting of variances from the said standards. And so, with that said, this is why we have commissioners that we appoint to these different boards. And, this to me is like taking away that, that courtesy, if I may say it that way. It's their vote if they decide that they want to approve a variance or not. So this is kind of like us telling them, no, you have to enforce it. If I'm not correctly, this is the way I'm reading it. I'm not sure if that is what this is. Am I misunderstanding it? Council President?
Councilman Khalid.
No, I'm just saying, can I just?
Let's ask Corporation Counsel. Can you answer that question?
Yeah, Council President, thank you, and I'll be brief. So Councilwoman
I know,
Davila,
but I just wanted to just make sure.
as it was originally written, it was mandating the administration, but that's not a lawful act on behalf of the council. So it was rewritten so that it urges compliance and it doesn't mandate anyone to do anything. This is really just, if the council adopts it, expressing its wishes, which it's free to do by way of resolution.
Okay.
All right. Well, with that explanation, I will be in full support. But again, I do not want any boards to think, because I'll never forget the day I went as a constituent. A building was being built, and I made a statement as someone who's going to live by the new building, and I made the statement that I choose to live where I want. So if I choose to, live in a place that does not have parking, that's on me. If I choose to live in an apartment that does not have washer and dryer hookup, that's on me as an individual. And I was somewhat, I guess I shouldn't use the word attack, but I was really ridiculed, for speaking on that. Because the commissioners, felt that, you don't have the right. Like, we're the commissioners, and we are the ones that, approve or deny projects and variances and so forth. But with the clarification, I'll vote yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So just to comment on that, that's part of the reason why the city's in the condition it's in. There's many people, commissioners who sit on boards who think that they're endowed with the power. It's actually the council that's supposed to direct all activity within the city. The council in collaboration with the administration. And the council as the appointing body should be encouraging for their appointees to, act responsibly. But this legislation doesn't have anything to do with that. This legislation doesn't have anything to do with restricting. And let me just, for a point of clarity, and I'm gonna try to be as brief as possible. The first draft included the word to compel. And I'll be totally honest, as a young kid growing up in the hood, compel, from many perspectives, meant to encourage. But I recently found out, and I just kind of, slipped my mind for the brief moment. I found out through my own court hearing that in the court of law, that the word compel is actually a lot stronger than I intended for it to be. Outside of that, there was no other wording or anything else within the draft that was inappropriate. But for whatever reason, I really don't care how it's written. I don't care who writes it, as long as it makes it to the vote, so we can move forward. But now, I'll just say this. This was the easiest slow pitch that I've ever been tossed, because it doesn't matter how the council votes. The council can all vote no. Guess what? It's already a law. I merely put it on here to see who's going to support it and who's not. Because if you have a building that you was given approval to build, and you have 100 parking spaces, and they're all empty because they're being charged for parking and the residents are parking on the sidewalk or on the street, that's an issue. That's an issue, and that means that the reason that crosswalks are being parked over and stop signs are being parked too close to, and the police department is cherry picking in the middle of the night, 3 o'clock in the morning, towing cars, is because landlords are being allowed to charge for parking illegally. So this is as Councilman Khalid called it, a feel-good resolution. But guess what? It's going to feel very good to all of the constituents who've been getting charged for parking. And as the council moves to approve this, and even if the administration chooses not to, I can collaborate with some legal partners to make sure that all the people who pay for parking will find their way to a full reimbursement. That's what that's about. So, Madam Clerk, I appreciate all the work. Corporation Council, thank you for your input and guidance and delay. Now we got people that can further think about it and vote in the affirmative. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This resolution has nothing to do with people parking on crosswalk, people parking on sidewalk. There isn't enough parking.
That's because you're not smart enough to understand it.
Council members, please.
Somebody smart enough who understanding it, put a resolution on the floor, has no kind of teeth to it. It's already in the book. So that's called a smart resolution bringing on the book. And same as bringing an ordinance in front of the council to give an entity 90-year tax abatement. That's called fiscal responsible councilman. That's all I call it. And I didn't even say anything. Like I said, this is just a feel-good piece of paper. Feel-good, Councilman Morris used to say, feel-good resolution. My vote is yes, to make Councilman Jackson feel good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims.
It's 2:06 a.m. Do you know where your children are? My vote is yes. It's time to go home. It's 2:06
Councilman
a.m.
Udin? Again, thank you, Madam Clerk. So the thing I liked about this draft, I think, and from now I'm thinking to draft my own ordinance or resolutions, because every resolutions have, like Councilman Jackson mentioned his name almost in every paragraph. That's what I liked about this resolutions. Now his name is in every paragraph, so it means that he really worked hard for this one. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez. Councilman Velez. Councilman Velez, your vote?
Listen, I'm not here to make Phil, I support Councilman Jackson. And I said it before that he just brought things that sometimes, sometimes it could feel good, right? But when I see the word enforcement, urging, he could turn things around. He could turn things around. Today he mentioned it, the way he mentioned it, everybody clapping, nobody knew what he was talking about. Let's be honest. Because people gonna think that because he's putting this out there, people have the right to tell a landlord, you're not charging me for parking. And that's wrong.
Right here.
That's wrong. That's a landlord and tenant situation and agreement. It's a landlord and tenant agreement. We cannot legislate in your private property. That's why we have boards that knows what they're doing. We have professional traffic engineering. We got individual goes in front of this board and told the board, the zoning boards or whatever, what they think they need. I have projects in the Fifth Ward that traffic engineer justify the parking only because they have mass transportation in the area and they don't need that much parking for a project. So you have to sit there and listen to the variances and what the professional bring in front of them instead of going around saying that they charge you for parking, this and that. And let me tell you this, all the projects in the Fifth Ward, drive through those projects that has parking underneath, they all full. They all full. So saying that, I don't care he feel good or not. I don't think they'll have no sense. Like this is a feel-good resolution to say that, hey, I fight for you for parking or whatever. I don't think that, Councilman Jackson, I commend you because you're trying to do your best in drafting your resolution that sometimes I don't understand, but my vote is no. My vote is no.
Council President?
You could put in the video.
Thank you, council members, 209. This is a clear example that the reason why Councilman Jackson legislation are not getting on the floor, it's not because Council President tried to stop him from any doing. This is not my intention, even though he doesn't miss an opportunity to accuse me that I'm blocking. I don't even know I'm blocking him for about what. So, but this item is here. And this is a real feel-good resolution because we'll have no impact. There's already law in place in the book, and I'm not here to endorse or support real feel-good resolution. I'm here to find real solution for the problem that are affecting the city of Paterson. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council President.
Anybody want to change the vote?
Council members, Madam Clerk, please read the vote.
Thank you. The votes are 6 in favor, 2 against, 1 absent. Item number 39 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have item 46 and 47, Madam Clerk, the last 2 items. Item number 46.
Item number 46.
There's 2 more items. There's 2 more items, Councilman, that we read into the record. There's Councilman Jackson honorees for the Black History Month and my honorees, which is item 46 and 47. The addendum. Item number 46,
Item
Madam
number
Clerk.
46 is honoring Levon Jones McErshin in observance of Black History Month 2025, sponsored by Councilman Michael Jackson, City Council. Resolution number 25:048.
Second.
It was moved by Councilman Jackson, second by Councilman Fariuddin and Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 46.
Roll call on item number 46. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Cotton.
My vote is yes.
Councilman Davila.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Congratulations. Thank you for the great work that you do in our community with our young people. We love and respect you. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Uden.
It's a great pick, Councilman Jackson. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Good resolution, this one. My vote is yes.
Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Council, item number 46 is hereby adopted.
Item number 47, Madam Clerk.
Item number 47 is resolution
last item.
honoring Dal Keith Watson in observance of Black History Month 2025, sponsored by Council President Alex Mendez. City Council, resolution number 25:049.
Second.
Moved by Council President Mendez, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Davila.
Second, Council
And
President.
second by Councilman also
Second.
Fariuddin
Second.
and Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 47.
Roll call on item number 47, Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
He left.
Okay. Councilman Kalik.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Keith.
Councilman Udine.
This is,
You said yes?
yeah, I definitely, it's a great pick, and I think, that, you know, I'd love to celebrate Key Watson. Can't wait for the 21st. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez.
Passion guy, faithful guy that Mendes has, real faithful, and always involved in the community when it comes up to the third ward. My vote is yes. on
Thank
that.
you. The votes are 7 in favor. I'm sorry, Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My brother Keith Watson, I'm looking forward to celebrate with him on this Black History Month celebration. Well deserved. Keith has been involved. That's my Jamaican brother. He's been involved in this community for many years. I met him way back when he started at Eastside Park with the Cricket House, fighting and advocating for this community. And it will be an honor to support you. You've been a great friend. You've been a lawyer, phenomenal person, not only for me, but for my family as well, and for the entire city of Paterson. Congratulations, brother. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 against, 2 absent, I'm sorry. Item number 47 is hereby adopted.
May I have a motion to close?
Move to close.
Move to close by
Second.
Councilman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Fariuddin. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close our regular meeting.
Where did he go? He left?
Motion to close the meeting of January 21st, 2025. Councilwoman Cotton.
Who did? Jackson? I know, you know what, this is the last meeting? Oh, my goodness.
Oh, we didn't even
Wow.
Councilwoman Cotton, your vote?
All right, yeah, no, I'm waiting.
Councilwoman-
I just want to say, I mean, this has been a really long meeting. It's like 2:15 now. But I want to say to the community, for those that came out tonight, to voice your concerns about the different things that are, what's happening in the community, I just want to say to you, Kathleen, this is your last meeting. Working with you was a pleasure. You know, one thing you know, I can come downstairs and meet with you if I have to ask you any question. And to me, that's what, as a council member, that's what you should be able to do. I always say that, and I'm normally, one thing that I think that what happens is that sometimes people forget, like, I would leave council meeting at 12 o'clock at night and go to work. I did it for 3 years. I never complained. I never said, I gotta do this. I never said I had to do that. When they call committee meetings at 10 o'clock in the morning, I use 3 hours of vacation or 2 hours of personal time, never sick time. So I just want to say that, you know, people sometimes forget of being a council person. You chose to do this. When you chose to be a council person, you chose that you wanted to help the community, you want to do what you need to do. You didn't get here, and I reminded everybody that you don't get here because you thought you were going to get benefits. Because there was never benefits of being an elected official. You became elected official because you wanted to help people. You wanted to make sure you work with the government to make sure everything is right. So I want to say to you, Kathleen, it's been a pleasure. I know we will see you again along the line. You know, you're going down to the state, which is wonderful for you. And I always say you have to have friendship if you're going to make anything work. And I just want to say also to the community, and there's a lot of organizations that I personally support. And you know, when you understand how you personally can help and support, I've never been the one to pick and choose whenever I receive something. And I just want to name a few of them that that I've been supportive of. And I just want to say to my Jumpstart Community Training, which is my aide, Amy Bland, I want to say to my Paterson Cares, I want to say to my Hearts and Hannah, I want to say to my Ruby Vision, I want to say to my Tier 1 with Dr. Moody, I want to say with Chosen Generation, I want to say with Mature Sister, I want to say I Am My Sister, I want to say Ceasefire Paterson, I want to say Growing in Grace, I want to say Mainstream Recovery, I want to say Bugs Foundation, I want to say the A.F. Cotton Foundation, I want to say the Vera Ames Foundation, I want to say New Jersey Community Development Corp, I want to say National Council of Negro Women, I want to say Passaic County African American Women Incorporated, I want to say to all my churches that I know, and everybody complain about churches, but all churches do all different things, and they have all things that they do for us. I want to say to all my Divine Nine organizations, my fraternities, my sororities, I want to say to my Integrity Lodge number 51, I want to say to all my Eastern Stars out there, like I said before, my mom loved the Eastern Stars, and I also want to say to my American Temple number 258, I want to say to my American Lodge number 333, and I want to say there's so many organizations out there, and no one to me is better than the other. And I always say to people, we have to learn how to work together because we all got a specialty in something. We all do things specialty, and so I just want to say, but I do want to say too, I want to say to Joel Ramirez of our Health and Human Services, when we did our best to get someone off the street, and I can tell you, Joel Ramirez do his best to help people get into shelters, and he do his best to help people get somewhere. And for people to put the wrong message out there that we have workers in this city who do not work, I can tell you they work. And I want to tell people that they work because they don't understand what we get every day or what the kind of calls that we get. To my corporation counsel, I can go downstairs at any time. To my CFO, I can go downstairs at any time. I can go see my security guy, Hector Neves. I can go see all of them. I can see. I got. But to my deputy clerk,
Yes, ma'am.
and I want to say to my secretary, Sophia Alexander, and to my deputy clerk, Phyllis Riley, you ladies work hard. I'm in there every day seeing what you ladies do. And for somebody to say the meeting's been cut short, you know, it's hard to do these meetings and stay here. Now they got to be back in the morning. You got to be back. So I want to say I appreciate you two ladies for everything that you do. And to our corporation council, to our lady back there doing the minutes, I appreciate you. To my IT person, both IT, to my security, I appreciate you. With that being said, we all can do this together. Ain't about an I, it's not an I, it's a we. We gotta be here together to put this together. So ain't nobody in this city better than another. Thank you, TV Land. God bless you all out there. Have a good night. Please, my Madam BA, it has been a pleasure working with you, but I know this is not the last that we're gonna see you.
That's right. Thank you, Councilwoman.
With that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila.
And let me just remind them, I would leave here at 12 o'clock at night
Councilwoman?
and go to work.
Okay.
And the only one that only one that knew that I did that was Councilwoman Davila, because
Thank
she
you.
knew I went to work at 12 o'clock at night when I
that's
left
right.
council meeting.
Yep.
Thank you.
And with that said, I approve that message, and I appreciate you all, so I'm not gonna mention you all by name and all the organizations that she mentioned.
Yep.
But I do wanna address Madam BA. Madam BA, I know that, you know, this is your last meeting. I know that there's gonna be a smooth transition. Hopefully, we get the best, okay, to fill the BA seat. I thank you for at least staying on board once a week, okay, for that easy transition, which I think is very important, since I do know that there's quite a few projects that are pending and stuff that you were working on that, so I do appreciate that you are not just letting that go, and that hopefully there'll be an easy transition. So, you know, I want to thank you for your years, okay? Thank you for being a Patersonian, for living here. I hope that you don't decide to move the second ward, which is what I consider one of the best wards as well. But on a serious note, you know, I love Paterson and appreciate, you know, each and every one of you, to every person that came, all 35, 36 constituents. Just know that when we sometimes get up, ladies' room or whatever, I want you guys to know that we're also listening to the meeting inside. So we're not ignoring, we know what's going on in here, all right? So, you know, to every person that came forward, you know, and with that said, you know, once again, you know, congratulations to Senator-elect who will get sworn in next Thursday, the 30th, and to our Assemblyman, soon to be elect, because he will be sworn in this Thursday. He will be missed, and I'm looking forward to having the conversation with Council President and the team to decide, and the council, you know, what our route will be. As I know Councilman Jackson mentioned that he was not given the opportunity, and I will say I was not the sitting council president at the time. And at that time, the sitting council president felt that they did not want to give the upper hand, but I do recall when I became council president and the vacancy for the Sixth Ward was there, unanimously we all supported the councilman, you know, to sit in the seat, and then he ran a special election. So I hope that we also, it's a long 10 months, so I think it's important that we, you know, definitely move forward, you know, into appointing. So with that said, good night to my colleagues. I, as well as Councilwoman Cotton, for the last 11 years, I get up, I can leave at 2 o'clock, have to be up at 6 o'clock to be at work. So I understand that. With that said, good night. My vote is yes. And for the record, I spoke in 2 minutes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Kalik?
Great job, Councilwoman Davila. It's like that commercial of Energizer Bunny, remember? When it started, keep going. That's how I'm not talking about you, Councilwoman. You did a great job. And Madam Brie, congratulations.
Yeah.
You moving up. That's what I like about
You like those?
about your all of us want to move up.
Yes,
Not
I
only
did.
me, so I want to congratulate you.
No, you did.
And I
Yeah,
know you are
Jumpstart
a
was my
second ward
first.
resident. I'll knock on your door here and there, and I have your cell phone as well. No, she's not living. She's
parents.
her parents live in the third.
Thank you, Councilman.
And it's 2:10. My vote is yes.
No, it's 224.
Oh,
Thank you,
2:20.
Councilman.
So
Councilwoman Mims.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Madam Clerk, thank you for all that you've done for the city. I know you'll do well, Madam BA. I know you'll do well as you go higher and deal with us on the state level. But I know you're very happy that you do not have to deal with the drama from these city council meetings, being here till 2:24 in the morning. I want to congratulate Senator-elect Benji Wimberly, and also, once again, Assemblyman-elect Abdelaziz. To everyone, time to go home. It's 2:25 in the morning. Madam Clerk, I love all of y'all. Good night. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Paterson, for those who are here, those who are still watching us live. Madam B.S. last meeting, and Madam B.S. just know this. I know that you took a lot of heat. Sometimes we had to stand for certain situations, but just know that nothing personal. You did a wonderful job, and you were a hardworking woman. There's no question about your, work ethic, and this is why you are moving up. So congratulations on your new position, new endeavors. And again, you are here with us, I believe, since you were in Paterson. And I would like to see you moving forward and Paterson moving forward, but you'll be dearly missed here in the chamber.
Thank you, Councilman.
And also you're going to miss our council colleague, Al-Aziz. Congratulations to him, and also Senator-elect Assemblyman Benji Umberly. And my vote is, Madam Clerk, thank you for being here. Everyone, including Rafael, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
Watch the clock. Madam BA.
His vote is yes.
Madam BA, Corporate Council, through the chair, I would like to request a resolution honoring the years of service that Madam BA have given to the city of Paterson. Is a must. And thank you, Madam BA, because I know we have met in the good and the bad, in the middle, at the end, and sometime in the front. But people that knows the tough job that you have, we'll understand why you're always getting the heat on behalf of the mayor. Instead of the mayor sitting there and getting that heat, you was there representing this administration. And some of the decision was probably not the most common one or the one that we always like, but you represented the mayor the way that he wanted him to represent him. So sometimes you didn't want to do things because you're the BA, but you had to represent the mayor. Saying that, my time is up. Corporate Council, I want that resolution for the next workshop, or if there's a special meeting, please add it to that special meeting based on the request from me to Council President. Saying that, good night.
Thank you,
I haven't spoke a lot, so I'm leaving tonight early. My dog is upside down at home. My vote is yes.
Council President, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. 2:27, almost 2:30 in the morning. Madam BA, what can I say? It's been a phenomenal pleasure to work with you. You've been very professional. From the beginning, since we started this great relationship, me as a councilman, you as our VA of the city, you've been extremely helpful in a lot of different situations, a lot of different scenarios. So I wish you the best of luck. I know you'll be great. You're moving up at the state level. You're not going anywhere. You apparently live in the third ward, the Rhode Avenue. In the morning, I always pass by there, making sure that my constituents are fine. So we're excited. You are Patersonian, and you're not going anywhere. We know that we could count on you if we need you. And you're not leaving. You're gonna stay around. I'm very sure of that. To my great friend, Senator Benji Wimberly, Senator-elect, congratulations, brother. Well deserved. I was excited. Phenomenal time at the bonfire. We spoke a lot, but this is the beginning. There's a big fight on June, and there's a huge fight in November. We're gonna be behind you every step of the way. So action will speak louder than word, brother. Congratulations. Also, our Assemblyman-elect, Al Abdelaziz, it definitely was a phenomenal time with him at the council here. He's very professional, and he's gonna continue fighting for the city of Paterson and also for the state of New Jersey now as our new Assemblyman. To Paterson, thank you so very much, all the members of the community, for being here at the council and express your concern about some of the legislation that we have in the book. We're looking forward to go back into the table and just continue working. I'm a fighter, and I'm never gonna stop fighting for my community. I love this city. Last but not least, all those residents from the third ward that called me today, there was a lot of truck at East Side Park on the baseball field. It's because a lot of redouble renovation already started, so don't be afraid. We have a lot of equipment, a lot of truck on the field that is related with the renovation of our Larry Dobie Field. To our police department, thank you. Madam Clerk, thank you. Sophia, thank you. It's 2:30 in the morning. May God bless the city of Paterson. Good night. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 7 in favor,
Rafa,
2
don't do anything
absent.
for Cal.
The regular meeting of January 21st, 2025 is hereby adjourned. Thank you, Paterson. God bless you, Madam BA, on your next assignment.